honor. That was a chief theme of Japan's national epic, the story of the 47 Ronin. As defeat loomed in late 1944, the entire nation was poised to suffer a cataclysmic loss of face. The combat suicide of the kamikaze pilots, the flower of Japanese youth, could be seen as a ritualistic collective sacrifice that redeemed some portion of the national giri. Beginning in the early 1930s, with the start of the era the Japanese call their Dark Valley, an increasingly repressive ultra-nationalist regime choked off dissent and took control of all sources of information. In this benighted environment, academic charlatans were encouraged to conjure up a self-serving mytho-history that fit the domestic and foreign priorities of the imperial militarist agenda. For centuries of Japanese history, the samurai had ruled the country and its people. Even more than in medieval Europe or other feudal societies, the elite warrior caste had dominated and shaped the nation's culture. After the Meiji Restoration, and especially in the decades before the Second World War, it was thought that samurai ideals might serve as a template for national development, and the nation transmuted into a master race of warriors, thus giving Japan hegemonic strength among nations, just as the samurai had once wielded uncontested power over their fellow Japanese. But Bushido had always been an elite class-bound creed, and was not necessarily suited to mass adoption across the population. In the transition, it underwent subtle but significant distortions. The ancient Bushido of the sword-bearing samurai had emphasized zealous loyalty to a local feudal lord, but not to the emperor, who had been an obscure and little thought-of figure before the Meiji era. Bushido meant stoicism, self-discipline, and dignity in one's personal bearing. It emphasized mastery of the martial arts through long training and practice. It lauded sacrifice in service to duty without the slightest fear of death. It demanded asceticism and simplicity in daily life, without regard to comforts, appetites, or luxuries. The samurai was to live as if already dead, an outlook consonant with Buddhism. He was to regard death with fatalistic indifference, rather than cling to a life that was essentially illusory. Shame or dishonor might require suicide as atonement, and when a samurai killed himself, he did so by carving out his own viscera with a short steel blade. But traditional Bushido had not imposed an obligation to abhor retreat or surrender even when a battle had turned hopeless, and the old-time samurai who had done his duty in a losing cause could lay down his arms with honor intact. That was the last of the 36 strategies, a Chinese classic studied by 20 generations of Japanese warriors. When overwhelmed, you don't fight. You surrender, compromise, or flee. As long as you are not defeated, you have another chance to win. Nor had suicidal tactics played an important role in previous eras of Japanese warfare. After the Russo-Japanese War, 1904-05, the Japanese Army had implemented sweeping changes in its culture and doctrine. The infantry manuals were rewritten to emphasize the importance of fighting spirit over such factors as technology and mechanical power, and the massed fixed bayonet banzai charge was adopted as a preferred tactic in close combat. The no-surrender ethos was codified after the First World War, and later amplified into an absolute injunction in the Japanese Army's revised field manual of 1928. The Army and its publicists did not explicitly glorify suicide tactics until the fighting in and around Shanghai in 1932, when reports of human bombs and human bullets received headline coverage in Japanese newspapers. In the middle years of the Pacific War, this evolved into an exaltation of death in defeat, embodied in the expression gyokusai, smashed jewels. The lyrics of Umi Yukaba, which became tantamount to a national anthem, even seemed to celebrate death for its own sake, quite apart from the question of victory or defeat. If I go away to sea, I shall return a corpse awash. If duty calls me to the mountain, a verdant sword will be my pall. Thus, for the sake of the Emperor, I will not die peacefully at home. Frequent repetition on the radio and at patriotic rallies might have left the impression, especially to younger Japanese, that Umi Yukaba and the sentiments it contained had an ancient lineage. Actually, the lyrics dated back to an 8th century poem, but that poem had previously been obscure and had only been set to music in 1937. The explicit glorification of death in battle, death as an end in itself, was a recent phenomenon in Japanese culture, as were the no-surrender principle, massed suicide attacks, and the master race ideology of imperial Bushido. None of those ideas was anchored in the samurai tradition. The pre-Meiji samurai had fought only his fellow Japanese. He had no occasion to indulge in racial chauvinism, and he did not think at all of foreign conquest. He would have been puzzled by the suggestion that he and other Japanese were somehow co-substantial with the divine emperor. Traditional Bushido extolled humility and the virtues of knowing and respecting one's enemy. It did not preach an attitude of thick-headed truculence or an expectation of heaven-sent victory. But those elements of the ancient warrior codes did not serve the purposes of the ultra-nationalist junta, so they were simply whitewashed out of history, education, and civic discourse. In 1944, there was a simple, pragmatic case for aerial suicide tactics. The new crop of Japanese aviators was simply not good enough to hit the enemy fleet using conventional bombing or torpedo attacks. Air formations dispatched to hit American ships offshore were suffering disastrous losses, and enemy carrier planes were roaming the skies over the Philippines unchallenged. The Japanese had lost nearly 1,000 airplanes in October alone, and the replacement aviators flying into Philippine air bases had only rudimentary skills. Pilot cadets were being rushed through truncated programs and sent to frontline units having logged just a few dozen hours of flight time. Most received no formal gunnery or navigation training. If these new aviators were going to die in their cockpits anyway, as seemed inevitable, perhaps suicide tactics offered the only realistic hope of scoring a valedictory blow against the enemy. Captain Inoguchi, in charge of training the new aviators for kamikaze attacks, said that the problem was essentially spiritual, to inculcate the will to carry it out. As for tactics, he said, the ordinary technique of the pilot is sufficient. No special training methods are necessary. Compared to dive bombing, torpedo bombing, or dogfighting, diving a plane into a ship was a relatively simple maneuver. Even pilots with only basic flying skills should be able to manage it. Therefore, said Inoguchi, it was possible to use aviators who have had short training and least flight experience. Moreover, as the revised show plans were distributed to commanders throughout the region, it was evident that if the Japanese stood any hope of repelling MacArthur's landings, their air forces must knock out at least a portion of the American fleet. They were under intense pressure to deliver results in the impending battle. The Kamikaze Corps was inaugurated on October 20, 1944, on the same day, virtually in the same hour, that General MacArthur waded ashore on Leyte behind his amphibious invasion forces. The catalyst for this momentous development was Vice Admiral Takejiro Onishi, who flew in from Japan to take command of the 1st Air Fleet on October 19th. Onishi was a fierce-looking character, moon-faced with close-cropped hair and an athlete's wiry physique. He was an intimidating figure, with a reputation among his colleagues for sudden rages. As a younger man, he had often been reprimanded for lashing out violently at colleagues and others, especially after he had been drinking. He had risen from humble provincial origins in Hyogo Prefecture near Kobe and spoke in the round vowels of the regional Kansai dialect. Like Isoroku Yamamoto, his late friend and mentor, Onishi had cast his lot with naval aviation early in his career. He had held a series of important aviation jobs ashore and afloat since the pioneering days of the early 1920s, and he deserved an important share of the credit for building the Naval Air Corps that had launched a successful aerial blitzkrieg across a 6,000-mile front in December 1941. Onishi had opposed the decision to attack the United States, as had Yamamoto, but he had helped to plan the attack on Pearl Harbor, and he had personally commanded the Formosa-based air groups that had decimated American air power in the Philippines in the first week of the war. When suicide tactics were first proposed in 1943, Onishi had sharply opposed the concept, and for more than a year he had maintained his opposition to this heresy. Undoubtedly, the subject was personally trying for Onishi, whose first team of aviators had worn the laurels of so many remarkable victories just 2.5 years earlier. As he assumed command of the 1st Air Fleet in October 1944, however, he was obliged to face up to the grave realities in his new command. Philippine air bases could muster only about 50 planes in flyable condition. Reinforcements would soon be pouring in from China and the homeland, but the enemy fleet was already in the offing. Except for a handful of veterans, his pilots were greenhorns. Conventional bombing tactics were ineffective, and most airplanes sent out on such missions did not return to base. On October 19th, the night after his arrival in Manila, Onishi was driven in a black Packard limousine to the main air complex on the island of Luzon, Mabalacat Airfield, which the Americans had called Clark Field. Because American fighters sometimes made strafing attacks on roadways, it was thought safest to make the 2-hour-long drive after dark. On the other hand, driving at night could also be dangerous, because anti-Japanese guerrillas sometimes staged roadside attacks. Even now, when the Americans had not yet landed forces in the Philippines, the Japanese must have had the distinct sense that they were already losing control of the islands. Arriving in Mabalacat, he found the local air staff of the 201st Air Group in a command tent alongside a pockmarked airstrip and a row of dilapidated airplanes, which were kept in barely flyable condition by the efforts of the ground crews. Spare parts had been scavenged from the junked planes that littered the edges of the field. Local staff officers and squadron commanders were rounded up and convened at the headquarters building in town. According to a flight officer who was there, Onishi's pitch was succinct, impassive, and matter-of-fact. In my opinion, there is only one way of assuring that our meager strength will be effective to a maximum degree. That is to organize suicide attack units composed of Zero fighters armed with 250-kilogram bombs, with each plane to crash into a carrier. What do you think? At first, no one uttered a word in response. The inner turmoil and confusion can only be imagined. No one raised an objection, however, and the only questions had to do with the tactical niceties of converting a Zero fighter into a man-guided missile. The aviators and their officers agreed that the suiciders should approach the enemy fleet at high altitude, about 18,000 feet. When the American radar detected them, they would descend quickly to about 200 to 300 feet in hopes of slipping under the radar screen. They would drop window, aluminum strips, in order to thwart the radar operators. On the final approach to their targets, the pilots would drop the noses of their planes and descend in a 45-degree dive. When the assembly broke up, the various squadrons huddled and conferred among themselves. One by one, the leaders came back and reported that their flyers were unanimous. They would do it. Many were inspired by the example of their recently deceased base commander, Admiral Arima, who had sacrificed himself just 5 days earlier. They were likewise spurred to action by the news that the entire Japanese Navy was charging toward Leyte Gulf at risk of total annihilation. Their collective mood was resolute and even giddy. At the time, remarked one pilot ruefully, this seemed the only option we had. It was thought best to name a Naval Academy graduate as leader of the new corps. After some discussion among the staff and commanders, Lieutenant Yukio Seki was nominated for the job. When the idea was put to him, Seki responded without hesitation, "You absolutely must let me do it." The newly formed Suicide Air Group comprised only 26 Zero fighters, divided into 4 sections. 3 sections were based at Mabalacat. The 4th was on the island of Cebu to the south. One half of the planes were designated as escorts and observers. The others would crash dive the enemy. Thus, this first kamikaze unit amounted to only 13 aircraft slated for an actual suicide dive. The command staff gave a name to this corps, Shimpu, an archaic pronunciation of the Chinese ideographs for God and wind. An alternate vernacular pronunciation was kamikaze, but that term did not come into common currency until later. The original name of the Suicide Corps was Shimpu Tokotai, or Divine Wind Special Attack Force. The term kamikaze may have originated in an Allied translation error. In any case, kamikaze caught on with the Allies during the last year of the war, and has since become the commonly accepted term in Japan as well. Upon these 13 suicide planes, the Japanese High Command hung great hopes. It was even thought that they might all score, perhaps sinking as many as 13 American aircraft carriers, a blow devastating enough to repel the coming invasion of the Philippines. Thus, this new Shimpu outfit, as small as it was, hoped to make a major contribution to the impending confrontation. However, there was another dimension to this first introduction of organized suicide plane tactics, which does not always receive the emphasis it deserves. The kamikaze program was at the heart of a public relations and propaganda campaign aimed at Japan's fighting forces and simultaneously at the Japanese population. On October 21st, and again in subsequent days, Admiral Onishi presided over a lugubrious send-off ceremony in which the departing suicide pilots stood to attention as he bid them goodbye, then raised cups of ceremonial sake in a final toast. They sang Umi Yukaba, saluted the admiral, and climbed into their cockpits. The ceremony was attended by a platoon of war correspondents, photographers, and motion picture crews, leaving no doubt that the new kamikaze tactics were to receive wide publicity at home. The purpose of this public relations offensive was much the same as that of the pretended victory off Formosa the previous week. It was propaganda aimed at shoring up the self-confidence of the air groups themselves, who had begun to despair of doing anything to contest American air supremacy. For, as Inoguchi remarked, nothing is more destructive to morale than to learn of the enemy's superiority. It was also propaganda aimed at the home front. Obsessed with the specter of war weariness among the Japanese public, the Tokyo regime wanted to provide a shot in the arm to the general mood. The spectacle of young warriors immolating themselves in battle might spur the people to work harder, to sacrifice more, to band together for the climactic stage of a war for national survival. Those themes had already been introduced into the Japanese news media. After his recent suicide attack on the American fleet, Admiral Arima had been lifted up as a hero god, and it was suggested that Japanese civilians should be inspired by his example and do more for the war effort. There was even an implicit suggestion in much of the editorial commentary that civilians should be shamed by the sacrifices of their fighting forces, and must arouse themselves to work harder, eat less, and give more of themselves to the war effort. Arima's colleague, Admiral Kichisaburo Nomura, went on the radio to urge Japanese workers to attack in the field of production with the spirit of bodily crash. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the kamikaze was a propaganda weapon aimed at the enemy. It was the culmination of what might be called Japan's theory of the Pacific War, a line of reasoning behind its seemingly reckless decision to attack the United States in December 1941, a decision taken in full awareness that American industrial capacity was some 10 times larger than Japan's. The unique collective fighting spirit of the Japanese people, the Yamato spirit as it was often called, explained why Japan had never been conquered, and why it had never lost a war. After the war, General Torashiro Kawabe told his American interrogators, "I wish to explain something which is a difficult thing, and which you may not be able to understand. The Japanese, to the very end, believed that by spiritual means they could fight on equal terms with you. We believed our spiritual confidence in victory would balance any scientific advantages. This was religious dogma, rooted in the divinity of the emperor and through him the Japanese race. If the Americans were still fighting in 1944 and still demanding unconditional surrender, it was because they had not yet fully grasped the potency of this spirit. And how could they? They were a mongrel people, hopelessly decadent and self-seeking without any real unity of spirit or purpose. Their great material wealth, industrial base, and technological aptitude would count for nothing if they could not summon the will to fight to the end on Japan's terms. It was no accident that the kamikaze was introduced to the world in the final weeks of the U.S. presidential campaign, when FDR and Governor Dewey were at one another's throats and American political disharmony was on display for the entire world to see. A typical view was expressed by Admiral Ugaki, who commented on the new kamikaze corps in an October 21st entry in his diary. "Oh, what a noble spirit this is! We are not afraid of 1,000,000 enemies or 1,000 carriers, because our whole force shares the same spirit. If 100 million people set out for production and defense with this spirit now, nobody need worry about the future of the empire." In the United States, they are said to be all crazy about the presidential election, and Dewey is a little ahead. I dare say they can't match us, as their objective in war or their policy of operations are all based on personal benefit. For the 9 remaining months of war to come, this was to be Japan's guiding strategic vision: to display to the Americans the full force and fury of their Yamato spirit. A nation willing to turn its young men into guided missiles was a nation that would fight to the last man, woman, and child, and a nation willing to fight on such terms could not be conquered. If the Japanese raised the stakes high enough, the Americans would flinch. Their leaders, beholden to American voters, lacked the stomach to fight to the point of civilizational annihilation. Perhaps the Pacific War was already lost. In private councils among themselves, the junta's leaders were increasingly willing to admit it. But there was a difference between defeat and surrender, between losing an overseas empire and seeing the homeland overrun by a barbarian army. The man-guided missiles were never a realistic bid for victory, but rather a talisman to ward off the horror of total defeat. Even if the official propaganda would not yet admit it, the battle for the sacred islands of Japan had already begun, and the kamikazes were its first line of defense. Chapter 5. The Leyte invasion was not quite as large as the Normandy invasion 4 months earlier, but the fleet was obliged to cross a lot more ocean. 1,300 miles lay between Hollandia, MacArthur's major port of embarkation on northern New Guinea, and the landing beaches at Leyte Gulf. But the invasion fleet amounted to more than 700 ships, too many to squeeze into Hollandia, so a major portion of the force sailed from Manus in the Admiralties, which lay another 500 miles to the east. The various elements of the Great Armada would rendezvous at sea along the way. By now it was an old story. Hundreds of landing craft had been borrowed from the Pacific Fleet, but that was another old story. The two theaters had been sharing these specialized vessels and their crews since 1943. After more than 2 years of amphibious campaigning, the Americans had the game well in hand. They had honed their techniques the hard way, in some 30 landings north and south of the equator. There was the typical last-minute rush to get forces ready, the distribution of bulky plans, the hurried last-minute fueling and provisioning, the communal spasm of effort required to get the ships to sea on time. And all of this, too, was by now an old and familiar story to the thousands of veterans of this largest amphibious campaign in history. A Gambier Bay pilot patrolling overhead called it the largest force I'd ever seen gathered. Ships stretched all the way to the horizon. The various semi-autonomous task forces sailed in circular cruising formations, doing no better than 9 or 10 knots, so that even the most sluggish vessels could stay on station. A baroque array of attack transports, ordinary transports, landing craft, patrol craft, minesweepers, ammunition ships, oil tankers, and various other service ships. The transports carried 174,000 troops. Each type of landing craft was designated by an acronym beginning with the letter L for landing. LSTs, LSDs, LCIs, LCTs, and half a dozen more. Destroyers knifed through the formations, as graceful as greyhounds and as vigilant as sheepdogs. 9 out of 10 vessels in this force had not even existed when the Japanese had taken the Philippines in 1942. Indeed, many had just recently arrived in the Pacific, manned by freshly trained crews who had never fought in combat. After the war, an interviewer asked Vice Admiral Thomas Kinkaid, commander of the 7th Fleet, how he had coordinated the movements of those hundreds of ships. "I didn't quite do it with my own little fingers," he replied. "It was a question of organization. That's the thing." The Byzantine timetables were devised by working backward from the moment each vessel was wanted in Leyte Gulf. The slowest ships departed first, some as early as October 4th, when the plans were still being written. Then ships left in staggered departures, sailing from their various ports of origin, separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles. The fleet had to refuel while underway, given the great distance, so fleet oilers were found waiting at predetermined times and coordinates. MacArthur jokingly referred to my 3Ks, his troika of senior naval, air, and ground commanders who all happened to have surnames beginning with that letter. Kinkaid led the 7th Fleet, colloquially known as MacArthur's Navy. Lieutenant General George C. Kenney of the USAAF had served as Southwest Pacific Air Commander since July 1942. The 6th Army, the principal ground force for the Leyte operation, was commanded by Lieutenant General Walter Kruger. Covering air support for the first stage of the invasion would be provided by the 3rd Fleet. Halsey would remain in Nimitz's chain of command, as he and Spruance had in prior joint operations. The Joint Chiefs did not attempt to decide how the commands would mesh, merely instructing Nimitz and MacArthur to arrange for coordination of mutual support. After an unprecedented run of carrier airstrikes throughout the Western Pacific, the 3rd Fleet and its Task Force 38 airmen were overdue for a long rest in port. Pilot fatigue was evident in all of the carrier air groups, and its toll was beginning to be counted in more frequent operational accidents. Flight surgeons had noted the debilitating effects of this dread syndrome. The gaunt, hunted look on the faces of the pilots, brittle nerves, rapid weight loss. Halsey had only taken command of the fleet in August, but many of the rank and file had been at sea for 10 months, with only brief liberties in remote Central Pacific atolls. Even Halsey was tired, as Mick Carney had noted. The fleet needed a long spell of rest and replenishment while swinging peacefully at anchors in Ulithi Lagoon. Alas, the invasion of the Philippines was only beginning, and the fast carriers of the 3rd Fleet had a leading part to play. For the first time, MacArthur's ground forces would wage a sustained campaign beyond the radius of USAAF fighter protection. On Leyte, it was hoped that the Americans could capture and quickly upgrade Tacloban Airfield so that it could receive Kenney's interceptors as soon as possible. But until that happened, Halsey's aviators would need to do most of the work of beating back the Japanese air response. When Halsey queried MacArthur on October 21st, asking for an estimate of when Task Force 38 could pull back to Ulithi, the SWPA commander responded firmly, "Basic plan for this operation, in which for the first time I have moved beyond my own land-based air cover, was predicated upon full support by 3rd Fleet. I consider that your mission to cover this operation is essential and paramount." One of the looming known unknowns about the pending operation was the scale and depth of Japanese air resistance. Another was the question of whether the Japanese fleet would contest the landings. Halsey's recent rampages had exposed the frailty of Japanese air power, it was true. but the Philippines were home to hundreds of enemy airfields and feeder strips, and its geographic position was such that it could be reinforced quickly from China, Formosa, and the home islands. The Leyte operation differed from all prior Pacific amphibious landings in that the enemy could rely on depth and dispersal of his air reinforcements. In the pessimistic scenario, the Americans might find themselves in a protracted and grinding air campaign, fighting off waves of enemy planes incoming from the south, west, and north. That was a grim outlook for the carrier force, given that aviator fatigue was already a critical problem. Halsey might have reflected ruefully that the Leyte invasion had been moved up by 2 months on his own bold recommendation. He had made his own bed, and now he was compelled to lie in it. As for the enemy fleet, cryptanalytic intelligence and sighting reports had correctly placed Kurita and the surface warships in Lingga Roads, near Singapore, and Ozawa and the carriers in the Inland Sea. Prevailing opinion in MacArthur's shop and also in the Third Fleet and at Pearl Harbor was that the Japanese Navy would not come out to fight. But there were dissidents to this view, and all could agree that a major fleet action was at least possible. If Kurita's surface ships moved against the Americans, they would have to come through one of the navigable straits that pierce the island barrier of the central Philippines, Surigao Strait to the south of Leyte, or San Bernardino Strait north of Samar, or else pass south of Mindanao, or the long way around the north coast of Luzon. All were considered, but in the rush to meet the October 20th deadline, the 3rd and 7th Fleet commanders and their planners never agreed on detailed contingency plans for each scenario. Kinkaid's 7th Fleet was far from defenseless, and could do much of the work of protecting itself against any enemy thrust. The shore bombardment and fire support group included 6 battleships of the older and slower classes, among them several Leviathans damaged in the attack on Pearl Harbor, and an ample number of cruisers and destroyers. This force was designated Task Group 77-2 and commanded by Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf, a veteran of several previous amphibious operations. Kinkaid's fleet also included 16 small escort carriers, whose planes would be deployed mainly in the role of bombing and strafing ground targets on the invasion beaches and flying protective cover over the amphibious fleet. This was Task Group 77-4, commanded by Rear Admiral Thomas Sprague. His flotilla of small, slow flat tops and their screening destroyers was divided into 3 sections, remembered in history by their radio call signs Taffy 1, Taffy 2, and Taffy 3. Mick Carney, 3rd Fleet Chief of Staff, recalled that Halsey had inculcated this dictum into everyone in his chain of command, that if major action could be provoked, that this was always your primary purpose, to bring about that climactic action, and it was his intention that we go in and slug it out with them if we could get anybody to slug with, no matter what the hell we took. This was firmly fixed in the minds of all of us, on the basis of his personal instructions to us and conclusions from all the discussions that we had leading up to operations. On October 17th, advance elements of the fleet landed U.S. Army Ranger commando teams on 3 small islands that guarded the mouth of the Gulf. The Rangers swiftly overpowered the Japanese garrisons and then set up navigation lights to aid the amphibious convoys. Minesweepers began the painstaking work of finding and sweeping up about 200 floating and fixed mines, clearing a broad channel to the landing beaches. Elite frogmen of the underwater demolition teams, progenitors of today's Navy SEALs, hunted for undersea obstacles, but found none. Before dawn on October 19th, Admiral Oldendorf's fire support ships filed into the Gulf and opened fire on the beaches, commencing a 36-hour-long bombardment. Japanese shore batteries returned fire, landing a few hits on American ships. In firing, however, they advertised their positions, and all were quickly put out of action by the fleet's superior firepower. On October 20th, a dark and moonless night, the transport and amphibious fleet filed into the Gulf unseen, like ghost ships, and maneuvered to their pre-assigned positions. Admiral Oldendorf's bombardment group continued to pour destruction down on the beaches. At 6 o'clock a.m., as the new day dawned on the eastern horizon, the gunfire climbed in volume and intensity to a thunderous din. Watching the spectacle from the bridge of the cruiser Nashville, MacArthur did not mind admitting that he was awed. The barrage made a terrestrial mincemeat out of the shoreline. It was literally reshaping Laty's coastal topography. Great shells streaked into shore, chugging like freight trains and tracing long red arcs through the sky. Rockets made bright white vapor trails that remained etched against the sky in lattice-like patterns. Coils of smoke rose from the beaches and the hills above the beaches. Through binoculars, a witness on a transport offshore watched a destroyer aim 5-inch salvos at a Japanese pillbox on a high promontory. The pillbox was split open like a walnut shell. We could see a few men attempting to climb out when the second salvo hit. That was all. What had once been a well-built fortification was now nothing but a white scar on the hillside. Repeatedly throughout the morning, the naval guns fell silent just seconds before carrier planes swooped over the shoreline, pouring out bombs and rockets and 50 caliber tracers. The beaches themselves were all but invisible under the continuing assault. Layers of yellow and brown smoke hung heavily in the humid air. There was little or no breeze that morning to carry it away. Even on the decks of transports far behind Oldendorf ships, men had to shout to make themselves heard. Their khaki uniform shirts fluttered against their chests, and they could feel the stupendous concussions down low in their viscera. Distant detonations on the hills made a penetrating and resonant sound. Crump, crump, crump. The entire horizon to the south and west was a ring of strobe-like flashes. At exactly 10 o'clock a.m., the first wave of landing boats departed for shore. The barrage rose to a new pitch. The air, the ground, and the decks of the ships seemed to vibrate like harp strings. An observer offshore noted in his log, "It is impossible to distinguish one explosion from another. It is just a roar." The LCVPs and LCTs were led by a vanguard of rocket-mounted boats that fired continuously, the rockets going off with a whoosh, whoosh, and these deadly little missiles fell upon the beaches and the terrain around the tree line. Timing and coordination had been refined to such a degree at this stage of the war that the assault troops peeking over the gunwales of their boats witnessed a sight that none would ever forget. Seconds before the first boats scraped ashore, the curtain of destruction moved suddenly inland about half a mile, like a thunderstorm sweeping across a prairie, and came to rest on positions safely above their landing beaches. Out of the boats, racing up the beach, the assault troops threw themselves flat on the sand, or in the craters made by the great blasts. But they quickly realized that they were not under fire. A few isolated Japanese snipers remained among the burned and blasted remains of palm trees, and here and there one heard the rattle of machine gun fire from a surviving pillbox, but opposition was otherwise negligible. Most enemy troops on the island had apparently pulled back into the mountainous country to the west. The first echelons pressed inland quickly, taking territory and clearing the beaches for the successive waves of boats. In less than an hour, the attackers had secured a beachhead to a depth of about 1,000 feet along most of its length. To the extent that they were held up at all, it was more by the wet terrain than by enemy resistance. Many thousands of troops, 4 divisions overall, landed on their heels, and soon the shoreline was converted into a burgeoning supply depot, with vehicles driving on mud tracks, crates stacked in rows, and men standing and walking upright. Farther inland, infantrymen were digging foxholes and trenches. There was such a concentration of troop strength in the area that the holes directly abutted one another. Many had carried life jackets from the boats to use as pillows, and had laid palm fronds across their foxholes to keep out the rain. The third amphibious war diary noted, "Troops generally 1,000 to 1,400 yards inland. Resistance is fairly light. Troops are still advancing except where enemy is entrenched and using mortars. Casualties are light on landing beaches. There is little evidence of enemy movement." Without any concerted enemy resistance, units on the northern sector swung north and quickly seized possession of the island's most important strategic asset, Tacloban Airfield, near the town of that name on the island's northeast coast. From the bridge of the Nashville, MacArthur swept his binoculars from White Beach near Dulag on the south end of the Long Arc up to Red Beach near Tacloban on the north. There were so many ships standing between the Nashville and the invasion beaches that it was actually difficult to see the beach at all. He paused often to relight his corncob pipe and chatted amiably with the war correspondents assigned to his ship. He regaled them with stories of his first posting in Tacloban when he was a newly commissioned officer out of West Point. A few minutes after 1 o'clock, MacArthur descended a ladder to his landing barge. He was followed by leading members of his staff, his air commander, General Kenny, and a handful of his favorite war correspondents. The barge stopped at another transport to embark Sergio Osmeña, who had succeeded the late Manuel Quezon as President of the Philippines, and Brigadier General Carlos P. Romulo, resident commissioner to the U.S. House of Representatives. As the barge ran in toward Red Beach, MacArthur sat upright on a bench near the stern. He slapped Dick Sutherland on the knee and said, "Believe it or not, Dick, we're back." After 2.5 years, the scene seemed dreamlike. He said it again to Romulo, grasping both of his Filipino friends' hands. "Well, here we are." They were all saying it, recalled Romulo. All said it over and over again, with different inflections, as if it were the newest and profoundest of expressions. It didn't sound trite to us. It sounded like Washington's farewell address or Lincoln at Gettysburg. We couldn't hear it enough. The coxswain ran the barge gently aground with a thud and dropped the ramp. They were about 50 yards from shore. 2 Signal Corps photographers stepped off the ramp and waded ashore so they could capture the scene on film. Sutherland, at MacArthur's arm, repeated, "We're here," and MacArthur agreed, "Well, believe it or not, we're here." The party waited patiently until the photographers had their cameras ready. Then MacArthur, wearing aviator sunglasses under his gold-braided field cap, stepped down into the knee-deep water and began wading in to shore. He was followed at a short distance by Osmeña, then by the others in his party. The photographs capturing this scene would be published in newspapers around the world. Wading through the surf onto a beach congested with supplies, the smell of cordite and burning palm trees thick in his nostrils, MacArthur strode inland at a brisk pace. A company of troops assigned to guard him hurried forward, suddenly anxious, because for a moment the SWPA chief seemed determined to head directly toward the tree line where Japanese snipers might still be lurking. Then he did an about-face and went back to shake hands with Osmeña again. "Mr. President, how does it feel to be home?" Osmeña, tears welling in his eyes, could not find his voice. Carrier planes droned low overhead. The roar of not-so-distant artillery and rifle fire rang in their ears. Emaciated Filipino civilians milled about the scene, many waving American flags that had been kept in hiding during the years of Japanese occupation. They greeted the American soldiers with wide smiles, saying, "Lovely Americans." Another Signal Corps crew was preparing a radio broadcast unit and mounting up a transmitter. MacArthur and Osmeña sat together on a fallen palm log. On a tree nearby, the American and Filipino Commonwealth flags fluttered side by side. The crew let them know the broadcast team was ready. After a short delay, MacArthur took up a handheld microphone. A soft rain began falling as he spoke. The broadcast was carried live in the United States, an extraordinary feat at the time. It was also broadcast throughout the Philippines via the mobile transmitter, although it seems that very few Filipinos heard that initial broadcast. As was his usual practice, MacArthur employed the first-person singular pronoun to refer to the forces under his command. "People of the Philippines," he declared, "I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil." He instructed the Filipino people to rise up and strike the enemy and rally to me. The speech was met with eye-rolling among many of the troops under his command, who saw it as another instance of MacArthur-esque grandstanding. Hadn't they all returned? But there was no arguing with the electrifying effect on the Filipino people. Even if they did not hear the speech on the radio, most soon learned of it from leaflets or word of mouth. The following day, on the steps of the state capitol in Tacloban, MacArthur would preside over a more formal ceremony with President Osmeña, a symbolic transfer of sovereignty back to the Philippines. He had not cleared this declaration with the U.S. State Department or the Department of the Interior, which held Commonwealth authority over the Philippines. MacArthur was making his own U.S. foreign policy in Asia, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last. Late on October 20th, Kuritaa's powerful column of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers entered Brunei Bay in North Borneo. 2 oil tankers were waiting. All ships would drink their fill. The following afternoon, launches from throughout the fleet delivered captains and senior officers to the heavy cruiser Atago, Kuritaa's flagship. There they were briefed on the final show operations order, just arrived from Combined Fleet Headquarters in Hiyoshi. Their faces told the tale. The officers were unsettled by the plan, and some ventured to ask blunt questions. If the situation was as dire as the High Command believed, shouldn't the Commander-in-Chief personally lead them into battle? Why was Admiral Toyoda holed up in his safe underground bunker in Yokohama? If this sortie amounted to a naval banzai charge, shouldn't they aim for the American battleships and carriers rather than the transports in Leyte Gulf? And why were they to attack in daylight after training intensely for a night action? Kuritaa finally rose and answered these objections with a short speech. The surprise attack on the transport fleet offered their best hope of dealing a serious blow to the invasion, he said. This might be the last opportunity for a concerted fleet battle. If they did not fight now, they might never have another chance. It was now or never. Moreover, he said, orders were orders. The officers stood and gave a unified cheer of banzai. Then they drank a toast of cold sake and returned to their ships. Kuritaa's force of 31 warships sortied from Brunei at 0800 on October 22nd and shaped a northerly course for Palawan Island. Having studied the charts and considered all the factors, he had decided that his force would take a middle route through the Palawan Passage, and thence to the Sibuyan Sea and San Bernardino Strait. Kuritaa was followed 7 hours later by Nishimura at the head of the Section C force, which would take a more direct southerly route to Leyte Gulf via Balabac Strait, the Sulu Sea, and Surigao Strait. Far to the north, Admiral Shima's 2nd Striking Force sortied from the port of Mako in the Pescadores Islands and started south with vague orders to follow Nishimura through Surigao Strait. Ozawa's threadbare carrier fleet had hauled their anchors out of mud at the bottom of the inland sea and headed for a rendezvous at the Bungo Strait, putting to sea on the afternoon of October 20th. By nightfall on October 22nd, all of the various elements of Plan Show were in motion. The Japanese order of battle has been identified by a confusing array of names. Kuritaa's old Second Fleet was now designated the 1st Striking Force, subdivided into Sections A, Kuritaa, and C, Nishimura, but some Japanese sources called them the 1st and 2nd Divisionary Attack Forces. Ozawa's carrier fleet was formerly the 1st Mobile Force. Now the Japanese called it the Main Body. Shima's column was designated the 2nd Striking Force, but it had previously been the 5th Fleet, and some sources cite the earlier name. Following the convention in most Western histories, this account will call them the Southern Force, Nishimura, the Center Force, Kuritaa, and the Northern Force, Ozawa, in some cases substituting only the commander's name. Shima's 10 ships will simply be called Shima's Force. Before the battle, the Americans had 44 submarines at sea, many of which were specifically placed to intercept and observe Japanese naval units headed for the waters off the eastern Philippines. More than a dozen had been deployed to observe and guard the sea approaches to Leyte Gulf. The region's complex island geography tended to limit the routes that any deep draft ship could take through the barrier formed by the central islands of the Philippines. Submarines were stationed at various navigational bottlenecks: the Balabac Strait, Mindoro Strait, Verde Island Passage, Palawan Passage, and seas west of Luzon. After studying the charts and considering all the factors, Kurita and his staff chose to traverse Palawan Passage, a navigable corridor running northwest between Palawan Island and the Dangerous Ground. The latter was a poorly charted region of the South China Sea, rife with shoals, keys, and reefs, a 400-year graveyard of shipwrecks. Kurita and his staff knew that their chosen route would likely bring them into the crosshairs of American submarines, but they had no other alternative, given their rigid orders and the limitations imposed by a tight fuel budget. At midnight on October 22nd to 23rd, 2 American Gato-class submarines waited near the southwest end of Palawan Island. The Darter, Commander David McClintock, and Dace, Commander Bladen Claggett, were surfaced, idling side by side, separated by only about 200 feet. At 1:16 a.m., blips began appearing on the Darter's SJ radar scope. They were in the southeast at a range of about 17 miles. At first, the operator thought it must be a weather front, but soon they resolved into many blips, moving together across the scope. They could only be heavy warships, northbound for the Palawan Passage. With a handheld megaphone, McClintock called across the water to the bridge of the Dace. "We have radar contact. Let's go." The 2 subs ran at 4-engine speed on the surface, making about 19 knots, hoping to reach an interception point ahead of the enemy force. Cloaked by darkness, the 2 submarines radioed reports of a Japanese fleet northbound through the Palawan Passage, correctly estimating that it included at least 3 battleships. Darter's first flash report went to Admiral Christie in Australia, who promptly passed it along to Halsey and other commands. Each of the Darter's follow-up contact reports raised the number of ships estimated in the column. In his last report before submerging, McClintock reported, "Minimum 11 ships. Same course, speed." Supposing that the enemy fleet was traveling at 22 knots, the Darter's tracking party was pessimistic about their chances of getting into an attack position. But as the range closed, it became apparent that the fleet was making no better than 18 knots. And it was being funneled into a narrow passage, so its defensive zigzagging would be limited. "We had them now," exclaimed the Darter's log. As the pallid dawn rose over the jungle-covered mountains of Palawan, both U.S. boats submerged. The big ships in the Japanese fleet were arrayed in 2 parallel columns, with a few destroyers on the flanks. Otago led the port column. Darter moved into position to attack that group. Dace continued a few miles northeast and set up an ambush on the starboard column. Their crews manned battle stations. In the conning tower of the Darter, Commander McClintock held his eye up to the periscope glass and turned it by grasping the 2 handles on the shaft. Through the lens, the enemy warships loomed out of the mist, appearing as gray, cathedral-like shapes evenly spaced in 2 lines. The Darter was almost directly ahead of the port column. McClintock watched the Otago as she closed the range, until she grew so large in his crosshairs that he could not see her entire length in the circular field. At 6:32 a.m., he fired 6 bow tube torpedoes at the can't-miss range of 980 yards, then turned sharply to port and fired 4 stern tubes at the following ship, the cruiser Takao. The Otago's lookouts did not spot the incoming torpedo tracks until they were nearly home. In any case, the flagship had no hope of evading. 4 columns of fire and white water erupted along the length of her starboard side. Several hundred of her crew were killed immediately, probably before they knew what was happening. Her bow plowed under, and she listed heavily to starboard. Through the Darter's periscope, McClintock saw black smoke boiling up from a searing mass of orange flames. The stricken cruiser's superstructure was entirely concealed behind the oily plume. He saw Japanese sailors gathering on deck, preparing to abandon ship. On the Atago's bridge, Kurita knew right away that his flagship was finished. He did not hesitate. He told her captain, "It's time to go." Then he removed his shoes, dropped into the sea, and began swimming for the nearest destroyer, the Kishinami. By his own account, Kurita was the first man to leave the ship. The Takao caught 2 torpedoes near her fantail about a minute later. The blasts broke 2 shafts and flooded her boiler rooms, leaving her dead in the water. Her crew rushed into damage control mode as the rest of the column overtook and passed around her. The entire formation now turned sharply to starboard, away from the unseen enemy submarine. But the coast of Palawan was not far to starboard, leaving little room for evasive maneuvers. With Atago foundering, command passed temporarily to Admiral Ugaki in the Yamato. Both columns increased speed and steadied back onto the base course of 40 degrees, but that took them directly into the sights of the Dace. Commander Claggett watched the starboard column as it bore down on him. The Dace was low on torpedoes, so he had to be selective. He decided to let the first 2 ships pass unmolested with the memorable order, "Let them go by, they're only heavy cruisers." Mistakenly, he identified the 3rd ship in column as a Congo-class battleship. Actually, she was another heavy cruiser, the Maya. When she was broadside on at 1,800 yards, he fired a 6-fish salvo. Minutes later, the Dace's crew heard the unmistakable sounds of 4 torpedo hits, followed seconds later by an explosion so deep and terrible that the soundman wondered whether the bottom of the ocean was blowing up. Then they heard a big ship tearing herself apart, rivet from rivet. Claggett called it the most gruesome sound I have ever heard. He rightly surmised that the Maya's magazine had detonated. The ship went up in a soaring tower of white water and flame. Debris rained down in every direction, and it kept raining for the better part of a minute. Admiral Ugaki, watching in dismay from the Yamato's bridge, saw a pall of yellow smoke hanging over the Maya's final position, and nothing was left after the smoke and spray subsided. The other big ships dared not break the pace, so they kept on to the north. But the escorting destroyers scattered depth charges throughout the area, forcing the 2 submarines to remain submerged for several hours. The Japanese destroyers also rescued hundreds of survivors of the Atago and Maya. Admiral Kurita struggled through gelatinous oil-covered seawater to the Kishinami, where he was hauled aboard and given a shot of whiskey and a pair of white sneakers to replace the shoes he had left behind. Looking across to the Atago's last position, he noted that she was already gone. She had sunk in 19 minutes. Kurita signaled to Ugaki that he intended to come aboard Yamato and take her as his new flagship, but he and his staff could not transfer to the battleship until 9 hours later, because the surviving ships needed to clear Palawan Passage in a hurry. The Atago and Maya were gone. The Takao was seriously damaged but could still make way at reduced speed, so she was sent back to Singapore with an escort of 2 destroyers. She was later judged beyond repair and would never fight again. As a result, this opening blow in the Battle of Leyte Gulf had subtracted 5 ships from Kurita's 31-ship fleet. Darter and Dace stalked the retreating Takao, but were forced to give up the hunt when Darter ran hard aground on an uncharted shoal. Every effort was made to haul her free, but to no avail. Dace took Darter's entire crew aboard and returned to Fremantle, abandoning the grounded submarine after placing demolition charges in her control room and conning tower. To this day, the rusted remains of the wreck of the Darter are perched on a reef off Palawan Island, serving as a navigation aid and tourist attraction. McClintock and Claggett's radioed contact reports may have even been more valuable than their attacks on Kurita's fleet, because they gave the first definite indication that the Japanese Navy intended to contest the invasion of Leyte. On the other hand, the sinking of the Atago had dumped the 55-year-old Kurita into the sea and forced him to swim for his life. It had done the same to his entire Center Force staff. They would pass 9 hours on the cramped bridge of a destroyer, during which time the ship was constantly evading phantom submarine contacts, with the crew expecting to be torpedoed at any moment, before going aboard the Yamato in late afternoon. In The Art of War, Sun Tzu had written, "If your enemy is rested, cause him to exert himself." After the war, when interviewed by American interrogators, Kurita was too proud to say that the experience had exhausted or demoralized him. But he privately admitted to colleagues that physical strain, sleep deprivation, and high tension had diminished his performance in the ensuing battle. Admiral Halsey had doubted that the Japanese fleet would contest the Leyte invasion, but at the end of the day on October 23rd, he was forced to conclude that he had been wrong. The day's accumulated sighting reports and clues derived from top-secret radio intercepts, ultras, pointed to a violent reaction by the enemy. The Darter and Dace had revealed that a major surface force was advancing into Visayan seaways, and a subsequent flash report from the submarine Gitaro put that same force near the entrance of Mindoro Strait. No one had spotted the Japanese aircraft carriers, but Nimitz's headquarters warned of indications that Admiral Ozawa's first mobile fleet had sortied from the inland sea and might be closing in from the north. These intelligence estimates were based on radio traffic patterns and a stray intercept discussing movements of fleet oilers to a rendezvous between Japan and the Philippines. As night fell, the northernmost of Halsey's three carrier task groups, Group 38-3, was shadowed by low-flying Japanese night patrol planes, presumably from airfields on Luzon. The fighter squadron spent a tense and mostly sleepless night, expecting to be launched in darkness to fight off a night attack. No such attack came, but the ubiquitous night snoopers seemed to presage a big airstrike the following morning, as indeed they did. Halsey had hoped for a brief reprieve, so that he could rotate his carrier groups back to Ulithi for rest and replenishment. He had already dispatched Group 1, McCain, to the atoll, which lay 800 miles east, and had hoped to send Group 4, Davison, the following day. But there was to be no rest for the weary. Halsey ordered McCain to pause, refuel, and await further orders, and he summoned his three other carrier groups to concentrate close inshore, in waters off southern Luzon and the San Bernardino Strait, and to keep their boilers on the line, ready to make maximum speed. At first light on the 24th, Task Force 38 launched a huge aerial reconnaissance in force. Two plane sections comprising one Hellcat and one Helldiver would each cover a 10-degree slice of the pie to a distance of 300 miles. Climbing to altitude, they fanned out in a great arc on diverging headings, ranging from southwest to northwest, taking them over the Visayan Sea, the Sibuyan Sea, the Mindoro Straits, and all the multitude of other seas, straits, bays, and gulfs of the central Philippine archipelago. Another dozen Hellcats were dispatched as relay planes to circle at altitude about 100 miles west of the task force, their purpose to serve as radio links to aircraft at or near the far western end of their search vectors. In a pinch, they could also defend the task force against enemy airstrikes approaching from the west. The morning was clear and beautiful, with scattered high clouds and a thin layer of broken cumulus at 1,500 feet. From 8,000 feet above the earth, the searchers could see nearly 100 miles in every direction. Below them unfolded a majestic tropical panorama, a repeating pattern of azure shallows, white sandy keys, and mountainous jungle-clad islands. Broad white beaches merged into lush coconut palm groves, lighter greens darkened to deeper greens inland, and steep slopes rose to brown peaks 6,000 or 7,000 feet high, or to black volcanic cones with gaping, smoking calderas. The sea was lighter here and darker there, varying by depth, bottom, and angle of light, with lighter cerulean bands running parallel to the beaches, the shallows strewn with coral reefs that went on for miles, and the sea darkening as it deepened in the straits between the islands, its surface glistening in the morning sun. The carrier airmen had no problems matching the landmarks and channels to the charts they carried in their cockpits. Having flown so many missions over the Philippines during the past 6 weeks, they knew the region well, and they knew precisely where to look for Japanese warships in the relatively few navigable passages through the intricate archipelago. Approaching the island of Mindoro at 7:46 a.m., an intrepid SB-2C pilot noted a cluster of blips on his airborne radar. They were about 10 miles south of the island. He turned toward the contact and soon spotted parallel white wakes, the first indication of a big fleet on the move. In another minute, he could estimate the composition of the fleet: 13 destroyers, 8 cruisers, and 4 battleships. The contact was received on the New Jersey at 8:10 a.m. Monitoring the VHF circuits in flag plot, Halsey and his team awaited confirmation and soon had it. A pilot from the Cabot reported, "I see 'em. Big ships." 2 minutes later, the Intrepid's bombing Squadron 18 commander came on the circuit loud and clear. 4 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, and 13 destroyers. Course east, off the southern tip of Mindoro. That left no doubt. This could only be Kurita's center force, rounding the southern cape of Mindoro and entering Tablas Strait. Kurita's armada was a bit smaller than it had been before crossing paths with Darter and Dace, but it remained formidable by any measure. Judging from his location and heading, it was a good bet that Kurita intended to force the San Bernardino Strait and sweep down on Leyte Gulf from the north. Halsey was preparing to order an airstrike against him when another contact report arrived, this one from an Enterprise search group about 200 miles south in the Sulu Sea, southwest of the island of Negros. A column of 7 surface warships, including 2 battleships. This was Nishimura's southern force. Based on its location and northeasterly course, it was easy to surmise that it was bound for Surigao Strait. Having gotten off their contact reports and summoned aerial reinforcements from adjacent search sectors, the Enterprise planes prepared to attack the southern force. They climbed to 12,000 feet, the ideal pushover altitude for the SB-2Cs. The 14-inch batteries of the 2 Japanese battleships, elevated to maximum angles, threw up anti-aircraft shells that made spectacularly large bursts. These commanded the American aviators' respect, but none was close enough to bother them. The Hellcats dove first, fired their 5-inch aerial rockets from 2,000 feet altitude, then pulled out of their dives and flew strafing runs over the enemy ships. Behind them were the Helldivers, hurtling down at 70-degree dive angles and releasing 500-pound bombs. Several narrowly missed the Yamashiro, exploding close aboard. One near miss caused the starboard hull to buckle slightly, and tons of water entered the ship through the ruptured seams, causing her to list to starboard. The flagship's pagoda superstructure was shot up by the F-6F's rockets and strafing runs, and about 20 crewmen were killed. The battleship Fuso was hit by 2 bombs. The first hit near her number 2 turret and exploded 2 decks down. Another struck near her stern, smashing through her armored deck and exploding in the wardroom. An aviation fuel tank ignited and started a raging fire that devoured her float planes on their catapults. For a time, it looked as though the Fuso might not survive, but her crew contained the damage and she resumed her station in the formation. The destroyer Shigure was also hit by a 500-pounder, but the bomb glanced off her forward turret and exploded in the sea alongside the ship. During this brief, vicious air attack, Admiral Nishimura watched impassively from the bridge of the Yamashiro. A shipmate later recalled, "He looked as cool as a cucumber and was not perturbed at all. He was completely fearless and had iron nerves." Such a commander instilled composure and bravery to his men. First blood had been drawn against his force, but no ship was forced to turn back, and all remained in column with speed undiminished. Judging that the southern force was small enough to leave to Kincaid, Halsey decided to concentrate on the center force. Bypassing Mitcher, the Task Force 38 commander, he got on the low-power TBS talk-between-ships circuit and gave the order in his own voice. "Strike. Repeat, strike. Good luck." Here was Halsey as the attention-seeking thespian, putting his own personal stamp on the battle. Circumventing the chain of command that had been set up by his self-effacing predecessor, he chose a phrase that would be recognized throughout the fleet as a callback to his electrifying order at the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands 2 years earlier. Attack, repeat, attack. At just that moment, 8:27 a.m., a wave of incoming planes appeared on the Task Force 38 radar scopes, approaching from the direction of airfields on Luzon. As expected, the American carriers were going to have to fight off air attacks throughout the morning. As a result, only Admiral Bogan's Task Group 2 managed to put an outgoing strike into the air. A 45-plane formation of dive bombers, torpedo bombers, and fighters from the carriers Intrepid and Cabot. Strike leader Bill Ellis led the flight on a slightly circuitous northwesterly course, skirting the island of Cebu, where Japanese air bases were thought to have been reinforced, and then turning south toward Tablas Strait. After a flight of less than an hour, the Americans spotted their quarry in clear weather. From the air they could see the whole fleet. Visibility remained excellent over the Sibuyan Sea, but every airman's eyes were drawn to the 2 super battleships, the largest warships in the world, steaming at high speed near the hub of a concentric circular array of smaller battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. There were no Japanese airplanes in the vicinity, so the American aviators circled overhead and took their time preparing their attacks. The torpedo-armed TBM Avengers would make anvil attacks on both bows of their targets, to be timed closely with the dive-bombing runs of the SB-2C Helldivers. Earlier in the war, the Americans had struggled to get this choreography right, but in 1944 they had learned to coordinate their attacks with split-second timing. On the Japanese ships, buglers sounded general quarters and men hurried to their stations. The Japanese cursed their lack of air protection, but at least their ships had been reinforced with dozens of new anti-aircraft batteries. The Yamato and Musashi each mounted about 150 individual AA weapons. Collectively, the guns of each ship could throw up 12,000 shells per minute. The smaller battle wagons had about 120 AA guns, the cruisers 90, the destroyers between 30 and 40. In Lingga roads, they had trained intensively to improve their aim and rate of fire. New Sanshikidan shotgun-type Beehive anti-aircraft shells had been designed for the 18.1-inch main batteries of the 2 super ships. As the U.S. planes descended and started their attack runs, Kurita distributed a message to all ships. Enemy attackers are approaching. Trust in the gods and give it your best. Bill Ellis said it was the greatest volume of anti-aircraft fire he had ever seen. The huge main batteries of the battleships had been raised to maximum elevation. As the SB-2Cs and Hellcats rolled into their dives, the big naval weapons erupted into fire. The flak bursts were weirdly colorful, Ellis recalled. Pink with streamers, purple with white tracer, and an abundance of white phosphorus, and one shell that burst and ejected silvery pellets. The Helldivers dove from the east, the sun behind them. They hurtled down at near vertical angles, flying through the anti-aircraft bursts, turning as the Japanese ships turned, keeping their bomb sights fixed on their targets, and releasing their 1,000-pound bombs from a height of about 2,000 feet. Both the Yamato and Musashi were momentarily hidden behind curtains of spray thrown up by near misses. The Musashi took a hit on her number 1 main battery turret, but the bomb did little damage to the well-armored weapon, only removing a circular patch of paint. The near misses apparently loosened the hull plate slightly, causing a sudden surge in leaks, but as the spray subsided, it was clear that the Musashi was forging on with undiminished speed. The Avengers made full-power descents from 15,000 feet to about 200 feet above the sea, collecting speed in the process, so that they leveled off at about 300 knots. They bore in toward the Musashi at this great velocity, from both sides simultaneously. "I saw that damned pagoda," said the torpedo section leader. "But it was the size of the ship that got me. It was so long, and you couldn't miss." From a range of 900 yards, the TBMs dropped their fish and turned to escape. The Musashi maneuvered to evade, and 2 tracks passed narrowly ahead of her, but the third tore into her starboard hull amidships, throwing up a 200-foot tower of whitewater. The shock of the explosion threw hundreds of her crew off their feet. The ship listed to starboard slightly, but counter-flooding quickly returned her to an even keel. As the American planes droned away to the east, the Musashi reported that she could still make 24 knots. She and her sister, the Yamato, had been designed to stand up to 20 or more torpedo hits. One was just a pinprick. But the Avengers had also sent a torpedo into the heavy cruiser Miyoko, a more serious blow. She was forced to drop out of the column and turn back for Brunei Bay. Back at the U.S. task force, the orbiting Hellcats of the Cap had been fighting off Japanese airplanes since early that morning. 3 successive waves of planes launched from Luzon airfields, each comprising 50 to 60 aircraft, fell upon Admiral Sherman's Task Group 3, the northernmost of the 3rd Fleet's carrier units. The defenders managed to prevail in a series of one-sided aerial dogfights throughout the morning. The Hellcats were also needed elsewhere, to accompany outgoing airstrikes on the approaching Japanese fleet and to fly fighter sweeps over enemy airfields. But the attacking swarms were numerous, persistent, and dangerous. If even a single intruder slipped through the fighter screen, it might score a lucky hit on a carrier, and the American fleet was a long way from any friendly port. Bogies came early and stayed late during this day, noted Sherman's war diary. David McCampbell, commander of Air Group 15 on the Essex, was preparing to accompany an outbound airstrike when his squadron received an emergency call to scramble. McCampbell rushed out of the ready room and climbed into his F-6F Hellcat, which was being fueled on a catapult. The hoses were disconnected when his tanks were about half filled, and McCampbell was catapulted off the deck. He did not circle for a rendezvous with the rest of his squadron. He just pointed his nose west and climbed. 7 more F-6Fs followed him to 14,000 feet altitude, gradually executing a running rendezvous that left them in a workable flight formation. Presently, they spotted their adversaries, a composite group of torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and Zero fighters, about 50 planes all told, flying a reciprocal heading at slightly lower altitude. McCampbell radioed the sighting call, tally-ho. Then he climbed, his wingman Roy Rushing climbing with him, to about 18,000 feet. They prepared to make diving attacks on the enemy, but the Japanese now slipped into an old-school defensive maneuver known as a Luftberry Circle, a merry-go-round flight pattern in which each aircraft guarded the plane ahead. McCampbell and Rushing waited patiently, circling about 2,000 feet above this whirlpool of enemy planes, figuring that some were apt to come out of this Luftberry Circle, and then we could go to work on them. The standoff lasted almost a full hour. The 2 men actually smoked cigarettes in their cockpits as they waited. Now and again, a Japanese plane unwisely broke out of the formation or tried to climb to altitude. It was simply a question of watching for an opening, knocking them down, converting into altitude the speed we had obtained in the dive, and then waiting for a couple more to lay themselves open. Eventually, the circular formation began to unravel, as Japanese planes turned west and fled the scene. The Hellcats gave chase and continued making kills. Concerned that he might lose count, McCampbell made pencil marks on his dashboard. I'd cross them when I got to 5, and that way kept score. When Rushing ran out of ammunition and McCampbell's fuel needle was bouncing on empty, they turned for home. There were 11 pencil marks on McCampbell's dashboard. Just as he landed on the Essex, his engine conked out, and the deck crew had to push his plane forward of the crash barrier. Asked how the flight had gone, McCampbell was almost embarrassed to answer. He was certain he got 9, maybe as many as 11. Based on his gun camera footage, he was credited with 9, a single flight kill record. The 7 Essex Hellcats that had sortied with him were credited with 24 kills overall. For that remarkable flight, McCampbell was awarded the Medal of Honor. But the enemy warplanes kept coming all morning long. The network of Japanese, once American airfields north of Manila had become an aerial cornucopia, having been reinforced heavily from other air bases on mainland China and Formosa. The Japanese must not have been aware of the existence to the south of 2 more carrier task groups, because the whole weight of this day's airstrikes fell on Ted Sherman's 4 flight decks off the east coast of Luzon, the big carriers Essex, his flagship, and Lexington, and the light carriers Princeton and Langley. Sherman worried that the Japanese might eventually wear down his overworked cap by sheer weight of numbers. By mid-morning, dawn's clear skies gave way to transient weather fronts and rain squalls. Poor visibility at sea level was a joker in the deck, a capricious factor that could work to either side's advantage. After a chaotic aerial melee shortly after 9 that morning, half a dozen surviving Japanese warplanes eluded the defending American fighters by diving repeatedly into low-lying cloud banks. These enemy strays could be tracked on radar, but the F-6F pilots could not shoot what they could not see. The intruders remained in the vicinity, circling the task force at low altitude, presenting an omnipresent danger. This was white-knuckle warfare, in which fortunes could turn suddenly and blindly in any direction. Helmsmen steered into every passing squall, which could hide ships as well as airplanes. Anti-aircraft gunners sent up terrific volleys whenever an enemy aircraft appeared in a break in the clouds, and falling shell casings roiled the sea like a steel hailstorm. At 9:49 a.m., the light carrier Princeton's luck ran out. She was turning into the wind for flight recovery operations when a lone D-4Y Suisse Judy dive bomber dropped out of the cloud ceiling overhead. The plane was already in a high-speed dive, lined up perfectly on the center line of the ship. Captain William H. Buracker called for hard left rudder, but there was no time to evade. The 250-kilogram bomb descended like a missile from 1,500 feet and struck dead center amidships. It penetrated the flight deck and the hangar deck, and detonated in the bake shop and the adjoining scullery on the second deck, killing the men stationed there. At first, Buracker was hopeful. "I wasn't too much concerned," he said. "I thought it was a small bomb and we could patch up the damage quickly." But a fire in the aft part of the hangar deck fed upon gasoline spilled from a destroyed TBM Avenger. Firefighting and damage control teams were on the job, and the captain maneuvered the Princeton to put the wind on her port bow, intending to contain the blaze in the aft part of the ship. Fire main pressure was soon lost, and firefighters could not keep hoses on the fire. The inferno engulfed 5 more TBM Avengers on the hangar deck. One by one their fuel tanks ignited, and at 10:10 a.m., the torpedoes in their bomb bays went up all at once. The tremendous blast caused the forward and aft elevators to pop free of their wells, and black smoke boiled out of the aft hangar bays and flight deck. Smoke spewed out of ventilation shafts in the island and pilot ready rooms. No one could remain in the hangar without masks and oxygen tanks. Hundreds of crewmen stumbled up the ladders and poured out onto the flight deck, their faces and clothing blackened by smoke. They pressed up toward the forward end of the flight deck and out onto the port catwalks, seeking relief from the heat, flames, and smoke radiating from the hangar. Princeton was adrift, broadside to the wind, seemingly helpless to contain her fires. The captain ordered all crew except damage control parties to evacuate. Her faithful escorts, light cruiser Birmingham, destroyers Morrison and Irwin, drew in close and began taking men off the ship. The Birmingham's fire hoses poured water and foamite on the Princeton's fires, in high arching streams from one ship to the other, and several dozen brave volunteers of the Birmingham's firefighting team boarded the Princeton and joined the fight to save her. The Irwin nosed up against the Princeton's bow and began taking men directly off her flight deck. Badly wounded men were tossed from one ship to waiting hands on the other, with the tosses timed to the rise and fall of the 2 decks. Others went down lines and swam across to the Morrison's and Irwin's cargo nets, but the sea chop was rising and several dozen men drowned. For a time, the Morrison's superstructure became fouled in the Princeton's overhanging air intakes and was fastened in that position, unable to pull free. A gasoline vapor explosion on the Princeton hurled one of her plane-pulling tractors into the air. The vehicle fell end over end and struck a glancing blow on the Morrison's bridge, then came to rest on the destroyer's forecastle. Later, her skipper dryly remarked that this was something he had never expected to witness during his naval career. Buracker remained on the bridge of the Princeton, stepping out onto the veranda when the ambient heat became unbearable. He was accompanied by John Hoskins, another captain who had come aboard as his prospective replacement. Buracker had one serious concern, which he shared with Hoskins. A load of 100-pound aerial bombs had been stored in a ready stowage compartment under the aft part of the hangar. The compartment was roasting in the flames. Would it go up? There was no way to be certain, but Buracker reasoned that if the bombs were going to cook off, they would have done so at the time of the earlier explosion. He still hoped to quench the fires and save the carrier. Between noon and 1:00 p.m., the situation seemed better. The blaze was again corralled in the aft part of the ship, and several screening ships were providing firefighting support. But at 1:30 came the first of several untimely submarine sonar contacts and air warnings, and all ships were ordered to pull clear and maneuver evasively. For about an hour, the Princeton lost the benefit of her escort's hoses. When they returned, the wind had risen to 20 knots, and the flames were gaining. The Birmingham nudged up against the Princeton's weather port quarter and passed spring lines across to make the two ships fast. The cruiser's hoses again began working on the carrier's fires, and stretchers on the Princeton were carefully transferred across. Topside, the Birmingham was now teeming with men, including firefighters, sailors handling lines, medical corpsmen, anti-aircraft gunners, and officers directing these various operations. That was the scene at 3:23 p.m., when the Princeton's ready bomb stowage detonated, just as Buracker had feared. According to the War Damage Report, the monster explosion was caused by the simultaneous mass detonation of 400 100-pound GP bombs, which blew off the entire stern aft of frame 120 and the structure above. The aftermost quarter of the Princeton was simply gone. Debris and chunks of steel, some very large, soared above the ship in high-arching parabolas. Bodies and parts of bodies rained down in every direction. I saw the explosion and remember seeing 10 or 15 bodies fly through the air, recalled John Sheehan, a sailor on the destroyer Porterfield. Some soared over the destroyer Cassin Young and splashed down into the sea on the far side. We went to see if there were any survivors, but couldn't find any. I guess they were just blown to pieces. Later, when talking to a reporter for the Cleveland Plain Dealer, Buracker choked up. It was as surprising as it was terrifying, that explosion, he said. It was the worst I've ever heard in my life. I can't describe it to you. Shrapnel cut across the Birmingham's exposed forecastle like a scythe, killing or wounding 229 of her crew. According to the ship's war diary, the spectacle which greeted the human eye was horrible to behold. Dead, dying, and wounded, many of them badly and horribly, cover the decks. A surviving officer recalled, blood ran freely down our waterways. Many of the ship's crewmen were burned so badly that it seemed unlikely that they could survive, or would even want to survive. Some declined medical treatment, urging that aid be redirected to shipmates with better odds of survival. A petty officer said to the Birmingham's executive officer, "Don't waste morphine on me, Commander. Just hit me over the head." Lee Robinson, below when the explosion occurred, worked for 2 days straight to help his wounded shipmates. "I can get on a crying jag real easy talking about that," he said in an oral history recorded decades later. So many people died so fast, and the blood was just running off the sides of the ship. We had to spread sand around on the decks to keep from slipping on it. He and his unwounded shipmates ran the ship's laundry continuously for days to provide clean bandages for the wounded. Robinson recalled of the Birmingham sick bay, "None of us would go in there alone. We went in pairs because of what we had to look at when we went in." Captains Buracker and Hoskins were on the Princeton's flight deck when the bomb compartment went up. Buracker suffered only superficial wounds in the blast, but Hoskins was struck in the leg by a piece of shrapnel, and the limb was almost entirely severed below the knee. He told Buracker to attend to the other wounded. When the skipper returned a few minutes later, he saw that Hoskins had cut away the remaining flesh with his own knife, completing an auto-amputation, and applied his own tourniquet. Realizing that his tenacious bid to save the Princeton had come at a dreadful cost, Buracker ordered abandon ship. At 4:40 p.m., he was the last of her crew to go down the line. Kurita had been told to expect air cover while passing through the seaways of the central Philippines, but he and his men saw only 5 or 6 Japanese airplanes during the entire 3-day battle. He radioed the Philippine air commanders repeatedly and plaintively, but to no avail. Admiral Fukudome, interrogated after the war, admitted that he had turned a deaf ear to those requests, and decided that the best protection I could give to Kurita's force would be to concentrate my entire air force in attacking your task force, which was waiting outside beyond the channel. The center force was continually set upon by U.S. carrier bombers and torpedo planes throughout the afternoon of October 24th. The crews fought back with the only weapons they could muster against this onslaught, their anti-aircraft guns, and advanced across the Sibuyan Sea, expecting that the attacks would only grow worse as they closed the range. Task Force 38 made a total of 259 aerial sorties against Kurita, including airplanes from no fewer than 7 different carriers: the Intrepid, Essex, Lexington, Franklin, Enterprise, San Jacinto, and Belleau Wood. The Americans lost only 18 planes in this Battle of the Sibuyan Sea, a mercifully low cost considering the volume of flak thrown up by the Japanese ships. The second wave of attackers arrived shortly after noon, about 100 bomb-armed F-6Fs and torpedo-armed TBMs from the Intrepid. The Avengers scored again on the Musashi, sending 3, possibly 4 torpedoes into her port side. At the same time, Hellcats performing as dive bombers hit the ship with 2 bombs. One put the No. 1 main battery turret out of action, and another penetrated into her outer port side engine compartment, destroying steam lines and forcing one of her boilers offline. Deprived of one of her 4 propellers and with a hole gouged into her port side torpedo blister, Musashi could do no more than 22 knots. At that speed, she threw up an unnaturally large bow wave on her port side, caused by the torpedo damage below the waterline. Kurita slowed the rest of the fleet so that the injured supership could stay in company, but a slower speed would make her more vulnerable to dive bombers and especially torpedo bombers. The third wave was devastating. Planes from the Essex and Lexington again targeted the Musashi, planting 2 bombs near the No. 3 turret and sending 4 more torpedoes into her starboard side. The bombs spread carnage among her anti-aircraft gunners and other topside crew, and the torpedoes cut critical power lines and flooded many of her engineering spaces. The impacts caused the length of the great ship to shake intensely. Sailors were thrown off their feet, and cascades of seawater carried dead and wounded men through her scuppers. Below, the sick bay was filled to capacity with bleeding and burned men, and stretchers lined the bulkheads of adjoining corridors. Bomb damage released toxic gases into that part of the ship, requiring an emergency evacuation of the medical staff and wounded. Damage control efforts were hindered by the death or injury of personnel, the flooding of critical regions of the ship, and the frequent arrival of new airstrikes. As compartments housing the ship's hydraulic pumping units were flooded or damaged by bombs, it grew increasingly difficult to keep her on an even keel. As the Lexington and Essex planes headed back over the eastern horizon at 1:50 p.m., the Musashi was listing noticeably to port and riding 13 feet deeper than she had been before the day's first attack. Full of seawater and unable to remain in company with the rest of the center force, she fell behind, accompanied by a lone heavy cruiser, the Tone. When the final wave approached the center force at 2:55 p.m., Enterprise and Franklin airmen saw that Musashi was trailing a long oil slick and making only about 8 knots. The attacking planes circled high above with impunity, well out of reach of even the battleship's 18-inch Sanshikidan shotgun-type Beehive anti-aircraft shells. The torpedo planes waited patiently, planning their attacks. They would all target the ship's port side, the direction of her list. Separated from the rest of the fleet, except Tone, full of seawater, hobbled, down by the bow, the great battleship was a proverbial sitting duck. Her surviving crew, with rising sun hachimaki bandanas tied around their foreheads, continued the fight with desperate ferocity. Stepping over and around the remains of dead and dying shipmates, they manned the remaining anti-aircraft guns. The 18.1-inch main batteries filled the sky with the multicolored bursts of their Sanshikidan. American air crews felt the blast waves emanating from the big weapons. Even at a distance, recalled Jack Lawton, an Avenger pilot with VT-13, I felt the muzzle blast each time they fired. I could swear the wings were ready to fold every time these huge shock waves hit us. The flak rounds were dye-marked with various bright colors, an expedient to aid the Japanese gunners in spotting fire and correcting aim. As blooming multi-hued salvos rocked their planes, the pilots had the odd impression of flying through a celestial florist shop. Some of the explosions were blue, some red, some were pink, and some were yellow, said Lawton. Another VT-13 pilot, Bob Frelig, was reminded of the sight and sounds of the 4th of July celebration at the Lenawee County Fair in my hometown of Adrian, Michigan. The torpedo flyers descended in full-powered glides to wave-top altitude, throttles at the firewall, airspeed indicators pinned on the dial's red line. The best defense against flak was velocity. Lawton felt his machine shimmer and shudder with every impact of every round. Red tracers reached up toward his windshield. He jinked his Grumman to avoid the columns of water erupting in his path, because running into one of these geysers would be like running into a mountain. Main and secondary batteries fired into the sea in the path of the TBMs, sending up 200-foot columns of colored seawater. The Japanese had employed this technique since the early days of the Pacific War, placing shell splashes in the path of low-flying torpedo planes, hoping to knock them down or at least force them to turn away from their attacking runs. Dropping his torpedo at 600 yards, Lawton turned sharply across the Musashi's bow to make good his escape. Frelig also made a good drop, but while taking evasive action to get away from the fire of the ship's guns, I ran into tracer bullets that got my fuel line. Oil started spurting out all over my windshield. Frelig ditched the plane off a nearby island and got ashore with his 2 air crewmen. Taken in by friendly Filipinos, they were rescued several weeks later. With the Musashi sluggish and down in the water, she was an easy target. The TBMs hit her with at least 7 torpedoes, all striking her vulnerable port side. At the same time came a well-synchronized diving attack by SB-2Cs and Hellcats, which rained armor-piercing bombs along her length. A 500-pound bomb struck the ship's superstructure and destroyed the bridge. A second struck lower on the tower, setting it ablaze. These blows killed many of the ship's senior officers. Rear Admiral Toshihira Inoguchi, the skipper, was injured in his right shoulder, but could still move on his own feet. He and his executive officer set up a new command post on the lower flag bridge, but there was not much more they could do to save the ship. She was ablaze all along her length, her port list increasing, and sea chop was breaking over her bow. At least 1 and possibly 2 torpedoes had penetrated the protective outer hull through the jagged holes left by earlier attacks, exploding against the inner hull and flooding the number 4 engine room. According to the executive officer, XO, pumping was hindered due to the cumulative bomb damage above, so it was impossible to check the flooding. The rest of the center force had drawn about 30 miles ahead of the Musashi and was entering the western approaches to the San Bernardino Strait. Kurita radioed several more urgent requests for air cover and for air strikes against Task Force 38, but received no encouraging replies. After the previous morning's fiasco in Palawan Passage, he and his staff were mindful of the risk of a crippling submarine ambush in the choke point formed by the strait. They had only 11 destroyers remaining as escorts, after sailing from Brunei with 15. Commander Tonosuke Otani, the operations officer, predicted that the center force would have to fight off 3 more big airstrikes before nightfall, and he warned Kurita against being caught in confined waters that would make evasive maneuvering difficult. Forcing the strait would be safer after dark. He proposed that they retire temporarily to the westward. The delay might buy more time for air attacks on the American carriers, he reckoned. It might also serve as misdirection, to trick the enemy into concluding that center force was in retreat. Evidently, many on the Yamato's bridge agreed with Otani's reasoning. They cursed the missing in action Japanese air forces and muttered sarcastically about their headquarters colleagues. A Japanese journalist who later interviewed several officers cited the anger and anguish of every man on the Kurita force. It seemed to the men of the fleet that their ships were being offered to the enemy for target practice. That afternoon, Combined Fleet radioed a warning. Enemy submarines were probably lurking in the San Bernardino Strait, and therefore, be alert. This message prompted derisive murmurs on the bridge. It was considered ludicrous and infuriating. The center force had already lost 2 cruisers to submarine attack and had spent the past 48 hours reacting to periscope sightings. Did the imbeciles at headquarters suppose they were anything less than alert? Kurita gave the order at 3:30 p.m., and the fleet executed a 180-degree turn. Another 30 minutes elapsed before he advised headquarters. Owing to the frequency and numerical strength of these enemy attacks, Kurita told Admiral Toyoda he was pausing his advance so that land-based air forces would have time to strike a blow against the American flat tops. If we continue our present course, our losses will increase incalculably, with little hope of success for our mission. He was retiring westward temporarily, he said, and would return to the action later. For an hour, the force steamed westward, returning to within visual range of the stricken Musashi. The Japanese had expected several more rounds of heavy air attacks, so they were pleasantly surprised when none came. A reconnaissance plane was spied circling high above, obviously marking the fleet's westward progress. But after 4:20 p.m., no more enemy aircraft appeared. At 5:15 p.m., having not heard from Toyoda in reply to his last message, Kurita decided that his duty lay on the other side of San Bernardino Strait. "All right," he said simply, "let's go back." The order was apparently greeted with surprise and consternation by certain members of the staff. The Yamato, her escorts in formation, made 2 right-angle turns and resumed their eastward course. They were now 6 or 7 hours behind schedule, which meant that a coordinated pincer attack on the amphibious fleet in Leyte Gulf was not going to happen, unless Nishimura's southern force was equally delayed. Congested radio communications were to blame for the delay in the combined fleet's reply. The problem was similarly acute on the American side. Finally, at 7:15 p.m., Kurita heard from Admiral Toyoda. It was a peremptory order with quasi-religious overtones. With confidence in divine guidance, all forces resumed the attack. The original Japanese wording of this message, Operations Order Number 372, was Tenyu wo kakushin shizengun totsegeki seyo. A literal translation was, "Trusting in heaven's assistance, all forces charge." But it had a between-the-lines meaning that does not translate readily into English. Its author was Toshitane Takata, the Combined Fleet Chief of Staff, who drafted it for Admiral Toyoda's signature. Takata later told American interrogators that the order carried a connotation understood by every Japanese officer, to mean that damage could not be limited or reduced by turning back, so advance even though the fleet should be completely lost. That was my feeling when sending that order. Consequently, I am safe in saying that the Second Fleet was not restricted in any way as to the damage it might suffer. Kurita was being ordered to annihilate himself and his fleet, while trying to inflict some compensatory blows on the American fleet. The survival of Japanese naval forces was not supposed to figure at all in his calculations. He was not to consider, for example, that his destroyers might run out of fuel and be left defenseless against American counterattacks. He was to lead the naval banzai charge that was to secure the Imperial Navy's honor in defeat. This thunderbolt arrived more than an hour after Kurita had already turned back toward the strait. According to Masanori Ito, it was greeted with jeering remarks aboard the bridge of the Yamato. Kurita's staff mocked the presumption of those senior officers, safely tucked away in their underground bunker at home, who dashed off such orders while ignorant of enemy attacks. The impression given by this account is that the collective mood on the bridge was mordant, contemptuous, perhaps even a bit mutinous. One officer remarked, "Leave the fighting to us. Not even a god can direct naval battles from shore." Another translated the meaning of Toyoda's order, "Believing in annihilation, resume the attack." Steaming again to the east, the center force passed a few miles south of the smoking, listing, foundering wreck of the Musashi. As one of the two most heavily armored ships in the world, she could take a great deal of punishment, and she had. More than 20 bomb hits topside and about 19 or 20 torpedoes below the waterline, including 15 in her port side. No warship in history had ever suffered such punishment and survived. From the Yamato's bridge, binoculars brought the scene right up close to Admiral Ugaki's eye. The 72,000-ton Colossus was listing heavily to port, her towering superstructure smashed and blackened by bomb damage, a column of black smoke unspooling thousands of feet into the air. Her long, sleek bow was swamped, her weather deck awash to her forward main turret, and the sea was lapping up against her gold chrysanthemum bow crest. The sun was nearly down, so the pitiful spectacle was suffused in low-angle light that cast long shadows across a violet sea. Ugaki told his diary that the Musashi's miserable position was a sorrowful sight. The Musashi's fate was an ill omen for the Yamato. The two behemoths were twin sisters built on identical lines. Both had been advertised as unsinkable. Japan had poured immense reserves of money, manpower, raw materials, and engineering expertise into their design and construction. An officer in the Naval Ministry had estimated that for the cost of both super battleships, the Japanese Navy could have built 2,000 state-of-the-art fighter planes and trained top-flight pilots to fly them. The program had required major expansions of the two shipyards where they were born, at Nagasaki, Musashi, and Kure, Yamato. Their 2,700-man crews were elite, hand-picked from among the Navy's top performers at every level of the chain of command, from skippers to the humblest ordinary seamen. They were the sister queens of the fleet, whose symbolic importance far surpassed their actual value as weapons. Both had served as flagships to commanders-in-chief of the combined fleet. Ugaki had previously been billeted in both ships as chief of staff to the late Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. With his expert eye, Ugaki did not need a full report to know that nearly all of the Musashi's available starboard pumping-in compartments had already been flooded, so there was little more that could be done to correct the list. As he scrutinized the dying Musashi, the implication was clear. If that ship was sinkable, so was the ship under his feet. Ugaki transmitted orders by blinker light. If there was no hope of reaching Cologne Bay, Admiral Inoguchi should try to reach any nearby harbor. Failing that, he should beach his ship on the nearest island. But Ugaki did not really expect the Musashi to survive, and told his diary that she had sacrificed herself for the Yamato. He added that he expected the Yamato to meet the same fate the following day. I therefore finally made up my mind to share the fate of my ship without reservation, having decided to have Yamato as my death place. The Musashi's port list gradually increased until men had to brace themselves against bulkheads to keep their footing. On the bridge, Inoguchi informed his executive officer, Captain Kenkichi Kato, that he intended to remain with the ship. He penned a quick note to Admiral Toyoda, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, declaring that he had been wrong to place so much faith in the power of big-gun battleships, and admitting the supremacy of naval aviation. He gave the note to Kato and ordered the younger man to save himself. In a ritual that had become all too familiar, the Emperor's portrait was removed from the wardroom and transferred lovingly to a launch. The enormous Sun and Rays battle ensign, some 20 by 10 feet in area, was lowered and folded while a bugler played Kimi ga yo, the national anthem. Meanwhile, the remaining crew worked frantically to arrest the ship's increasing list. Everything that could be moved was transferred to the starboard side of the ship, including wounded men and dead bodies. Their efforts were to no avail. At 7:30, the Musashi rolled past 30 degrees through her point of secondary stability and capsized. Scores of men went over the starboard rail and climbed the barnacle-encrusted bilge and keel as the ship rolled over. Some fell into the holes left by Task Force 38 torpedoes earlier in the day. The Musashi's bow slid under, and her stern lifted from the sea, water falling in cataracts from her 4 great propellers. Sailors retreated aft as the ship went down, climbing the rails and deck fittings, some falling as the quarterdeck rose nearly vertical. Others jumped from the stern railing and were seen to strike and glance off the screws as they fell. When the sea finally closed over the stern, an enormous whirlpool sucked down debris and swimmers. Men wearing life vests were lifted back to the surface where they filled their lungs in relief, but many were quickly pulled down again by the implacable suction, and then surfaced again, and so on repeatedly, as if the ghosts of dead shipmates were reaching up to clutch their ankles. The farther they swam from the sinking colossus, the greater their odds of survival. A few prevailed and lived to tell the tale. Many others were lost, dragged down into the abyss with their beloved Musashi as she voyaged to the floor of the Sibuyan Sea, 3,000 feet below. Flag plot. Occupying a deck in the New Jersey's superstructure was crowded, tense, and noisy. Cigarette smoke hung thick in the air. Voice radio transmissions of pilots in flight were piped into the room on loudspeakers. New data continually streamed into this teeming brain center of the Third Fleet from many disparate sources. It was the job of the Dirty Tricks Department to make sense of it all. The situation was fluid and immensely complex. 2 separate enemy naval task forces were threading the island barrier of the Central Philippines, evidently bound for the Surigao and San Bernardino Straits, respectively. This splitting of forces was a familiar tactic of the Japanese. Halsey had seen it in several naval battles of 1942. No brilliant deductions were needed to see that the enemy intended to force the 2 straits and launch a pincer attack against the amphibious fleet in Leyte Gulf. As the afternoon's last big airstrike on the center force turned for home, their radioed reports were upbeat. The returning pilots were confident that they had wrecked both Yamato-class battleships, as well as 2 other smaller battleships of the Nagato or Kongo classes. They also claimed to have pulverized 2 or 3 heavy cruisers with torpedoes and bombs. Moreover, reconnaissance flights had sighted remnants of the center force on a westerly course. Perhaps they had given up the fight and turned away for good. At any rate, Halsey assumed that Kurita's surviving ships had been so thoroughly mauled that they constituted no serious threat to Kinkaid. Even if the center force managed to run the strait, its fighting power was considered too seriously impaired to win a decision. The emerging mosaic suggested that the Japanese were making an all-out attempt to contest the Leyte invasion. But if that were so, where were their aircraft carriers? Intelligence shops in Washington and Pearl Harbor were unanimous in agreeing that Ozawa's carrier force had been in Japanese waters until at least mid-October. In the past 2 days, decrypted radio intercepts, ultras, gave circumstantial evidence that Ozawa had sailed from Japan and was now in the Philippine Sea somewhere north of Luzon. It was a good bet that he was approaching from the north, and that his arrival would be timed to coincide with those of the other enemy task forces. Halsey and key subordinates were alert to the likelihood that Ozawa would attempt to employ shuttle bombing tactics by linking up to airfields on Luzon. They were determined to find and strike the Japanese carriers before they could be brought into action. Earlier that morning, Halsey had ordered Mitscher to launch a reinforced air search to the northward. But radio circuits were so congested that the directive had not reached the Lexington's flag bridge until 11:30 a.m. At that hour, Task Force 38 was busy fighting off waves of aerial attackers from Luzon. Therefore, the searches were not sent off until 2:05 p.m., and 2 hours later they still had not found Ozawa. In the interim, at 3:12 p.m., Halsey distributed a housekeeping order that was fated to play an outsized role in the next day's events. Designated as a battle plan, it directed that 6 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 14 destroyers currently deployed as screening vessels throughout the carrier groups will be formed as Task Force 34 under Vice Admiral Lee, Commander Battle Line. Willis Ching Lee, the veteran Battleship Division commander who had been serving in that role for several years. Lee had led U.S. forces in the second phase of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, November 14th to 15th, 1942, the only battleship gunfight prior to this point in the Pacific War. Its purpose would be to engage decisively at long ranges. The message was addressed to all subordinate Third Fleet commanders and copied to Nimitz and King. Halsey intended it as a preparatory dispatch, or a warning order to be executed if and when an opportunity for a surface engagement arose. To drive home the point, he subsequently informed his forces by TBS. If the enemy sorties through San Bernardino Strait, TF-34 will be formed when directed by me. Halsey later stressed that the first message was not intended for anyone beyond his own Third Fleet. But since all U.S. naval commands could intercept radio traffic and were privy to the same codes, it was possible for others to eavesdrop on such message traffic. Indeed, it was the usual practice to do so. Halsey's message was copied by the 7th Fleet Communications Team and delivered to Admiral Kinkaid aboard the Wasatch. The subsequent clarification by short-range voice radio was not copied and could not have been copied by Kinkaid nor by Nimitz or King. Given the stilted phrasing common in military dispatches, the words "will be formed" were ambiguous, especially without benefit of the second clarifying message. They could be read as a present-tense imperative, meaning that Halsey was telling his subordinates to form the new task force right away, in preparation for the planned battle. Or his use of the future tense "will" might merely signify that the various ships, deployed in 3 widely separated carrier task groups, would need several hours to rendezvous under Admiral Lee. That was the sense in which Kinkaid understood Halsey's order, and it was similarly misconstrued in Pearl Harbor and Washington. At 4:40 p.m. came news from one of the search planes up north. A large enemy carrier force was sighted about 190 miles off Cape Engano, on the northeast coast of Luzon. Speed 15 knots, course 210 degrees. That could only be Ozawa, and he appeared to be inbound. Given the late hour, he was far out of air-striking range. In flag plot on the New Jersey, Halsey and his staff studied the charts and analyzed the position. 3 enemy naval forces were converging, or had intended to converge, on Leyte Gulf from 3 different directions. Significantly, or so it seemed to Halsey and his team, all 3 formations were traveling at the deliberate speed of about 15 knots, well short of their best cruising speed. As the Third Fleet Action Report put it, it was inferred that there was a predetermined focus of geographical location and time. The movements indicated that a carefully worked-out coordinated Japanese plan was in motion, with 25 October as the earliest date of concerted action. The southern force was headed for Surigao Strait, south of Leyte. It was relatively weak and could be safely left to Kinkaid. The center force had suffered a savage day-long beating from Task Force 38's air groups and appeared to be in retreat. The northern force, newly discovered, was the only enemy naval task force with aircraft carriers. It was fresh, unscathed, its striking power unimpaired. Ozawa probably intended to shuttle bomb the American fleet, meaning that his bombers would strike Task Force 38 at dawn, fly to Luzon to refuel and rearm, and then strike again before returning to their carriers. Halsey could be fairly certain of winning the air battle, given the comfortable margin of superiority possessed by American carrier air power at that stage of the war. But he wanted to annihilate the northern force, to cripple it with multiple airstrikes and finish it off with his surface warships. To be sure of a total wipeout, he would need to close the range. Several officers of the close-knit Noumea gang who had served under Halsey since the fight for Guadalcanal advised taking the whole fleet north. Halsey put his finger down on the chart indicating the reported position of Ozawa's fleet and told Kearny, "Here's where I'm going. Mick, start 'em north." At 8:22 p.m. on October 24th, the New Jersey's radio transmitters summoned Bogan and Davison to raise steam and head north at 25 knots, to fall in with Sherman's Group 3. The Princeton, gutted by fire and abandoned by her crew, was ordered scuttled. The job was carried out by a salvo of torpedoes fired by one of her own escorts. Significantly, all three available carrier groups would join the run north, including the fast battleships and other surface warships that would otherwise have been detached as Task Force 34 and left to guard the eastern mouth of the San Bernardino Strait. The entire armada, 65 ships altogether, would join the northbound charge. Kurita's much weakened center force, should it pull itself together and traverse the strait, would be left to the guns and escort carriers of Kinkaid's 7th Fleet. Halsey informed Kinkaid that he was proceeding north with 3 groups to attack carrier force at dawn. Much was left out of this missive, and perilous misapprehensions crept into the resulting voids. Halsey did not mention Task Force 34 at all. He did not inform his colleague that the 4th Carrier Task Group had previously been sent away to the east and was too distant to provide direct support. Kinkaid's attention was not directed to the vital fact that no part of the 3rd Fleet was guarding or even watching the San Bernardino Strait. Having given his orders, Halsey went down to his sea cabin and turned into his bunk. He was bone-weary, having barely slept during the previous 48 hours. He needed shut-eye and would take it now while he could get it. Among certain members of his intelligence staff and on flag bridges throughout the 3rd Fleet, there was an outbreak of second-guessing. Halsey's decision to leave none of his considerable force to guard the San Bernardino Strait seemed peculiar, even inexplicable. Did he know something that others did not? As Halsey's chosen battle plan was being set in motion, new sighting reports cast doubt on the premise that Kurita was in retreat. The light carrier Independence in Admiral Bogan's Task Group 2 was equipped with a night-flying squadron. Several night patrol flights had been sent over the western approaches to the San Bernardino Strait. Some of their reports were garbled and confusing, but taken together they suggested that the center force was eastbound at high speed. At 6:35, the enemy column was spotted about 6 miles north of its previous position, apparently headed northeast. Another Independence plane reported it adjacent to the middle of Burias Island, which put it 25 miles farther northeast than at the previous point of contact. Then came a report that the Japanese ships were between Burias and Masbate Islands, which meant that Kurita had turned east and was making an imputed speed of 24 knots. If Kurita could cruise at that pace, his force must be in better condition than earlier supposed. Finally came news that navigation lights marking the channel in the San Bernardino Strait had been turned on. Admiral Bogan got on the voice radio and spoke directly to the skipper of the Independence, who told him that the Japanese fleet was traveling on a northeasterly course at high speed. They would soon reach the western approaches of the San Bernardino Strait, where the navigation lights had been turned on. Bogan then hailed the New Jersey directly and was connected to an unknown officer in flag plot. Passing on what he had learned, Bogan proposed that Task Force 34 and one carrier group, his own, be left in charge of the strait. With a rather impatient voice, the other man cut him off, saying, "Yes, we have that information." Bogan said later, "I thought that Admiral Halsey was making one hell of a mistake." He regretted that Lee's battleships were not matched against Kurita's, a fight he believed the Americans would have won handily. It could have meant the end of Japanese naval power right there, Bogan concluded. Completely. It was extremely frustrating. Admiral Lee was thinking along the same lines. He tried to reach the New Jersey, first by blinker light and then by TBS. He asked whether the 3rd Fleet Command had noted the latest sighting reports, and was answered simply, "Roger." Like Bogan, he concluded that there was no more he could do. Ralph Davison, commander of Group 4, told his Chief of Staff James Russell, "Jim, we're playing a hell of a dirty trick on the transports in Leyte Gulf." Russell agreed and asked if Davison would like to contact Admiral Mitcher to recommend a different course of action. Davison declined, remarking, "He must have more information than we do." On the Lexington, the Task Force 38 staff asked for and received confirmation that Halsey had taken direct tactical command of the carriers. Since August, Admiral Mitcher had grown accustomed to riding sidecar in this fashion. He was obviously very tired, physically and mentally, having served continuously since the beginning of 1944. Now he seemed resigned to whatever Halsey and his posse were cooking up. Mitcher was crawling into his bunk when his Chief of Staff, Arleigh Burke, popped his head into the Admiral's sea cabin. He wanted to radio the New Jersey to warn that the Northern force was a decoy. "I think you're right," replied Mitcher. "But I don't know you're right. I don't think we should bother Admiral Halsey. He's busy enough. He's got a lot of things on his mind." Later, Burke returned with the Task Force 38 operations officer, Jim Flatley. They awakened Mitcher and renewed the appeal, citing the news that the navigation lights in San Bernardino Strait had been illuminated. Mitcher asked, "Does Admiral Halsey have that report?" Flatley admitted that he did. "In that case," said Mitcher, "it was not their job to second-guess the fleet boss. If he wants my advice, he'll ask for it." Several officers of the 3rd Fleet intelligence staff believed that the carrier force to the north was a lure, and worried that Halsey was about to swallow it. They had not been consulted before the decision to head north. Mike Cheek, the fleet intelligence officer, argued furiously with Doug Moulton, the air operations officer who was a long-standing member of Halsey's inner circle. Raising his voice, which he was not wont to do, Cheek declared that he knew Kurita was coming through San Bernardino. Moulton was unmoved. Cheek retreated in defeat, but 2 of his juniors later convinced him to take his case up the chain of command to Mick Carney. Carney said that if Cheek wished to wake Halsey to plead his case, he, Carney, would not stand in the way. However, said Carney, he doubted Halsey would be moved by Cheek's reasoning, and added that Halsey has had little or no sleep in the past 48 hours. Cheek could not bring himself to wake the Admiral, and that was that. Halsey and his inner circle were determined not to repeat the blunder they believed Spruance had committed the previous June, during the naval battle off the Marianas, when he had refused to let Task Force 38, then designated 58, chase Ozawa into the west. They were primed, in other words, to run the Japanese carriers to ground and destroy them, and they were willing to gamble heavily to accomplish that goal. According to Mick Carney in an interview given 2 decades after the war, Halsey and Moulton particularly felt very strongly, and early expressed the view that if the Japanese fleet was deprived of its tactical air arm, whatever the plan was for the future, that the effectiveness of that fleet was hamstrung for all time, because we had been convinced that they could replace nothing. Out of these discussions came a determination that night in Halsey's flagship that the principal objective should be the carrier air. It became practically, well, I would say it was almost an obsession. Destroying the Japanese carriers was Halsey's obsession. That was the judgment of his long-serving and loyal chief of staff, the major domo of the Dirty Tricks Department, who later climbed to the top rung of the Navy's command ladder, Chief of Naval Operations 1953 to 1954. Carney's admission was damning, to Halsey as well as to himself, but it shed light on the breakdown that night of the Third Fleet's tactical decision-making machinery. Halsey and his team seemed to have been feeling the effects of prolonged mental and physical fatigue. Many in Flag Plot were recovering from a recent round of the flu. In 6 weeks of almost uninterrupted carrier combat operations, they had taken virtually no rest. But fatigue and the flu did not tell the whole story. Since Halsey had taken command of the fleet in August, relieving Raymond Spruance, there had been a pattern of confusion, sloppiness, and impulsiveness in basic procedures. The Third Fleet staff was considerably larger than the Fifth Fleet staff, but it gave the impression of being far less efficient. The new outfit generally did not produce detailed operations plans as Spruance's staff had done. They preferred to operate through frequent dispatches to the fleet. But communications were often late, ambiguous, or countermanded by 11th-hour changes. Carrier task group commanders were kept in suspense about their next moves. The slapdash habits of the new fleet boss caused headaches even in Pearl Harbor. Nimitz frequently reprimanded Halsey for exceeding his authority or failing to make clear and timely reports. Of one such mishap in early October, Halsey begged the Singpac's pardon. "I am most apologetic for the present mix-up. I can assure you that my intentions were excellent, but my execution rotten." Halsey was in the habit of relying on officers who had accompanied him from SOPAC, men he knew personally, even though none had recent experience in carrier operations. According to Admiral Arthur Radford, a carrier admiral and future chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Halsey either suffered from poor advice in connection with carrier air operations or insisted on making his own decisions, which could be worse. Similar opinions were widely heard in the fleet, even before the most controversial episodes of Halsey's career. Clark Reynolds of Mitcher's staff judged that Halsey did not enjoy the keen professional respect that Spruance had earned, even if he was loved dearly as a leader. Roland Smoot called him a complete and utter clown, but if he said, "Let's go to hell together," you'd go to hell with him. 300 miles to the south in Leyte Gulf, the 7th Fleet was preparing to meet and repulse Nishimura's southern force as it came through Surigao Strait. Kincaid signaled Admiral Oldendorf, commander of the Bombardment and Fire Support Group. "Enemy can arrive Leyte Gulf tonight. Make all preparations for night engagement." Oldendorf's force included most of the U.S. Navy's older battleships with supporting cruisers and destroyers, including 5 battleships that had been knocked out of action in the Japanese strike on Pearl Harbor. 2 of those 5 survivors, West Virginia and California, had been gutted by Japanese aerial torpedoes, causing them to sink to the harbor floor. With a Herculean salvage effort, they had been raised and repaired. While in dry dock at Pearl Harbor, they had been reconstructed from keel to topmasts, and equipped with state-of-the-art gunnery, fire control, and radar systems. Even their crews were new. The West Virginia especially was manned by well-trained greenhorns, most of whom had never been to sea before coming aboard in June. According to the ship's action report, only 12 enlisted men had ever had previous sea experience. 2 of the turret officers had never been to sea before. The 3rd came from submarine duty, and the 4th from small craft. Yet, in a short 3 months, these had gone through a grueling shakedown period and had joined the fleet as a fighting unit. Oldendorf deployed these resurrected battle wagons in a single file across the northern mouth of Surigao Strait. On the flanks, 2 miles south, the cruiser divisions would steam in diagonal lines. in effect creating a semicircle of big guns trained on the enemy's expected line of advance. It was a straightforward and conventional arrangement, faithful to the centuries-old naval concept of the battle line. Oldendorf deployed his destroyers farther south down the strait, with orders to hug the shores. They would take cover in the radar shadows created by the hills and cliffs along the coasts of Panaon and Dinagat Islands. When the moment came, they would make torpedo attacks on the southern force as it came up the strait. Oldendorf also had the use of all of the 7th Fleet's 45 PT boats. He deployed them in the southern part of the strait and the western approaches to it. The boats were to serve mainly as early warning pickets. After radioing contact reports, they were at liberty to attempt torpedo attacks. With several times Nishimoto's aggregate weight of metal, Oldendorf's forces seemed more than sufficient to score a knockout. The southern force would run a long, deadly gauntlet of night torpedo attacks on its way up Surigao Strait. At the head of the strait, if they got that far, the Japanese warships would encounter the massed naval gunfire of 6 battleships and 8 cruisers. Oldendorf's big ships would be positioned on an east-west axis, while Nishimoto's column must approach on a northerly heading. That meant the Allied fleet would have the opportunity to cross the T of the Japanese fleet. That is, bring their full broadsides to bear on ships that could return fire only from their forward turrets. It was an old and venerated tactical concept, dating back to the first mounting of cannon on ships. In effect, the geometry of the action promised to augment Oldendorf's already decisive margin of firepower superiority. Knowing they held the high cards, the Americans were confident of victory. Still, there remained some uncertainty about the composition of the approaching Japanese fleet, and moderate concern about the type of ammunition in Oldendorf's ships. Aerial sighting reports did not agree on the number of battleships in the Japanese column. Some had reported 2, but at least one pilot thought he saw 4. The Americans would hold an advantage even against 4 Japanese battleships, but it would be a more closely matched fight. Prior to the landings on Leyte, the fire support group had loaded a high proportion of the high-explosive HE ordnance preferred for shore bombardment, so their reserves of armor-piercing AP ammunition were relatively limited. That would not become a vital factor except in a prolonged fight, but Oldendorf did not want to tempt fate. To conserve AP ammunition, he told the battleships to hold fire until the enemy had closed to medium range, between 17,000 and 20,000 yards, where their percentage of hits and their fire effect would both be high. During these final preparations, Admiral Kinkaid engaged in delicate negotiations with MacArthur. Under ordinary circumstances, the battle group assigned to Oldendorf would include the cruiser Nashville. But the Nashville had also brought General MacArthur from Hollandia, and for the moment she was still serving as his command ship. He had gone ashore every day since the invasion, but had returned each night to the ship. The situation ashore seemed well enough in hand that MacArthur could have moved his headquarters to Leyte. In fact, he had planned to do so the following day. Kinkaid wanted to send the Nashville down to Surigao, and her officers and crew were certainly keen to join the action. But MacArthur was still aboard, and he wanted to go along on the adventure. He told Kinkaid, "There is every reason why I should be present during such a crucial engagement. Besides, I've never been in a major naval action, and I am anxious to see one." But Kinkaid saw no reason to put the SWPA commander at risk by sending him into a naval battle. He offered MacArthur the use of another non-combatant ship, and then invited him aboard his own command ship, the Wasatch. When MacArthur declined both offers, Kinkaid detached the Nashville from the battle group and left her in Tacloban anchorage. Oldendorf ships were on station before sunset. The battleships and cruisers catapulted their floatplanes, sending them to land on Leyte airfields in order to clear their turrets' arc of fire. The battleships joined up in column at 6:30 p.m. An hour later, the fleet went to general quarters and set Readiness Condition 1 Easy. In Leyte Gulf, all eyes, ears, minds, and hearts were directed south, toward the impending fight in Surigao Strait. No one in the 7th Fleet suspected that Halsey had taken his whole enormous force north, or that he had left the gate at San Bernardino standing wide open without so much as a destroyer picket to raise the alarm. While preparing to ambush Nishimura to his south, Kinkaid was about to be ambushed to his north, and he would not learn the awful truth until Kurita's big guns opened fire a few minutes after dawn. Chapter 6. Throughout the afternoon of October 24th, Nishimura's southern force had forged on doggedly through the Mindanao Sea, still on course for Surigao Strait. After that morning's brief, violent encounter with the 3rd Fleet's patrol planes, it had been left unmolested. The Yamashiro's damage had been contained, her starboard list corrected. Concerned by aerial reports placing many American PT boats in the approaches to Surigao, Nishimura decided to send ahead the cruiser Mogami with 4 destroyers to scout the area before bringing his 2 battleships into Surigao. The Mogami reconnaissance force separated from the battleships at 6:30 p.m. and forged ahead to sniff around the northern part of the Mindanao Sea. Shortly after the scouting force left, Nishimura received Toyoda's message, addressed to all Japanese commanders but implicitly aimed at Kurita. With confidence in divine guidance, all forces resumed the attack. This strangely worded message must have puzzled Nishimura, because he did not yet know that Kurita had turned west. 3 more hours passed before he got word directly from Kurita that the center force was delayed and could not arrive in Leyte Gulf until about 11 the next morning. Undeterred by the discouraging news, Nishimura pressed on at undiminished speed, intending to attack on the original timetable. He must have known that his hopes of penetrating into Leyte Gulf had never been good, but now he could be sure of running into the concentrated gunfire of the entire American fleet, undistracted by the northern prong of the planned pincer attack. His decision to press on also guaranteed that Admiral Shima's 2nd striking force, a stepchild fleet comprising 2 cruisers and several destroyers, would not have time to fall in with his force. Trailing behind by about 45 miles, Shima would simply charge into the fray, with no prior plan to synchronize operations or tactics with Nishimura. Because so few senior Japanese officers lived to tell the tale of what happened in Surigao Strait that night, historians have necessarily relied on inference and speculation. No one can know what was in Nishimura's mind as his flagship Yamashiro plunged into the unpromising battle. He must have suspected that he was leading his 7-ship column into an ambush. Perhaps he supposed that the Japanese retained some vestige of their superior skill in night surface combat, for which they had trained so intensively before the war, and which they had put on display in several night actions in the Solomons. A naval gunfight under cover of darkness would also cut the risk of air attack. But all such tactical considerations overlook the more important point about Nishimura's mission. No part of his force was expected to survive. Nishimura knew he was leading a naval banzai charge, and he was evidently resigned to die. In one sense, his southern force was a decoy, intended to divert some portion of U.S. forces south in order to improve Kurita's odds in the north. In a deeper sense, his little flotilla was to serve as a sacrificial offering to the gods of war. Nishimura's real duty was to suffer glorious annihilation, guns blazing to the last, thus sustaining the Japanese Navy's honor in defeat. Such an assignment could not be spelled out in plain writing, and it was not explicitly communicated in the text of Plan Show or Toyoda's subsequent orders. In his post-war account of the battle, Masanori Ito stressed that Western critics had failed to understand these particular circumstances of Nishimura's assignment. But the accounts of surviving officers and crew confirmed this understanding of their role. Captain Tomoo Tanaka of the destroyer Michishio said that all officers in this force considered that they were engaged in a suicide mission, and none of them expected to return. An operations officer on the battleship Fuso told the sailors of his division that they would dash into Tacloban anchorage, where under the superior guns of the American fleet, the ship would run aground on the beach so that she could continue firing her main batteries even while in a sinking condition. "We are going to participate in a surface special attack," he told his men. In this context, special, toko, referred to a one-way suicide attack. During a pre-battle briefing, according to another witness, Admiral Nishimura had emphasized the need for spiritual readiness as much as combat readiness. Nishimura was reconciled to death. His attitude permeated the ranks, and Nishimura's men went along with him willingly on this suicidal duty. American PT boats lay in wait along the route of Nishimura's advance. 39 boats were deployed in 13 sections, hugging the shores of islands in the Bohol Sea and the southern approaches to Surigao Strait. They lay to in the calm, unruffled sea, their Packard engines rumbling and idle, exhaust fumes floating away on the breeze, waves slapping languidly against their wooden hulls. The night was sultry and mostly clear. A quarter moon hung low in the west, casting a glistening yellow trail across the sea. The Vanguard section was stationed about 60 miles from the southern mouth of the strait, close inshore to the islands of Bohol and Camiguin. At 10:36 p.m., PT-131 registered 2 large blips on her radar scope, closing from the west at 20 knots. Scanning the horizon with night binoculars, Ensign Peter Gadd soon caught sight of the enemy. A double column led by 4 destroyers, followed by the 2 battleships with their distinctive towering pagodas, and finally the cruiser Mogami. While Gadd was radioing the contact report, the Japanese sighted the PT boats in turn and fired illumination rounds in their direction. Star shells burst overhead, bathing the scene in searing red light. Gadd's 3 PTs opened their throttles. Their engines roared, their hulls lifted up out of the sea, and long white wakes stretched away astern. The destroyer Shigure caught them in her searchlights, and her 5-inch guns opened fire. White water columns shot up around the little wooden vessels as they closed the range at better than 30 knots. "The first thing I knew, the boat was hauling ass," said a PT-152 crewman. "We were caught in a searchlight. The noise was incredible." The 40mm gun crew on PT-152 fired on the Shigure, hoping to take out her searchlight, but to no avail. The Shigure and several other ships in the Japanese column turned toward the attackers, reducing their target profiles and preparing to comb torpedoes. The boats launched their fish and turned away to flee. All torpedoes missed, probably widely because the Japanese lookouts saw no tracks. While speeding away in retreat, zigzagging and laying smoke, PT-152 took a direct hit astern. The boat's 37mm gun was destroyed, the gunner killed instantly, and fires flared up in her aft compartments below. PT-130 was also struck, probably by a 6-inch projectile fired from one of the Yamashiro's secondary batteries, but the armor-piercing shell punched through and through the boat's plywood and mahogany without detonating. For an anxious moment it appeared that the damaged PT-152 would be overtaken by the Shigure and blown out of the water, but the destroyer turned back into column, giving up the chase. The Japanese had bigger fish to fry. By a stroke of bad luck, all 3 of the boats in Gadd's section discovered that their radios were disabled. PTs 130 and 131 turned southeast and raced toward Camiguin, where they fell in with another section. Boarding PT-127, Gadd radioed his contact and action report to Admiral Oldendorf at the head of the strait. Now Oldendorf knew that Nishimura was just south of Bohol, about 90 miles southwest of his position, and he would continue to receive position updates throughout the evening. The Allied battleships and cruisers continued to pace the strait at 5 knots, guns trained south, and waited for the enemy to come into range. Passing Limasawa Island, the Japanese force reformed into a double column with destroyers on the flanks. They were observed closely, first on radar and then visually, by the 3 boats of PT Squadron 12, commanded by Lieutenant Dwight H. Owen. As Nishimura reached the southern tip of Panaon Island, Owen's boats swarmed out of the inshore darkness and attacked. PTs 151 and 146 advanced into the searchlights, water spouts leaping up around them, and launched torpedoes from a range of 1,800 yards. Both missed widely. The boats turned away and fled, zigzagging for their lives. In the melee's confusion, the battleship Fuso mistook the cruiser Mogami for an enemy and briefly fired on her, but did not inflict serious damage. As it rounded Panaon Island and turned north into Surigao Strait, the Japanese force was suddenly beset by a swarm of attackers on all sides. Lieutenant Commander Robert Leeson's 3 PT boats, 134, 132, and 137, charged the center of the Japanese column and found themselves in the blinding searchlight of a battleship, probably the Yamashiro. Closing to 1,500 yards, they launched 7 torpedoes, then veered sharply away to escape. Zigzagging erratically, they were chased by the Yamashiro's big guns and a storm of machine gun fire. Her 40mm batteries and her 14-inch main batteries turned night into day, said a PT sailor who felt lucky to have survived the encounter. There was considerable 5-inch gunfire as well. The destroyers must have opened up too, and tracers, smoke, exploding shells, and fire were everywhere. As the Japanese guns reached out for Leeson's 3 retreating boats, another trio charged in from the darkness in the southeast. PTs 523, 524, and 526 found their targets perfectly silhouetted by their own muzzle flashes and star shells. They launched torpedoes, then sheered away to run for the cover of Sumilin Island. It is not clear that the Japanese even saw these 3 starboard attackers, however, because at nearly the same moment, PTs 490, 491, and 493 sped in from the north in a virtual head-on attack. This section broke out of a covering squall to find itself just 700 yards from the nearest enemy destroyer. The enemy ships were engaged with PTs on the other side, therefore momentarily inattentive. This trio of boats made the boldest torpedo run of the night, closing to within 400 yards before being illuminated by searchlights. They launched fish and veered away, chased by whitewater eruptions. All 3 were hit by enemy fire while zigzagging away to the north. PT 493 took the worst beating of any boat that night. 1 5-inch shell struck the stern, a second punctured the hull below the waterline, and a third hit just aft of the chart house, killing 2 men instantly and wounding 7 more. With no one left at the helm, PT 493 turned randomly and threatened to head back toward the enemy, until one of the survivors got to the wheel and straightened her out. She escaped into a passing squall, but she was a wreck, in sinking condition, with most of her crew immobilized by injury. The survivors ran her aground on Panaon Island and carried the wounded men ashore, where they were rescued the next morning. Thus far, the PT attacks had been nothing more than a nuisance to the Japanese. More than 24 torpedoes had been launched, but none had scored. The PT crews, it was later agreed, needed more training in torpedo tactics. Undoubtedly, they had made many wild launches while under fire, or had declined to court their own annihilation by advancing into point-blank range. Some of their weapons had probably malfunctioned. Some might have actually hit their targets but failed to explode. Still, the PTs had executed their prime assignment, to provide an early warning of the enemy's approach. As the Japanese ships fought off successive swarms of devil boats, they lit up the night with gunfire and illumination rounds that could be seen a very long way away. At 2:06 a.m., noted the log of the West Virginia. Saw star shells to southeast far distant. 2 minutes later, gunfire sighted bearing 180 degrees true. Nishimura had blown his cover with this traveling fireworks show. That did not stop him, however, or even slow his progress. Turning into the center of the strait, Nishimura's ships sped on toward the waiting American fleet on a course of 0 degrees, dead north. The moon had set at 11 o'clock p.m., and the night was very dark. The sea remained calm, but frequent squalls of rain swept through the area, obscuring visibility. Japanese lookouts could barely make out the looming masses of the islands of Panaon to port and Dinagat to starboard. They could not see their soaring, heavily forested ridgelines at all, except in sporadic flashes of distant sheet lightning. The familiar shape of Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, was low in the northern sky. Captain Jesse Coward's destroyer Squadron 54 was closing quickly from the north. Coward had arrayed his destroyers in two parallel sections, intending to envelop the Japanese column on two flanks. Closing the range at a combined speed of 40 knots, with Coward's destroyers roaring south at 20 knots and Nishimoto's charging north at the same speed, the two adversaries made visual contact simultaneously when separated by about 5 miles. Coward's eastern column was closing almost head-on, just 10 degrees off the starboard bows of the leading Japanese ships. They laid smoke on their approach, obscuring visibility further, but the owl-eyed Japanese lookouts could make out the distinctive shape of their funnels moving against the formless backdrop of Dinagat. The Japanese opened fire at long range, but their first shots were wild, the splashes falling about 2,000 yards short of their targets. By hugging the shorelines of Surigao Strait, Coward's ships kept within the radar shadow cast by the hilly island terrain. According to Commander Shigeru Nishino, skipper of the destroyer Shigure, this tactic served its purpose. The frustrated Japanese gunners peering at their radar scopes could not differentiate between the ships and the land. We just got one merged reaction on the screen. We fired regardless, but I think it was very ineffective. The American ships did not return fire, lest their muzzle flashes serve as aiming points for the enemy. Coward had instructed his squadron to attack only with torpedoes. At 3:00 a.m., the 3 destroyers in his eastern section launched 27 torpedoes, then turned sharply away to port, chased by naval shells of many calibers. Lookouts on the Japanese ships spotted incoming torpedo tracks and the green phosphorescence they churned up, and the Japanese column steered to evade. The Fuso's 14-inch guns opened fire on 3 retreating destroyers, straddling the McGowan but scoring no hits. At nearly the same moment, however, the Fuso caught 2 torpedoes, possibly 3, on her starboard side amidships. Her boiler room flooded, she listed heavily to starboard and abruptly lost power. She fell out of formation. The cruiser Mogami, following in her wake, had to execute an emergency turn to avoid colliding. The second half of Coward's destroyer force, the western group comprising the Monson and McDermott, launched a spread of 20 torpedoes at ranges between 8,000 and 9,000 yards. These arrived just as Nishimoto's force was turning back onto its base course, dead north. The results were devastating. 3 of 4 Japanese destroyers in the column were struck in 3 minutes. The Yamagumo was struck amidships by 2 torpedoes simultaneously. The blasts detonated 2 of the ship's own torpedoes primed into their tubes. The combined explosions virtually blew her apart, and she sank in about 2 minutes. Commander Nishino recalled that she went down with a hissing sound, like a huge red-hot iron plunged into water. The Michishio was crippled by a hit that struck her port engine room. She began foundering dead in the water, and only by heroic efforts of her surviving crew was she kept afloat. The third, the Asagumo, was struck forward. Her entire bow was torn away, but her crew managed to seal off the damage. The ship turned around and limped south. The crippled Fuso could barely make way. She was fighting for her life, entirely enveloped in flames from her waterline to her masthead. For the ensuing hour, she drifted helplessly on the current. The captain ordered abandon ship, and her crew began leaping into the warm water of Surigao Strait. At about 4:00 a.m., she rolled onto her starboard beam ends, her huge superstructure striking the sea with a great splash. Her bow went under. Her stern stood out of the sea to a height of 150 feet, her screws still turning, and she slid under. Oil spread across the sea, and the fire spread around her to a distance of several hundred feet, engulfing many men attempting to swim to safety. It is not known how many survived her sinking, but very few survived the hours that they would spend as castaways at sea. Only about 10 of the Fuso's crew returned to Japan after the battle. Now there was a tremendous amount of confusion on the Japanese ships. Some thought that the column was surrounded by PT boats. Commander Nishino was under the impression that the flagship Yamashiro had been hit rather than the Fuso. The Yamashiro continued pressing north at 25 knots, but Admiral Nishimura and his officers did not know that the Fuso and 3 destroyers had been hit, and that more than half of the column's combined tonnage was disabled or destroyed. Only the Mogami remained in company with the flagship. Shigure, the only remaining seaworthy Japanese destroyer, raised speed to get clear of the torpedoes, but then lost contact with the rest of the force. For a time, Nishino was unable to raise any friendly ship on the radio. He turned south to find out what had happened to Yamashiro and to get orders if possible, then made a second turn and proceeded north again. At the northern end of the strait, meanwhile, Oldendorf's battleships and cruisers tracked the approaching Japanese ships on radar. They intercepted oddments of Japanese chatter on low-power radio frequencies. The lookouts spied distant star shells and gunfire, and heard the rumble of far-off explosions. Admiral Oldendorf saw the beam of an enemy searchlight sweep across the horizon, which he compared to a walking stick of a blind man being waved through the night, though what it touched we could not see. When the Yamagumo blew up, the explosion could be seen clearly from the top of the strait, and a few seconds later, a corresponding pip vanished from the radar scopes. The gunners were locked on target and ready to open fire, but they held back in obedience to Oldendorf's prior instructions. First, the northernmost destroyer group, Destroyer Squadron 56, must have its turn to strike the enemy. At 3:34 a.m., Oldendorf ordered them forward to get the big boys. This final destroyer attack was led by Captain Roland Smoot in the Newcomb. His Destroyer Squadron 56 destroyers were arrayed in 3 sections, with 3 Fletcher-class ships in each column, 1 to attack Nishimura's left flank, 1 his right, and 1 head-on. They tore down the strait at 25 knots. Mindful that Oldendorf's big guns were about to open fire, and that he had better have his destroyers out of the line of fire when they did, the commander of the middle column radioed, "This has to be quick. Stand by your torpedoes." When the range had closed to 6,000 yards, each column turned their broadsides toward the enemy and launched torpedoes. 5 from each ship, 45 altogether. Then they continued at peak speed toward the edges of the strait, blowing copious amounts of funnel smoke and racing to clear the field of fire. The big guns around the northern horizon erupted just as the last of Smoot's torpedoes shot from their tubes and slapped down into the sea. The 6 and 8-inch guns of the right flank cruisers were first, followed quickly by the 14 and 16-inch main battery salvos of the battleships. Red tracers soared overhead in long, lazy arcs. The big projectiles seemed to hang patiently in the air during their 12-mile journey toward their targets. Captain Smoot called it the most beautiful sight I have ever witnessed. The arched line of tracers in the darkness looked like a continual stream of lighted railroad cars going over a hill. At 3:53 a.m., the West Virginia's first salvo struck home. The gunnery officer chuckled over the intercom and announced, "Hit first salvo." Captain Herbert V. Wiley, studying the target through binoculars, saw the target flare up as the second salvo landed. Although he did not yet know it, the target was the Yamashiro, Nishimura's flagship, which soon absorbed the concentrated shell fire of at least a dozen American cruisers and battleships. The Denver's action report remarked, "Almost from the time of commence firing at 0350, the enemy ships appeared to observers in this ship to be a continual mass of flame and explosions." The Yamashiro advanced stubbornly into this maelstrom. For the next 7 minutes, all of the naval gunfire of the entire Allied fleet was concentrated upon this one ship. Vertical whitewater columns leapt up close aboard to starboard and port. Her heavily armored deck shuddered under a rain of armor-piercing shells. Wounded men were carried down to the wardroom and laid out on tables, but a direct hit obliterated the compartment and killed everyone in it, including the medical staff. Even after all internal communications were lost and the turret gunners were cut off from the bridge, they kept pumping salvos from her main and secondary batteries, and splashes leapt up around the U.S. destroyers and cruisers on the right flank. Without fire control radar, the Yamashiro's shooting was wilder than that of her adversaries, but several shells fell uncomfortably close to the Allied cruisers. One salvo landed wide of the Australian cruiser Shropshire, a second landed closer, and a third went over and sent up big splashes on the far side. Columns of water shot up around the Phoenix and the Louisville, Oldendorf's flagship. The admiral ordered the line of cruisers to raise speed for evasive maneuvering. On the Mogami, following about a quarter of a mile behind the Yamashiro, a crewman recalled that the shriek of incoming shells was an awfully gruesome sound, which passed from left to right. As the first salvo straddled the ship, a towering wall of white water suddenly appeared in the darkness. 6 and 8-inch shells connected topside, disabling a gun turret and flooding the engine rooms. The captain ordered a starboard turn to bring her broadside to bear on the enemy. The Mogami launched 4 torpedoes, aiming roughly at the muzzle flashes up the strait. They were set for a high-speed run, which would limit their range. As she turned, the Mogami's main guns came to bear on 3 retreating American destroyers, the Daly, Hutchins, and Bache. She fired a broadside. The captain of the Daly watched in dismay as the red tracers reached out for his ship. The salvo looked to be on target. It was definitely on in deflection, for it gave the sensation of standing in center field waiting for a fly ball which will land in one's glove, the skipper later remarked. Fortunately, this salvo passed overhead, landing from 200 to 300 yards over. The Yamashiro suffered 2 more torpedo hits on her starboard side, probably fired by the destroyers Newcomb and Benyon. That brought the total to 4. She listed to port and her speed was cut to 6 knots. Fires raged along her length, and her pagoda blazed like a torch. But Nishimura and his chief officers survived, behind the armored steel of their bridge high in the superstructure. He told his chief of staff, "Report to the commander of the main body. We proceed to Leyte for Gyokusai." The Mogami had continued through her starboard turn until she was southbound, headed away from the enemy guns. On the bridge, an argument broke out among the officers. Some wanted to continue down the strait, considering the battle as lost. Others were resolved to fight to the end. The captain, won over by the firebrands, ordered the ship back into the fray. Before the turn could be executed, however, 2 8-inch shells fired by the cruiser Portland ended the argument by scoring a direct hit on the Mogami's bridge. For a time the ship continued on course, no one at the helm and no one giving orders. Surviving members of the crew finally climbed the ladder and found the bridge a charnel house. This sudden decapitation left the ship's gunnery officer in command. The Mogami, continually pummeled by shell fire, was in no condition to fight. The new commanding officer resolved to head south in hopes of saving the ship. The Shigure, having long since lost contact with the Yamashiro, was straddled by 6 and 8-inch shells. The repeated near misses took a heavy toll on the lightly built ship. Commander Nishino said that the close detonations caused the hull to lurch out of the water by at least a meter. "I was receiving a terrific bombardment," he said. "There were so many near misses that the gyro compass was out. The ship was constantly trembling from force of near misses and the wireless was out." Without radio communications, Nishino could not know whether he was expected to press on or retreat. He turned east, hoping to get within signaling range of the Yamashiro, but saw no sign of her or the Mogami, and wondered whether they were still afloat. As on the Mogami, there was a mutinous outbreak of democracy among the ship's officers. Some believed the Shigure to be the last survivor of the Southern force. The gunnery officer questioned whether it was their duty to simply die a dog's death. At 3:15 a.m., Nishino judged that the Yamashiro and Mogami were probably gone, and so I decided to withdraw without receiving orders from anyone. An American destroyer, the Grant, had failed to clear the field of fire and found herself taking heavy fire from two directions. The Yamashiro, firing from a range of about 3 miles, dropped shells all around her. But the most punishing fire was friendly, from the right flank cruiser line. Grant was pulverized by about 20 hits, most probably fired by the cruiser Denver. 34 of her crew were killed, 94 wounded. The commander of the right flank cruisers, Admiral Russell S. Berkey, got on the circuit to warn that a destroyer lay dead in the water and was taking friendly fire. At 4:09 a.m., Oldendorf warned the entire force. Grant is hit and lying dead in the water. All ships take special precaution. As the American fleet complied, the guns fell quiet, and the strait was suddenly eerily serene. The respite was extended when the American battleships turned north in order to avoid torpedoes fired by Mogami. Notwithstanding Nishimoto's brave pledge to keep charging the enemy, the crippled, burning Yamashiro turned south shortly after the Allied guns ceased fire. Perhaps he intended to fall in with Shima, perhaps to retreat to safety. No one can know, as neither he nor any other bridge officer survived to tell the tale. Somehow the engineers managed to bring the Yamashiro's speed back up to 12 knots, but that only increased the inward press of water through the wounds in her hull. At 4:19 a.m., she began keeling over to port, and Nishimoto's chief of staff ordered abandon ship. Then she rolled all the way onto her beam ends, and her great pagoda lay down on the sea. She sank quickly, stern first, taking all but a few of her crew down with her. To the south, meanwhile, visibility had worsened. Rain squalls swept through the Mindanao Sea and the lower part of the strait. Charging east through dirty weather at 25 knots, Shima's little fleet had nearly run aground on Panaon Island. It had turned sharply at the last possible moment when the island's mountainous ridgeline had suddenly loomed out of the mist. While Shima's squadron was making this emergency turn, PT-137 fired a torpedo at the destroyer Ushio. The weapon ran under its target, but continued on and struck the deeper draft cruiser Abukuma, 3,000 yards away. That was the only torpedo fired by a PT boat to score in the battle. Abukuma, badly damaged, fell out of column and limped away at 10 knots. Entering Surigao Strait and steaming north through darkness at 28 knots, Shima's lookouts caught a distant glimpse of the sinking Fuso. Smoke added to rain and haze made for poor visibility, and Shima's men mistakenly thought they saw 2 burning battleships, not 1. This may have been because the Fuso's bow had been torn from the ship and was still afloat. It is also possible that the lookouts had mistaken a large oil fire for a second ship. At any rate, the newcomers did not pause, but continued up Surigao Strait at high speed. At 4:22 a.m., Shima's column turned right and began firing torpedoes. The missiles raced away at 49 knots. Just as the flagship Nachi's torpedoes were away, her lookouts spotted the Mogami. To their eyes, she appeared dead in the water, still burning. But as the range closed, the bridge officers realized that the ship was underway on a fast converging course. The Nachi's captain ordered full reverse power, but it was too late to avoid the head-on collision. The Mogami's steering room was flooded and her speed cut in half. The Nachi was also badly damaged, with her top effective speed cut to 19 knots. The Nachi turned south, the crew investigating the damage. During this interval, the 5th Fleet torpedo officer Kokichi Mori conferred with Shima on the Nachi's bridge. Considering the damage to the ship, the near annihilation of Nishimoto's force, and the deteriorating visibility at sea level, Mori argued that it would be suicidal to keep advancing. A trap had been laid for them. "Admiral," he said, "up ahead the enemy must be waiting for us with open arms." Shima, convinced, decided to call it a night. He radioed Toyota. This force has concluded its attack and is retiring from the battle area in order to plan subsequent action. Samuel Eliot Morison called Shima's decision the most intelligent act of any Japanese commander in the entire battle. At 5:00 a.m., with a pale gray dawn budding in the east, the surviving remnants of the two Japanese fleets limped down Surigao Strait. Leaving the battleships on station, Admiral Oldendorf led a group of cruisers and destroyers, including his flagship Louisville, south to pursue and polish off enemy cripples. Wary of blundering into a torpedo attack, Oldendorf held his speed to a cautious 15 knots. Visibility at sea level remained poor, hindered by squalls, mists, and persistent smoke from burning ships and floating oil fires. The sea was polluted by spilled bunker oil and littered with debris and floating bodies. Hundreds of Japanese sailors were seen among the flotsam, treading water or clutching wreckage. As usual, nearly all refused offers of rescue, even attempting to drown themselves when American ships approached. The pursuers came upon the floating wrecks of what they took to be 4 different Japanese ships in a sinking condition, but these vessels could not be identified because of the heavy oil smoke and flames surrounding them. Part of the Fuso remained afloat, possibly her bow. The passing Louisville fired several salvos at this remnant and apparently sank it. At first, the damaged Nachi, Mogami, and Shigure managed enough speed to stay ahead of Oldendorf. Off Kanihan Island, however, they were slowed by a swarm of pesky PT boats. The Mogami, still afire and barely able to steer, traded blows with the little attackers. She scattered 8-inch shells around the boats and drove them off, and even scored a direct hit on PT-194, which destroyed 3 of the boat's engines and killed a 40mm gunner. Oldendorf's cruisers sighted the distant Mogami at 5:29 a.m. and opened fire at long range, scoring about 10 hits. The captain of the Columbia, observing the target through binoculars, reported that she was completely ablaze and burning worse than the Arizona burned at Pearl Harbor. Admiral Shima took the hard-hearted decision to keep moving, leaving the Mogami behind to divert the American pursuers. The Nachi, the Shigure, and the rest of the 2nd Striking Force slipped away and rounded Panaon. Incredibly, however, the Mogami refused to die even when left behind in this desperate condition. Her intrepid engine crew got her moving at 12 knots again, and she escaped to the Mindanao Sea. The last Japanese ship left afloat in Surigao Strait was the crippled destroyer Asagumo, which had earlier been shorn of her bow by cowards' torpedoes. She lay dead in the water, her foredeck awash. One gun turret still had life in it and fired gamely back at a swarm of PT boats that attempted to sink her with torpedoes. The captain had ordered abandoned ship sometime before 7:00 a.m., and the men were transferring into boats when the pursuing American ships came into range. Asagumo came under fire at 7:04 a.m., first by a destroyer, followed minutes later by many more cruisers and destroyers. In all, 10 American ships participated in the final pummeling of the dying destroyer. Ripped open at the waterline, flames bursting from all of her hatches, the Asagumo rolled over and went down by the bow. Someone on her bridge radioed a valedictory report to Admirals Toyota and Kurita. I went down under attack. By some accounts, her single operative turret kept firing, even as the ship sank. James L. Holloway III, gunnery officer on the Benyon, saw the last of this plucky little warrior. When we had closed to about 2,000 yards, the Japanese destroyer slid beneath the gray, choppy waters, bow first, her screws still slowly rotating as we passed close aboard. Carrier airstrikes would chase the fleeing ships, and the 9-lived Mogami would finally succumb to air attack later that afternoon. The Shigure, the only surviving unit of Admiral Nishimura's southern force, would reach Brunei on October 27th. Aerial pursuit and mopping up operations would continue in the days that followed, eventually chasing Shima all the way to Manila Bay, where his flagship Nachi would be sunk by air attack on November 5th. but Oldendorf's part of the battle was finished. At 7:25 a.m. on October 24th, he received the first of several urgent distress calls summoning him north. The 7th Fleet escort carriers stationed north of Leyte Gulf were under attack by a powerful Japanese surface fleet that had seemed to materialize out of nowhere. San Bernardino Strait being a narrow and precarious passage, Kurita's center force was compelled to pass through it in single-column formation. Fearing a reprise of the devastating submarine attack in Palawan Passage, the 13-mile-long file of ships rushed through at a breakneck 20 knots. An 8-knot current was running, and the danger of grounding seemed high. But the night was clear with visibility unimpeded, and as Halsey's night patrol planes had earlier noted, the channel buoys and lighthouses were illuminated. The fleet emerged intact, debouching into the Philippine Sea at midnight. 6 hours behind schedule, its crews still had no word of Nishimura's fate. Assuming that they were being tracked by radar, night reconnaissance planes, and Filipino coast watchers along the shores of the strait, Kurita and his officers could hardly believe their good fortune. No enemy submarines had bothered them. They had expected to find the mast guns of U.S. battleships blocking their exit from the strait, the same sort of T-crossing ambush that had just walloped Nishimura 300 miles south. Operations Officer Tonosuke Otani later said that such a scenario would have given the center force a hard time, and the expectation caused grave concern on the bridge of the Yamato. But here they were safely through the strait, with nothing standing in their way. For 2 hours the force ran east, straight out to sea. The single column reformed into a night search disposition, 6 columns covering a swath of ocean nearly 20 miles wide. The Japanese had no intelligence of Halsey's whereabouts. They were merely guessing at where they might find him based on the headings the American carrier planes had flown the previous afternoon. At 3:00 a.m., the Yamato blinkered orders to alter course to the southeast, toward Leyte Gulf. For the next 3 hours the fleet charged south, keeping Samar's distant mountains broad on the starboard beam. At 5:30, the Yamato received Admiral Shima's report that the Yamashiro and Fuso were gone, the Mogami was in flames, and all surviving Japanese forces were retiring from Surigao Strait. The dismal news could not have come as a great surprise, but it confirmed that the envisioned pincer attack would not come off. If the center force managed to push through to Leyte Gulf, it would do so alone. At 6:14 a.m., the new day broke with a characteristically vivid tropical sunrise. The northeasterly wind was gentle and the sea was docile, but a gray ceiling of broken cumulus drifted overhead, and dark rain squalls swept low over the sea. Standing between Kurita and his objective were the escort carrier groups of the 7th Fleet. This force amounted to 16 small flat tops with 22 destroyers and destroyer escorts, DEs, as screen. Together they were designated Task Group 77-4, under the command of Rear Admiral Thomas L. Sprague. The group was subdivided into 3 task units, Taffy 1, Taffy 2, and Taffy 3. The northernmost unit, Taffy 3, was led by Rear Admiral Clifton A.F. Ziggy Sprague. The 2 Spragues were not related. By an improbable fluke, these 2 Naval Academy classmates, class of 1917, who shared a relatively uncommon surname but not a bloodline, had landed together as Rear Admirals in the same little section of the 7th Fleet. The escort carriers, CVEs, were small auxiliaries sometimes known by their nicknames Jeep carriers or baby flat tops. They were about 1/2 the length and 1/3 the weight of the Essex-class fleet carriers. They were 500 feet long, displaced about 10,000 tons, and carried just 25 to 30 aircraft. Their greatest virtue from the Navy's point of view was that they could be built and launched quickly and cheaply. They were deployed in limited roles: to provide air cover for merchant convoys and transport fleets, to support amphibious landings, and to ferry replacement aircraft across the Pacific. They were too slow to keep company with the big fighting carriers of Task Force 38, Most could do no better than 18 knots. They were considered too frail to stand up to a concerted air or submarine attack, because their thin steel skin was too easily pierced by bombs or torpedoes. The crews joked that CVE stood for combustible, vulnerable, and expendable, and their mordant appraisal was accurate on all three counts. The first CVEs had been improvised by throwing a flight deck over the hull of a cargo ship or oil tanker, but a subsequent generation was purpose-built by Henry Kaiser in his Vancouver, Washington shipyard. The Kaiser-built units, hull numbers 55 through 104, were disparaged as Kaiser's coffins. Of the 16 escort carriers in Task Group 77-4, 13 had been built by Kaiser. Thus far, the Leyte operation had been fairly uneventful for the Taffy units. The ships had been on station off Samar and Leyte for nearly a week. The air groups had been busy flying combat air patrol over the transport fleet and reconnaissance flights over the central Philippines and attacking ground targets on the beach. But the ship's crews had barely seen any enemy airplanes. There had been a few submarine scares, but no sign of Japanese warships. The destroyers had faithfully executed their screening functions, hunting the perimeter for submarine intruders and lifeguarding downed aviators. The Taffy units had not expected to participate in the sea fights raging to the south, the east, and prospectively the north. So it came as a rude surprise when the pagoda masts of Kurita's giant battleships and cruisers first peeked over the northwest horizon shortly before 7 o'clock that morning. The first hints of the intruders' presence had arrived half an hour earlier, when Taffy 3's anti-submarine patrol planes had catapulted from the flight decks. Japanese voices were overheard on a short-range, low-power radio channel. The nearest enemy ships were thought to be more than 150 miles away, but the transmissions could have originated on an island of the nearby Philippines. An unidentified SG radar contact seemed to reveal something approaching from the north, but the blips had not resolved into anything resembling a fleet. It could be a portion of Halsey's force, or perhaps just a weather front. At 6:46 a.m., lookouts in Taffy 3 sighted distant anti-aircraft bursts over the northwest horizon. That was definitely strange, and Ziggy Sprague was about to tell his orbiting planes to investigate when a pilot radioed, "Enemy surface force 20 miles northwest of your task group and closing at 20 knots." Assuming that some screwy young aviator had foolishly misidentified elements of the Third Fleet, Admiral Sprague was irritated. He shouted into the squawk box, "Airplot, tell him to check his identification." The reply came back a minute later. "Identification of enemy force confirmed," said the pilot. "Ships have pagoda masts." Sprague and his officers scanned the northwest horizon with disbelieving eyes. More flak bursts mottled the sky. The dark shapes of Japanese topmasts emerged above the horizon. The nearest pursuers were 17 miles away and bearing down quickly. On the Franks, a destroyer in the nearby Taffy 2 screening group, breakfast was interrupted by a hair-raising call to general quarters. "We ran to the battle stations," recalled sailor Michael Back, Jr. "I ran to the bridge and looked out, and I saw what looked like toothpicks on the horizon, right across the horizon. Many, many ships." Blindsided by the sudden emergency, Sprague reacted quickly. He broadcast a contact report and called for air support from the neighboring Taffy groups. He turned his carriers east into the wind and ordered them to work up to maximum speed. All airplanes spotted on the flight decks were launched immediately, even if they were not armed with anti-ship ordnance. The destroyers were told to zigzag astern of the fleeing CVEs while laying down the heaviest smoke screen they could manage. The carriers, too, were instructed to blow as much smoke as possible from their stacks, and to deploy chemical vapor units ordinarily employed by aircraft. The Japanese were almost as surprised as the Americans. Lookouts caught sight of Taffy 3 only minutes before they were sighted in turn, at about the maximum distance permitted by the curvature of the Earth. Even before the Americans began laying smoke screens, visibility was less than ideal. The sky was overcast with gray mists at sea level. The strange ships were hull down in the southeast, and at first it was not obvious that they were aircraft carriers. Some on the bridge of the Yamato even said that they must be Japanese ships. Had they found Admiral Ozawa's northern force? Soon the masts of the 2nd Escort Carrier Group, Taffy 2, peeked over the ocean rim to the south. As the range closed, lookouts saw planes launching, and the rectangular profiles of the CVEs rose above the horizon. They were carriers, and not Ozawa's. But what sort of carriers? The Japanese did not know that the U.S. Navy had deployed a large force of small auxiliary aircraft carriers in the Pacific. The officers on the Yamato's bridge concluded that they must have stumbled upon part of Task Force 38. In any case, victory seemed within their grasp. This was indeed a miracle, said Tomiji Koyanagi, Kurita's chief of staff. Think of a surface fleet coming up on an enemy carrier group. We moved to take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity. Their prime objective was to overtake and destroy the American flight decks before they could launch planes to attack their pursuers. The tactical circumstances called for making an all-out chase, and also, if possible, maneuvering to windward of the quarry so that they could not conduct flight operations while running away. Kurita ordered general pursuit, which meant that each Japanese ship was to give chase at its best individual speed, not bothering to remain in fleet cruising formation. At 6:59 a.m., he ordered, "Ready for surface battle." In deference to custom and tradition, the other ships waited for the flagship to fire the first salvo. The Yamato's 6-inch secondary batteries spoke first, followed quickly by her two forward 18-inch main battery turrets. At that great range, the long barrels of the Yamato's mammoth main guns were trained forward and elevated to 23 degrees. Propelled by 6 great jets of flame and smoke, 6 armor-piercing projectiles spun out of the muzzles and began climbing toward the distant target. Each shell weighed 3,200 pounds. After 25 seconds of flight, midway to impact, the shells reached the apex of their trajectories, about 20,000 feet above sea level. Then they began descending at a terminal velocity of about 1,500 feet per second, significantly less than initial muzzle velocity, but still much faster than the speed of sound. From the American point of view, therefore, no whining or whistling announced the incoming salvo. They did not learn that they were under fire until 6 whitewater towers suddenly erupted off the starboard beam of the carrier White Plains. Each matched the height of a 20-story building. The towers dissolved only gradually, as cataracts of spray fell away to leeward. Half a minute after impact, 6 ghost columns of vapor still hovered over the spots where the monstrous shells had struck. No ship in Taffy 3 was armed with weapons greater than 5-inch caliber, so the Americans could not return fire at this range. They could only run for their lives. But they could not run especially fast. Even with all boilers on the line, some of the CVEs in the group could barely make 17 knots. Sprague later admitted, "I didn't think we'd last 15 minutes." The Yamato's second salvo, fired less than a minute after the first, bracketed the White Plains with a close straddle. The baby flat top vanished momentarily behind a wall of spray. She surged ahead seemingly intact, but the Yamato's near misses sent destructive shockwaves through the lightly constructed ship. Rivets tore loose, welds ripped open, electric power cut out, interior lighting was doused, radio transmitters and receivers were disabled, radar screens flickered out, and a table on the bridge fell over when one of its legs buckled. As sheets of spray fell across the White Plains' flight deck, the Yamato's third salvo arrived. The 6-shell pattern fell microscopically close, according to Captain Dennis J. Sullivan, who added, "The vessel was shaken and twisted violently, throwing personnel in some parts of the ship from their feet, and much gear to the deck from normal horizontal storage." One of the shells burrowed into the sea and detonated beneath the ship, on the port side near the keel. According to the after-action report, the ship twisted and lifted, crushing and tearing expansion joints at frame 101 and 146, port and starboard. The shock of the blast tore hull plates asunder beneath the waterline, cut the steering control leads, warped interior decks and bulkheads, and sprung oil and aviation gasoline leaks throughout the ship. On the flight deck, a Wildcat preparing to launch jumped its wheel chocks and lurched forward, where its propeller took a bite out of the wing of the next aircraft ahead. 2 of the ship's 4 boilers suffered a sudden reduction in steam pressure. If the submerged projectile had exploded a few feet aft, it might have flooded the engineering spaces and left the white planes dead in the water, in which case the ship would have been left to the mercy of the fast-approaching enemy. The Type 1 armor-piercing projectile fired by the Yamato had been purposely designed to dive under a ship if it landed in the sea short of the target. This round had functioned as intended, maintaining a linear underwater trajectory and detonating 0.4 seconds after surface impact. Though it did not make physical contact with the ship, its blast force was directed upward into the vulnerable part of the hull. In this respect, the Type 1 projectile had behaved like a mine or an American torpedo fused with a magnetic detonator, designed to trigger the warhead when the weapon was directly beneath the ship. In his meticulous analysis of the battle off Samar, The World Wondered 2014, Robert Lundgren proposes that the Yamato's third salvo should be credited as a hit on the White Plains. If the claim is accepted, the Yamato holds the singular honor of scoring the longest-ranged naval gunfire hit in history, 34,587 yards, or nearly 20 miles. Edward J. Huxtable, Air Commander on the Gambier Bay, was eating breakfast in the wardroom with fellow aviators when the shattering alarm for general quarters blared from the loudspeakers. He dashed up to the flight deck, ignorant of the sudden developments. His aircraft, a TBM Avenger, had not yet been armed with either bombs or torpedoes, but the plane captain seemed eager to launch him anyway. Huxtable was perplexed as he slid into his cockpit, wondering why he would be sent aloft in a disarmed plane. Suddenly, I heard what seemed to be a rifle shot next to my left ear. I looked and saw a salvo of heavy-caliber stuff splashing alongside the White Plains. Until that instant, I had no idea the enemy was so near. I was more than ready to get on that catapult. Huxtable catapulted and climbed, followed by several more Avengers. They zoomed through a layer of gray overcast at 1,200 feet. Admiral Sprague came onto the circuit and told them, "Attack immediately." Visibility from the air was very poor, and Huxtable could barely make out the enemy fleet through the lowering gloom. He noted that 4 Japanese cruisers were closing in on Taffy 3's port quarter, and resolved to make strafing runs in hopes of slowing their pursuit. Huxtable flew low along the axis of their advance, passing over each ship in turn. Flak bursts rocked his plane, but he kept his finger depressed on the trigger and poured a stream of 50 caliber tracer fire onto the enemy decks. Then he banked around for another low-altitude run, this time opening his Grumman's long, narrow bomb bay doors. He had no torpedo in the bay, but the Japanese would see the open doors. Perhaps they could be tricked by a simulated torpedo attack into taking evasive maneuvers that would buy time for the fleeing carriers. Dozens of other airmen had similar ideas. Aircraft of many squadrons orbited the Japanese fleet and dove through the overcast to strafe, bomb, or torpedo Kurita's fleet, or to pretend to strafe, bomb, or torpedo it with unarmed dummy runs. Anti-submarine and combat air patrol aircraft of the St. Lo, Fanshawe Bay, and Kitkin Bay made effective attacks in the early stage of the action, scoring topside hits or damaging near misses on the battleship Kongo and the heavy cruisers Haguro, Chokai, and Chikuma. Anti-aircraft fire was heavy, and many U.S. planes were damaged by flak bursts. Few were taken down by anti-aircraft fire, however, and one Japanese skipper lamented that his gun crews would have done no worse if they had been shooting blanks. At 7:27, the heavy cruiser Suzuya came under simultaneous bombing attack by a swarm of TBMs. One bomb landed just off the port quarter, and the resulting blast wrenched the port outer propeller shaft out of alignment. The Suzuya's top speed was cut to 20 knots. She dropped behind and gave up the chase. A few airplanes recovered on Taffy 3 carriers early in the morning's action, when they were steaming directly into the easterly breeze. At 7:15 a.m., however, Sprague turned south to seek cover in a passing rain squall. That shut down air operations on the Taffy 3 flight decks. The sister carriers of Taffy 1 and 2 farther south took up part of the load, and some airborne planes headed over to nearby Tacloban airfield on Leyte to refuel and rearm. More American aircraft converged on the Japanese fleet, often without suitable ordnance, and did their best to bluff the enemy into turning away from the escaping carriers. Visibility was compromised by wet weather. Periodically, the sun broke through the clouds and shone down on the battle, but more often the sea horizon was obscured by low-lying clouds, squalls of rain, and a copious mass of black funnel smoke and pale yellow chemical smoke laid down by the destroyers zigzagging across the sterns of the jeep carriers. The sea was a gloomy gunmetal gray, with a mild chop flecked by whitecaps. The Japanese lookouts persistently overestimated the size of the enemy ships, mistaking the destroyers for cruisers and the CVEs for Essex-class carriers. It was a deadly game of cat and mouse, with the prey appearing momentarily and then vanishing into smoke and haze. Firing windows were fleeting, and the Japanese gunners rarely saw the fall of their shots, so they could not make targeting corrections in consecutive salvos. American destroyers trailing astern of the carriers and laying smoke took heavy fire from the Japanese battleships and cruisers. Dye-tinted splashes made a kaleidoscope of colors: yellow, red, blue, pink, and green. A sailor shouted, "They're shooting at us in Technicolor." The destroyer Johnston, laying smoke across a half-mile wide front, found herself in the precarious rearguard position. She was nearer to the enemy than any other American warship, and therefore came in for special attention from the enemy gunners. She was straddled repeatedly by 14-inch and 8-inch salvos. The red, green, purple, and yellow colors might have been pretty under different circumstances, said Bob Hagan, the Johnston's gunnery officer, but at this moment I didn't like the color scheme. When a right-side formation of Japanese cruisers closed to within 18,000 yards, the Johnston returned fire with her 5-inch main batteries. At 7:16 a.m., Sprague ordered his destroyers and destroyer escorts to turn back toward the enemy and launch a torpedo counterattack in hopes of breaking up the pursuit. The Johnston's skipper, Commander Ernest E. Evans, had begun preparations for such an attack even before receiving the order. "Stand by for a torpedo attack," he ordered. "Left full rudder." The 2,700-ton Fletcher-class destroyer turned back and began a lone frontal charge against the pursuing battleships and cruisers. Born and raised in Pawnee, Oklahoma, Evans was three-quarters Native American. His mother was a full-blooded Cherokee, his father one-half Creek. He had first entered the Navy in 1926 as an 18-year-old enlisted man, but won an appointment to the Naval Academy the following year and graduated with the class of 1931. Most of his 14 years of service had been aboard destroyers. Evans was not the type of officer who had been marked for promotion into the Navy's upper ranks. He was considered a steady and dependable performer. Like every other man in Taffy 3, he had not begun the day expecting to wage a life-and-death struggle against an overpowering enemy fleet at cannon-shot range. But here he was, and here was the Johnston. "I can see him now," Hagan recalled. Short, barrel-chested, standing on the bridge with his hands on his hips, giving out with a running fire of orders in a bull voice. The little two-funneled ship heeled radically as she turned toward the enemy, then surged ahead like a greyhound. She was making flank speed, more than 30 knots. Multicolored splashes rose around her, and Evans ordered steering adjustments to chase salvos. That is, to steer toward each falling shot in order to evade the gunner's targeting corrections. The 5-inch turrets fired back, throwing out more than 200 rounds, and began scoring hits as the range closed. At 7:20, when the Johnston was 9,000 yards from the leading Japanese cruiser, the Kumano, she let go of a 10-torpedo spread. The weapons were set to low speed to give them range, with a spread of 1 degree between them. They fanned out as they sped toward the enemy, all running hot, straight, and normal. Then Evans ordered a sharp turn to starboard, and the ship heeled far to port as she came around, vanishing into the protective cover of her own smokescreen. The crew could not see the results, being obscured in smoke. Much later, the survivors would learn that one of their torpedoes struck the Kumano head-on and gouged a terrific hole in her bow, forcing her to drop out of formation. The Kumano limped away to the north, licking her wounds. She would play no further part in the battle. For the next few minutes, the Johnston withdrew to the east, safely veiled behind her own smokescreen. When she emerged briefly at 7:25, gunners on the Yamato let fly with salvos from the super battleship's main and secondary batteries. The range was 20,313 yards, much closer than the earlier salvo that had struck microscopically close to the White Plains. This time the Yamato's gunners did not miss. 3 18-inch projectiles struck the Johnston's port main deck amidships. It was like a puppy being smacked by a truck, recalled Bob Hagen. Hagen believed his ship was hit by a 14-inch salvo fired by a Congo-class battleship. Most accounts have endorsed this view, crediting the Congo. Based on his analysis of Japanese action reports and the Yamato's log entry at 0725 claiming a fatal hit on a cruiser, Robert Lundgren builds a persuasive case that the Yamato fired the salvo. In 1944, the Americans did not know that the Yamato mounted 18-inch guns, or even that such weapons existed. If Hagen had known, he might have concluded that the puppy had been hit by a train instead of a truck. The massive blasts pushed the little ship over to starboard, penetrated down into the lower decks, and gutted the portside engine room. A boiler in the after fire room ruptured, filling the compartment with superheated steam and scalding several men to death. Seconds later, a salvo fired by the Yamato's 6-inch secondary guns hit the Johnston's forward stack and the port side of her bridge, where the ship's senior officers were lifted off their feet and hurled against bulkheads. Hagen's helmet, telephone, and binoculars were blown off his head and neck. The stool he was sitting on broke and he was thrown to the deck, injuring his knee. The gunnery officer was fortunate, however. 2 other men stationed nearby were killed outright, and 2 more eviscerated by shrapnel. Commander Evans, knocked to the deck a few feet away from Hagen, was suddenly bare-chested. His uniform khaki shirt had been torn from his body by the shock of the blasts. The skipper's hair was singed, his face blackened and bleeding, and he was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. In that condition, he rose to his feet and continued bellowing orders as if nothing had happened. He wrapped a handkerchief around the stumps of his severed fingers. When the doctor approached, Evans declined medical attention, saying, "Don't bother me now." At this point, it looked bad for the Johnston and for the rest of Taffy 3. But a timely rain squall was sweeping in from the east, and it suddenly enveloped the ship. Admiral Ziggy Sprague had been running directly toward it, so his 6 baby flat tops were likewise shrouded from view just as a column of fast Japanese cruisers closed on their port quarter. That provided a providential respite from the enemy's alarmingly accurate naval gunfire. Visibility in the squall fell to a few hundred feet, but the Japanese continued firing nonetheless, and American crewmen noted the familiar tightly grouped colorful geysers erupting from the sea in their midst. The Johnston fired back at the unseen adversaries, using only modified radar control. And although the gunners could not visually confirm that they were hitting their targets, several Japanese cruisers were struck by 5-inch fire during this interval. Sprague did not like his chances. The squall would pass over quickly, exposing his ships to view again. The enemy cruisers and battleships could make peak speeds over 25 knots. His CVEs could barely reach 17 knots. While hidden from the enemy's view, Sprague altered course to the southwest. He hoped to draw his pursuers south, toward Leyte Gulf and the big guns of Oldendorf's force. He also reasoned that if he lured the enemy fleet farther from San Bernardino Strait, it was less likely to escape a counterattack by other Allied air and naval forces. As for Taffy 3, there appeared only one possible outcome of the encounter: complete annihilation. Halsey's 65-ship armada had charged north through the night, intending to ambush Ozawa at dawn. Tactical command was passed back to Mitscher, who kept the three carrier groups on slightly different headings and speeds, so that they would arrive at optimum launch points at first light. All carriers were instructed to arm and fuel up their strike planes and spot them on deck. They would launch right after the first F-6Fs of the Combat Air Patrol, whether or not the enemy's position had been pinpointed. Task Force 34 was formed under Ching Li and sent to the vanguard of the three carrier groups about 10 miles ahead. As the first faint glow of dawn rose in the east, airplanes began roaring off the decks and climbing into the sky. Heavily reinforced searches departed the fleet on diverging headings to the north and east. The attack groups, dive bombers, and torpedo bombers with Hellcat escorts were ordered to circle about 50 miles north of the American fleet, awaiting clarity on the enemy's exact whereabouts. Aboard the Wasatch, 300 miles to the south, Admiral Kinkaid and his officers were celebrating Oldendorf's knockout victory down in Surigao Strait and debating how aggressively to pursue the retreating remnants of the southern force. An operations officer reminded Kinkaid that they had not yet received explicit confirmation that Halsey had left his heavy ships behind to guard San Bernardino Strait. It seemed prudent to ask for confirmation. At 4:12 a.m., therefore, Kinkaid queried Halsey directly. Question: is TF-34 guarding San Bernardino Strait? Given the scale of operations underway throughout the region, the Navy's radio communications net was badly congested. Kinkaid's dispatch did not reach the New Jersey until 6:48, more than 2.5 hours after it was sent. It flummoxed Halsey, who called it his first intimation that Kinkaid had intercepted and misconstrued the preparatory dispatch I had sent to my fleet the preceding day. He replied in the negative, reporting that Task Force 34 was far to the north with the 3rd Fleet carriers off Cape Engano, hunting the Japanese carrier force. The search planes did not take long to find Ozawa's fleet. One division of the Essex Combat Air Patrol was sent on an impromptu reconnaissance flight to the northeast, where they found the enemy flat tops a few minutes after Halsey had received Kinkaid's message. They were 130 miles away, on a true bearing of 15 degrees from Task Force 38. Ozawa was northbound, apparently running away. But this would be no reprise of the Marianas turkey shoot 4 months earlier. Now the Americans held the high cards. The distance was manageable, visibility was clear, and a fresh breeze was blowing about 45 degrees off their starboard bows, which meant that they could launch and recover planes while closing the range on the enemy. The initial strike planes were already airborne, circling north of the American fleet, so they had only a short distance to fly. A pitifully small number of fighters rose to defend the Japanese fleet against the waves of incoming planes, and all were quickly massacred. For the rest of the day, Ozawa had no fighters in the air at all. The attackers took their time, circling over the enemy fleet like vultures, safely above the reach of Japanese anti-aircraft guns. Designated strike coordinators remained at altitude, organizing and directing the attacks, and ensuring that they did not fall disproportionately on only the largest ships. In all, the U.S. carriers launched 527 sorties against Ozawa's ships throughout the course of the day. Lieutenant Edwin John Weil, flying a Curtiss SB-2C from the carrier Franklin, dove on the light carrier Zuiho. Pushing over at 14,000 feet, he descended through unbelievable anti-aircraft fire, the hands on his altimeter spinning counterclockwise, and fought the stick to keep the flight deck's red disk in the center of his bomb sight. He dropped his bomb from 600 feet above the target, well below standard release altitude. As he pulled out of the dive, his rear gunner shouted over the intercom, confirming a direct hit. The Curtiss dropped to low altitude, 100 feet above the sea. Jinking his airplane, flak bursting all around him, Weil flew directly alongside a heavy warship, noting that its pagoda masts and varieties of firepower were awesome. The anti-aircraft fire thrown up by Ozawa's fleet was the most intense the American pilots had ever seen. Bill Davis, flying a Hellcat from the Lexington, dove through a storm of flak so dense that he could not see the sea beneath him. At 10,000 feet, there was a black cloud of bursting shells from the 40mm and 5-inch guns. A second deadly cloud was forming at 4,000 feet from the exploding 20mm shells. Knowing that velocity was his friend, Davis firewalled the throttle. Pulling out of the dive, he estimated that he was flying more than 500 miles per hour, significantly faster than Grumman's recommended maximum. He was low over the sea, and a Japanese heavy cruiser loomed ahead. Rapidly it grew larger in his windshield. He did not have time to turn away. Davis pulled up and banked hard to the right, passing between the superstructure and the forward gun turret. I was perhaps 3 feet from the windows on the bridge and could see the Japanese officers and enlisted men commanding the ship, he said. There was an admiral in dress whites complete with sword. The other officers and men were also in dress whites. I was going 530 miles an hour, and I only got a glimpse, but that image is impressed on my mind forever. The first wave of attackers scored against the Chitose, Chiyoda, Zuiho, and Suikaku. The Zuikaku, Ozawa's flagship, was the sole surviving aircraft carrier of the 6 that had hit Pearl Harbor in 1941, and the Americans were especially determined to send her to the bottom. She was crippled by the first wave, and Ozawa was forced to transfer his flag to the cruiser Oyodo. The Chitose was pulverized by 3 torpedo hits and several 1,000-pound bomb hits. She was left burning out of control and dead in the water, and sank at 9:37 a.m. Halsey did not learn of the situation off Samar until 8:22 a.m., when he received the first of several urgent dispatches from Kinkaid. CTU 7743, Ziggy Sprague, reports enemy battleships and cruiser 15 miles astern his unit and firing on him. Halsey later wrote that he was not alarmed by the news, assuming that the escort carriers could hold the enemy at bay long enough for Oldendorf's heavy ships to come up and join the battle. But that has an unmistakable whiff of false bravado. Intelligence officer Carl Solberg recorded that Halsey's face was ashen, and that he seemed pretty dashed. Whatever he thought of Taffy 3's chances, Halsey must have realized that Kurita's surprise appearance cast doubt on the wisdom of his earlier decisions. At a minimum, it meant that he had exaggerated the damage inflicted by his planes in the Sibuyan Sea the previous day. 8 minutes later came Kinkaid's next salvo, a blunt demand. Fast battleships are urgently needed immediately at Leyte Gulf. Halsey claimed to be surprised by this suggestion. In his reading of his operational orders, it was not his job to protect Kinkaid's fleet. It was Kinkaid's job to protect Kinkaid's fleet. However, he radioed Admiral McCain, whose Task Group 1 was refueling at sea east of the Philippines, to strike as practicable. Ziggy Sprague now butted directly into the conversation by adding Com 3rd Fleet, Halsey, and SyncPac, Nimitz, as co-addressees on several urgent dispatches to Kinkaid. Strictly speaking, this was a breach of protocol, as Halsey and Nimitz were outside Sprague's chain of command. Given extenuating circumstances, no one objected. Kinkaid's next dispatch reached the New Jersey half an hour later, at 9:00 a.m. Now the 7th Fleet boss was repeating himself, but in a more agitated tone. My situation is critical. Fast battleships and support by airstrike may be able to prevent enemy from destroying CVEs and entering Leyte. But Halsey believed he had already done all that he could do. He radioed McCain again, this time ordering him to make best possible speed to intercept Kurita. Then he let Kinkaid know that McCain was on the way. 22 minutes later, a message from Kinkaid reported that the enemy fleet evidently came through San Bernardino during the night. Request immediate airstrike. Also request support from heavy ships. My old battleships low in ammunition. This last bit of information was a new factor, said Halsey. So astonishing that I could hardly accept it. He wondered why Kinkaid had not told him earlier. Then he read the time date stamps and realized that he had been receiving Kinkaid's dispatches out of order. The last message was the third to be sent by Kinkaid, but the sixth received. It had been sent almost 2 hours earlier at 7:25 a.m. During that 2-hour interval, the New Jersey had traveled about 40 miles farther from the scene of action off Samar. The overloaded radio net was playing havoc with communications between the two fleets. A coding officer later explained that all messages were transmitted on the Fox broadcast schedule based on Oahu, and a spike in volume imposed a terrific burden on that schedule because it was transmitted at a fairly low rate of words per minute, because all of the ships in the fleet were expected to copy most of the messages, or at least be able to copy them. Various originators, frustrated by backed-up radio circuits, had resorted to sending ordinary communications with high-priority designations. This practice tended to spread like a contagion, inevitably slowing the pace of genuinely urgent radio traffic. Halsey replied, "Am now engaging enemy carrier force. TG-38-1 with 5 carriers and 4 cruisers has been ordered to assist you immediately." He added his lat longe position, which showed that the issue was moot. The Third Fleet was almost 400 miles away, too far north to help the Seventh Fleet, even if Halsey had wanted to do so. Several of Kinkaid's prior messages had been sent in the clear, that is, in plain language without encryption. That laid them bare for the enemy to intercept, but it also tended to hurry them through the coding rooms and reach their recipients faster. In this instance, the transmissions were delayed nonetheless, but Kinkaid told a colleague that he had radioed in plain language for another reason: to give it an electrifying effect, which it certainly did have. In the eyes of at least one subordinate on the New Jersey's bridge, Halsey's famous bravado appeared to be waning. The Admiral sat alone on a leather transom, brooding silently. He was overheard to mutter, "When I get my teeth into something, I hate to let go." The dialogue between Kinkaid and Halsey was being monitored in real time at military headquarters throughout the Pacific, and even on the U.S. mainland. Admirals King and Nimitz were copied as information addressees on several messages in the thread. Even when they were not, they were generally privy to all transmissions, because their communications departments eavesdropped on the radio net. Enlisted men plotted each updated lat longe position on charts laid out on tables, allowing the admirals to visualize the locations of various fleet elements. In Pearl Harbor and Washington, therefore, Halsey's only 2 direct superiors were paying close attention to the unfolding drama and rendering spot judgments upon his every move. Neither was pleased. Jocko Clark, the once and future Carrier Task Group commander, was visiting the Navy Department on Constitution Avenue in Washington. Stepping into Admiral King's office, he found the CNO in a towering fury. King was pacing the floor like a tiger and cursing Halsey for leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded. "I've never seen Ernie King madder in my whole life," Clark recalled, "and I've seen him mad a good many times, and I've seen him awfully mad, but this was one that was for the storybooks." He was pacing up and down, and the air was blue with what he had to say about Halsey. At Pacific Fleet headquarters in Hawaii, meanwhile, Nimitz was pacing the floor of his office. That was strange, said Bernard Austin, the Assistant Chief of Staff, because Admiral Nimitz was not one to pace the floor. He faced many problems calmly and without any outward manifestation of the difficulties that he was having mentally coping with the situation. But on this occasion he was pacing up and down, so I knew that this was an index of a very high order of perturbation on the part of the Fleet Admiral. Nimitz would later say that he spent most of this period on the horseshoe court behind his house on Makalapa Hill. I was on pins and needles but couldn't show it. So I went to my quarters to pitch horseshoes, telling my staff, "If word comes, you can reach me there." Most of the dispatches from that great battle in which the Japanese fleet was destroyed reached me on the horseshoe court. That was undoubtedly true, but according to several staff officers, Nimitz was in his headquarters during the critical hours of Halsey's run north to Cape Engano. He repeatedly pressed a buzzer to summon Austin into his office, each time asking whether any incoming radio dispatches indicated whether Halsey had left his heavy ships guarding San Bernardino Strait. Austin combed through the dispatches, finding nothing to shed light on the question. He suggested that Admiral Nimitz simply ask for confirmation that the strait was guarded. Nimitz refused, avowing that he did not wish to send any dispatch which would directly or indirectly influence the responsible tactical commander in the tactical use of his forces. Several other senior staff officers were in and out of Nimitz's office during this interval, including Forrest, Sherman, and Truman Heading. When Kincaid reported that Taffy 3 was under fire, they raised the question again. Should Nimitz ask for the location of Task Force 34? It was a sensitive question. Nearly 3 years into the war, Nimitz had never inserted himself into a battle by demanding information or prodding a fleet commander to act. Often he had been tempted to do it or was lobbied to do it by members of his staff. During the Battle of the Coral Sea, the Battle of Midway, several of the naval battles around Guadalcanal in late 1942, and most recently at the Battle of the Philippine Sea the previous June. In each instance, Nimitz had refrained from needling his fleet commanders, preferring to trust their tactical judgment. Pearl Harbor had not copied Halsey's message to Kincaid reporting that the battleships were up north with the rest of the Third Fleet. So the question was put to the chief again for a third time by Sherman, Heading, and Austin. Why not simply ask Halsey for the location of Task Force 34? At last, Nimitz relented. The brief dispatch was composed by either Sherman or Austin, the accounts vary, and approved by Nimitz for transmission. Where is Task Force 34? King and Kincaid were copied as "For your information addressees." Down the message went with a whoosh of the pneumatic tube to the coding room in the SyncPack headquarters basement, where occurred the most notorious snafu in the history of encrypted radio communications. When an outgoing dispatch was enciphered, it was standard procedure to add a few nonsensical words to the beginning and end of the text. This gibberish was called padding, and its purpose was to confound enemy codebreakers. Padding was separated from the message text by a 2-letter null, and the receiving communications officer was supposed to remove it before passing it to its recipient. A short message was considered more vulnerable to cryptanalysis, so it was common practice to repeat part of the text solely in order to lengthen it. In this instance, the outgoing dispatch was transmitted as Turkey trots to water GG from SyncPack, Nimitz. Action com 3rd Fleet, Halsey. Info Cominch, King. CTF 77, Kincaid. X. Where is Task Force 34, RR, The World Wonders. On the other side of the Pacific, the dots and dashes were gathered out of the atmosphere by the New Jersey's towering radio masts. In the coding room below, a teleprinter spat out a short tape with the decrypted text. In normal circumstances, the communications staff would copy out the message on a dispatch form. But when a message was urgent, as this one plainly was, they tore off the padding and rushed the raw decode tape directly up to flag plot. Lieutenant Charles Fox, a communications officer, recognized the initial padding as obvious gibberish and tore it off. But the final 3 words presented a dilemma. Though they were separated from the prior text by a 2-letter null, it was at least possible that RR was garble. In cases of confusion or ambiguity, if there were any doubt whether a phrase constituted padding or message text, the standard practice was to leave it on the tape and let the recipient judge whether it belonged. Fox handed the decode tape to a subordinate, who placed it into a cartridge and inserted it into the pneumatic tube, which took it with another whoosh 3 decks up to flag plot. A communications officer removed it from the tube, saw that it was from Nimitz, and handed it directly to Halsey, who glanced down and read what he took to be a sarcastic mock question. Where is Task Force 34, the World Wonders? Halsey erupted. According to various eyewitnesses, he turned purple with rage, threw his cap to the deck, crumpled the dispatch, threw it down, and trampled it. By some accounts, tears welled up in his eyes and he let out a plaintive bleat, akin to a sob. I was as stunned as if I had been struck in the face, he later wrote. He shouted, "What right has Chester to send me a goddamn message like that?" Mick Carney, alarmed by the specter of a 4-star meltdown in full view of the 3rd Fleet staff, moved quickly to confront Halsey. "Stop it! What the hell's the matter with you? Pull yourself together." Halsey stormed off the bridge and down to his quarters, Carney on his heels. The two men remained sequestered there behind a closed door for nearly an hour. During that time, the 3rd Fleet continued north at high speed, toward Ozawa's stricken force and away from the desperate fight off Samar. According to Charles Fox, the message was broken and rebroken several times, and the specious inclusion of the World Wonders was quickly corrected. Given its importance, the error and correction would have been brought to Halsey's attention right away. Soon after his initial shock, therefore, if not while in his sea cabin with Carney, then immediately upon returning to Flag Plot, Halsey learned that he had misconstrued the last part of the message. Neither Halsey nor Carney disclosed details of their hour-long private discussion, but as long-serving sailors they could deduce that the where is wording was a coding convention and not intended to lend the message a peremptory tone. Halsey knew Nimitz well enough to be sure that the Pacific Fleet chief was not capable of sarcasm, certainly not in this context. I was infuriated by what appeared to be an insulting message, he told a historian years later. After my rage had cooled off and I had time to think, I realized that something was wrong. I also realized that Admiral Nimitz could not possibly have sent me a message such as this. It is reasonable, therefore, to infer that the initial misunderstanding was short-lived. In Halsey's memoir, he contends that he did not know the truth for several weeks. He may have meant that he did not receive Nimitz's personal assurance that no insult was intended until the latter visited the fleet in late December. That last point deserves emphasis, because it has often been obscured. However mundane the phrasing, even stripped of the errant padding, Nimitz's query amounted to a humiliating reprimand that undercut Halsey's authority. Never before had the sink pack intervened while a battle was in progress. Even if "Where is Task Force 34" was taken as a simple question rather than as a prod to action, it implicitly faulted Halsey for failing to report his movements clearly and unambiguously. If Nimitz could not make sense of Halsey's prior dispatches, how could Kinkaid be expected to have done so? In effect, Nimitz was fixing blame on Halsey for letting the Japanese sneak up on the 7th Fleet. The inclusion of King and Kinkaid as addressees was a twist of the knife. Under the circumstances, Nimitz's dispatch was not really an inquiry at all. It was an order, politely phrased as an inquiry. The sink pack no longer doubted the whereabouts of Task Force 34. He could easily deduce that it was up north with the rest of the 3rd Fleet. Halsey's flagship New Jersey was herself a component of Task Force 34. In other words, the task force was wherever Halsey was, and the Admiral had employed the first person in several messages to Kinkaid, as in, "Am proceeding north with 3 groups," and "Am now engaging enemy carrier force." Halsey would not have left his battle wagons without air cover, but he had clearly stated that all 3 carrier groups had gone north. Therefore, the battleships must have gone too. More directly to the point, Kurita was now known to have traversed San Bernardino Strait and traveled far enough south to shoot at the 7th Fleet. Since Task Force 34 had not been there to intercept it and no reasonable third alternative existed, it must have gone north. Years after the war, Nimitz told his biographer, I knew perfectly well where Task Force 34 was. Returning to Flag Plot shortly before 11 o'clock a.m., Halsey and Kearney wore brave faces. Kearney began issuing orders. Task Force 34 was to reverse course and race south at peak speed to relieve the 7th Fleet. One carrier group, Bogan's Group 2, would come along. The two others would be left behind to finish off the northern force. When the big ships began turning around, they were only 42 nautical miles from the nearest cripples of Ozawa's fleet, almost close enough to see them on the horizon. It was a woeful anticlimax. Halsey later wrote, "I turned my back on the opportunity I had dreamed of since my days as a cadet." But Nimitz had forced his hand. He notified Kincaid, "Am proceeding toward Leyte with Task Group 38-2 and 6 fast battleships." He added that he did not expect to arrive before 8 the following morning. "A stern chase is a long chase," was an old sailor's maxim, and in the running battle off Samar that morning, the principle held. Kurita's center force battleships and cruisers were about 10 knots faster than Taffy 3's escort carriers, but Sprague maneuvered his ships deftly, altering course to keep his pursuers astern and making good use of smoke screens and wet weather. For 20 minutes he hid his 6 baby flat tops in a rainstorm, and while they were so hidden, he turned south and then southwest. The Japanese did not cut across the arc of his turn as he had feared, but kept turning behind him, traveling a longer distance. Kurita's loose echelon formation was continually harassed from the air, by Taffy 3's own aircraft and by those of the neighboring Taffy groups to the south. Most unforgettably, the little tin cans of the Taffy 3 screen, a handful of destroyers and destroyer escorts, fought a ferocious and desperate rearguard action, buying precious time for the carriers by forcing the Japanese ships to dodge torpedoes. At 7:50 a.m., the whole Heermann and Raymond made a tight starboard turn at flank speed and charged the enemy. The destroyers worked up to 30 knots, their sterns pushing down as their screws bit into the sea and their bows rising, and steered directly for the middle column of the Japanese fleet, the battleships. The wounded Johnston, on emergency steering, managed to fall in behind the attacking destroyers and fired her 5-inch main batteries at the closest Japanese cruisers. The Japanese were also making close to 30 knots, so the range closed quickly. When the lead destroyer Hull passed through 18,000 yards range, her torpedo men prepared to launch. They set the weapons to intermediate speed. One half of the salvo was aimed head-on at the battleships. The other half was aimed to starboard at the cruisers. The Hull launched her fish at a range of 9,000 yards, then turned hard starboard to retire. The Japanese made this bold little destroyer pay for her temerity. As the Hull showed her broadside to the enemy, a rain of shells smashed through her port side and laid waste to her bridge. The helmsman and several officers were killed, and all voice radio communications cut out. Her after fire room and after turbine took direct hits, killing her port engine. A stern hit jammed the rudder in place, keeping the Hull locked in a clockwise turn. A quick shift to emergency manual steering kept her on course away from the enemy. Meanwhile, the Hull's torpedoes ran north in a spreading fan. At 7:54, the Yamato's lookouts sang out and pointed to incoming tracks off the starboard bow, and the giant battle wagon turned hard to port to evade the threat. Now she was running north away from the enemy. 4 torpedo wakes ran roughly parallel on her starboard beam, 2 more to port. The Yamato was traveling at 26 knots, about the same speed as the torpedoes. She was trapped on this course until the weapons ran out of steam and sank. Admiral Ugaki recorded that the Yamato was forced north for about 10 minutes, but it felt like a month to me. After the traces disappeared, we finally could turn to starboard and put all our power into the chase. The Hull still had hot torpedoes loaded in her tubes, but the torpedo crews had been decimated by shell fire. An officer on one of the bow mounts made his way aft and took over, aiming the tubes by sight, and fired 5 torpedoes at the Japanese heavy cruiser column, which was closing on the port quarter at a range of 6,000 yards. With our 10 fish fired, we decided that it was time to get the hell out of there, said a surviving member of the Hull's crew. But with one engine out of action, her speed was cut to 17 knots. With battleships closing on her starboard quarter and cruisers closing on her port quarter, the Hull was out of options. The ship fishtailed and chased salvos, but the incoming fire was heavy on both quarters, then on both beams. The Hull crumpled under a rain of hits along her length. The torpedo shack, the signal bridge, the sick bay, and 2 20mm anti-aircraft mounts were demolished. She was hit several times at or below the waterline on the port side, causing her lower regions to flood quickly. She listed heavily to port with fires blazing out of control. The bridge ordered abandon ship, and runners were dispatched to pass the word to crewmen at their posts below. Men came up the ladders coughing, eyes shut against the smoke. They stumbled over the bodies of dead and dying shipmates, then stepped into the sea. The Hull's forward turrets continued firing gamely even as her stern was awash, and a messenger was sent forward to tell the gunners to cease fire and get to safety. At 8:55, the Hull rolled onto her beam ends and her stern went under. Her bow lifted up and then slid gradually into the sea, taking 253 of her crew of 300 down with her. Survivors treaded water and clung to a floater net, helping their wounded as best they could. The Japanese fleet passed at pistol shot range, but no one fired on the men in the water. Americans looked up and made eye contact with Japanese sailors watching silently from the rails of the passing warships. 4 battleships went by and 8 cruisers. One giant ship after another, all flying red and white sun and rays battle ensigns. Admiral Ugaki, staring down at the Hull's castaways from the Yamato's bridge, wondered, what did they think of the magnificent sight of our fleet in pursuit? The American sailors were awed by the sight of the colossal Yamato and her soaring gray pagoda. One shouted, "My God, look at that thing!" They were even more enchanted when an American fighter descended through the cloud ceiling and strafed the passing fleet. We were so close to the ships that we could hear the .50 caliber bullets hit the hard wood decks, said Glenn Parkin, survivor of the Hull. The Japanese were shooting about every small gun they had. The F-6F came down, strafed, and was back into the clouds in less than 30 seconds. My God, what a sight, with a front row seat. Now the Taffy 3 carriers were out of the rain squall and fleeing on a south-southwesterly course. Sprague's flagship Fanshawe Bay led the formation, with White Plains and Cullinan Bay following astern, St. Lo to starboard, and Kitkin Bay and Gambier Bay to port. A quartet of Japanese cruisers, Chikuma, Chokai, Haguro, and Tone, was gaining steadily on Taffy 3's port quarter. These powerful warships had peak speeds surpassing 30 knots. As the race entered its second hour, they had closed the range to about 14,000 yards, and the carriers were frequently straddled by 6-inch and 8-inch salvos. The fragile little ships shuddered violently at the impacts of close detonations, throwing crew members off their feet, shorting out electrical systems, and opening fissures between the hull plates. The Fanshawe Bay took 4 direct hits, and may have been saved by her light construction, because at least 2 armor-piercing projectiles passed through and through multiple decks and bulkheads and exploded outside the ship. Destroyers continued zigzagging astern and laying as much smoke as they could muster. Michael Back Jr. of the destroyer Franks recalled, "We were going right full rudder, left full rudder, right full rudder, left full rudder, and the shells were coming all around us." The flamboyantly colorful splashes fell steadily closer to the Franks as the pursuers gained. During one close barrage, Back crawled under the chart table and kept his head down. He wondered how the enemy had managed to sneak up on the American fleet without being detected by air patrols. "I couldn't believe you could see these ships so close. I made out a flag on one of the ships, it was so close. I couldn't believe they got so close to us without our admirals knowing about it. and it was just one of those things that during war everybody is looking the other way, and they come in from the rear. Sprague was repeatedly obliged to turn away from his speedy pursuers, gradually altering course to the southwest and eventually steering almost dead west toward the Green Mountains of Samar. The long turn disrupted the American formation, leaving the 6 carriers arrayed in a long, ragged column. The Kalinin Bay and Gambier Bay trailed behind their sisters, leaving them most exposed to the enemy's guns. They fired their 5-inch pea shooters back at the nearest Japanese cruisers, which now crept up on their port beams. The Kalinin Bay was hit more than a dozen times, and suffered perhaps twice that number of destructive near misses. Her skipper thought it a miracle that the ship was not overtaken and destroyed. The Gambier Bay, trailing astern of the others, took the worst of it. For the better part of an hour, the carrier had avoided direct hits by chasing salvos. But at 8:20 a.m., she took a bad hit on the port side amidships, at the waterline. Tons of seawater rushed into the ship, flooding the forward port engine room. She lost an engine which cut her speed to 11 knots. Since the Japanese were already nipping at her heels, that left no possibility of escape. Captain Walter V.R. Vuegg informed Admiral Sprague that his ship was dropping out of formation. She was quickly overtaken by the Japanese cruisers, which commenced pouring fire into her at close range. At the same time, the battleships Yamato and Kongo found the range from astern and sent a rain of large-caliber salvos down upon the luckless Gambier Bay. The Johnston, having already suffered the wrath of the Yamato's 18-inch guns, was still underway at reduced speed. Her steering machinery had been smashed beyond repair, so the rudder was handled manually, as in bygone eras, by 4 strong sailors who had to be relieved in 10-minute shifts. Evans at first ordered course changes by telephone, but he was soon forced to quit the ruined bridge and move back to the fantail, where he could shout directly down to the helmsman. The ship's fire control equipment was out of action, so the guns could fire only in local control, but the Johnston kept up the fight as best she could. At 8:10, she emerged from a dense smoke screen and discovered her sister, the Heermann, speeding toward her on a collision course, only 200 yards away. Both skippers ordered all engines back, though in the Johnston's case that meant only one engine. Bob Deal, standing by the Johnston's deck charge racks astern, was thrown from his feet. Our stern dug deep into the sea and the ocean boiled over the after deck. The Heermann, backing full on both engines, came to a complete stop, and then pulled away in reverse, sternway at 15 knots. Even so, the 2 sisters missed one another by a margin of only 10 feet. Both crews sent up a spontaneous cheer. Then Evans threw his one working engine forward, turned away from the Heermann, and returned to the fight. At 8:20, the Kongo loomed out of the smoke on Johnston's port beam, 7,000 yards away. The Johnston fired about 45-inch rounds at the bigger ship, observing several hits on the pagoda superstructure. As far as accomplishing anything decisive, it was like bouncing paper wads off a steel helmet, Hagen admitted, and when the Kongo's 14-inch guns turned on the Johnston and began shooting back, the American ship again sought refuge in her own smokescreen. When the smoke cleared 10 minutes later, the Gambier Bay came into view a few miles ahead. She was dead in the water, taking heavy fire from a Japanese cruiser, probably the Chikuma. Hagen recalled, "Commander Evans then gave me the most courageous order I've ever heard. 'Commence firing on that cruiser, Hagen,' he said. 'Draw her fire on us and away from the Gambier Bay.'" The Johnston now traded salvos with the cruiser Yahagi and took several damaging 6-inch hits. A column of 5 enemy destroyers approached on the opposite beam, apparently headed toward the crippled Gambier Bay. For the moment, the Johnston was the only American destroyer in the vicinity, so she fired on all of the enemy ships in turn, training her guns from one to another as they came into range. Now the Johnston was pounded by 5-inch gunfire from one side and 8-inch gunfire from the other. Her forward mount was silenced. Fires broke out throughout the ship. The 40mm ammunition ready locker was engulfed in flames, and the anti-aircraft shells began cooking off and exploding. Engineering compartments filled with smoke and forced crewmen up to the main deck, which was painted red with blood and strewn with their dead shipmates. 2 miles south, the Gambier Bay was a derelict, dead in the water, listing heavily, and threatening to capsize. An Avenger in the hangar deck exploded, and fires fed on spilled aviation fuel. Black smoke boiled up from the lower decks and forced men up the ladders to the flight deck. An explosion blew the elevator out of its well. An avalanche of shells tore through the ship, ripping out her bowels and killing scores of her crew. Many penetrated through and through, entering the port side and exiting the starboard side of the ship. Some of the Japanese ships then switched to high-explosive shells with instantaneous fuses, which blew up at the moment they made contact with the hull. At 8:45 a.m., the captain ordered all codebooks and other classified materials jettisoned, and then told the men to get off the ship. Shortly after 9 o'clock a.m., the Gambier Bay rolled over and sank quickly. She was the only American aircraft carrier ever destroyed by naval gunfire. Japanese destroyers now closed in on the Johnston and pumped salvos into the burning wreck. The wreck's single remaining operable turret fired back obstinately. At 9:45 a.m., after 3 hours of savage combat, Commander Evans passed the word to abandon ship. As survivors stepped into the sea or took to the rafts, the enemy destroyers closed to point-blank range and fired into the Johnston until she slipped beneath the waves. Tadashi Okuno, a 25-year-old sailor on one of the Japanese destroyers, later recalled the scene. Men were floating on the water's surface or sinking beneath it, while half-naked crew members jammed themselves into lifeboats and rowed away, escaping. We were close enough to see their unkempt beards and the tattoos on their arms. One of our machine gunners impulsively pulled his trigger. He must have been overflowing with feelings of animosity toward the enemy. But it was checked by a loud voice from the bridge saying, "Don't shoot at escaping men. Stop shooting, stop." American survivors confirmed that the Japanese held fire, and one witnessed a Japanese skipper salute the Johnston as she went down. By that time, Kurita's fleet formation had come almost completely unglued. Visibility remained poor, obscured by low-lying clouds, squalls of rain, and tactical smoke screens. The Japanese ships lost sight of one another, and commanders struggled to remain in radio contact because of technical failures and the loss of key personnel. Traveling at various speeds, diverging onto different courses to chase different ships, dodging torpedoes and repelling air attacks, the Japanese fleet was losing its cohesion and unity of purpose. It was no longer gaining appreciably on the 5 surviving escort carriers of Taffy 3. "We were making a stern chase on your ships, which were zigzagging, and that made it difficult to get the range," Kurita later said. "Also, the major units were separating further all the time because of your destroyer torpedo attacks." The Japanese lookouts had trouble identifying the ships they were chasing, and assumed that they were 30-knot Essex carriers which could keep ahead of the Japanese guns even in a day-long chase. Chief of Staff Koyanagi judged that the pursuit would be an endless seesaw, and that we would be unable to strike a decisive blow. And running at top speed, we were consuming fuel at an alarming rate. For all of those reasons, Admiral Kurita signaled his ships to break off the chase and follow him north. Amazed that the Fanshawe Bay had not already been run down and destroyed, Ziggy Sprague had begun to hope that some part of his force might escape. At 8:15, having run from the enemy for an hour, he turned to his chief quartermaster and said, "By golly, I think we may have a chance." Then the picture grew darker as the Gambier Bay was overtaken and gunned down. When the Japanese guns finally fell silent and the enemy turned away to the north, the Americans could scarcely believe their good fortune. A Fanshawe Bay signalman exclaimed in pretended distress, "God damn it, boys, they're getting away." Until this morning, Admiral Onishi's new kamikaze suicide unit had met only frustration and failure. On 3 consecutive days beginning on October 21st, Lieutenant Seiki had led sorties from Mabalacat Airfield on Luzon. In each instance, the warplanes had failed to find suitable fleet targets and returned to base in shame. On the 24th, the weather over the airfield was socked in, and the planes did not even leave the field. The kamikaze observer planes were manned by experienced pilots who could be trusted to fly in thick weather, but most of the designated suicide pilots possessed only rudimentary flying skills, and Onishi did not want them to get lost or perish in operational accidents. Better to wait for clearer weather when they would stand at least a puncher's chance. Now and again, since the first days of the war, individual Japanese pilots had spontaneously decided to turn their airplanes into man-guided missiles. The Allied fleet in Leyte Gulf had suffered a few such unofficial suicide attacks in the early days of the invasion. The worst fell upon the Royal Navy cruiser Australia on October 21st, when a lone Aichi D-3A1 bomber approached the starboard bow at wave-top altitude, then banked suddenly toward the ship's superstructure, its machine guns strafing viciously as the range closed. The plane flew into the Australia's mainmast just beneath the crow's nest, disintegrating in a ball of orange fire. The interior spaces of the superstructure were flooded with burning aviation fuel, and shrapnel cut a path through the bridge, killing or badly wounding many of the ship's senior officers. The captain, struck in the abdomen, was rushed down to sickbay, where he died a painful death. The fires were brought under control and the Australia survived with only moderate damage, but the attack offered a grim sample of what the Japanese might achieve with aerial suicide tactics on an organized scale. The first massed suicide attack fell on Thomas Sprague's Taffy 1, southernmost of the three escort carrier groups, at the most hectic stage of the running battle off Samar. The Taffy 1 carriers were maneuvering into the wind to launch aircraft, which would fly north to attack Kurita's force, when 4 Japanese Zeros dropped out of the overcast and dove on the Santee and Sewanee. One crashed the Santee's flight deck just forward of her after elevator. Its bomb penetrated into the hangar deck. The crew had the fires under control when the unlucky Santee took a torpedo hit fired by a Japanese submarine, I-56. In the confusion, the Santee's officers believed that the ship had been damaged by one of her own depth charges, jettisoned by the damage control team. Not until she went into dry dock a month later did the Americans realize that she had been hit by a Japanese torpedo. Meanwhile, several of her sisters suffered near misses as would-be suicide gods crashed into the sea close alongside. The Sewanee was hit by 2 kamikazes over the course of 24 minutes, the second making a wreck of the hangar deck and shutting down the Sewanee's flight operations for the rest of the afternoon. Another wave of kamikazes arrived 3 hours later, soon after Kurita's center force had broken off their pursuit and turned north. As if Ziggy Sprague's group had not had a rough enough morning already, this deadly swarm fell directly on Taffy 3. The crews had just secured from general quarters and were celebrating their unexpected reprieve when many bogies appeared on radar scopes, approaching from the north. At 10:40 a.m., the sky filled with flak as 6 Japanese planes winged in from astern. 2 struck the Kalinin Bay, which erupted in blossoms of flame. The explosions and fires killed 5 of her crew and wounded 50. Another aimed for the Fanshawe Bay but was poleaxed by anti-aircraft fire, crashing alongside the ship. The White Plains' gunners likewise destroyed an attacker at point-blank range, but the aircraft's bomb detonated near enough to the ship that men were wounded by debris raining down over her flight deck. A Zero narrowly missed the bridge of the Kitkin Bay and crashed into her forward port catwalk. Fires sprung up, but they were quickly subdued. On all but one of the stricken carriers, damage control teams managed to contain the fires, and the ships could at least withdraw from the battle under their own steam. The exception was the St. Lo, which was hit at 10:53 a.m. A Zero banked sharply away from a wall of flak thrown up by the White Plains and flew over the bow of the St. Lo. The kamikaze nosed down directly above the flight deck and crashed the centerline amidships. The attacker's 250-kilogram bomb exploded in the hangar, starting an aggressive fire that quickly swallowed up the ready bomb and torpedo stowage magazines. Torn apart by a series of blasts, the lightly built ship began rolling to port. Though the St. Lo still had normal two-engine propulsion, the captain stopped the engines and ordered "abandon ship," and men began going over the side. Listing heavily to port, the ship suddenly righted and then kept rolling over to starboard. She capsized and went down at 11:25 a.m. The screening ships, which had just finished their heroic action against Kurita's battleships and cruisers, moved in close to rescue survivors. Most of the crew, 754 of 800, were saved. This attack had been led by Lieutenant Yukio Seki, the pilot anointed by Admiral Onishi to head the first dedicated Shimpu suicide unit based at Mabalacat on Luzon. The observer planes were led by Chief Warrant Officer Hiroyoshi Nishizawa, one of the most renowned Zero Aces in the Japanese Navy. Nishizawa returned with a thrilling report. 4 of Seki's suicide planes had scored, sinking 1 carrier and a light cruiser and damaging another carrier. The news was radioed to Tokyo, and a public communique reported those same results. For once, the public reports were not exaggerated. No cruiser was in the vicinity, but Seki's planes had hit 3 carriers, not 2, destroying 1 and damaging the others badly enough that they had to be withdrawn to rear bases for major repairs. This small cadre of suicide airplanes, whose attack came as an addendum to the great naval battle that was just winding down, presented a baleful foretaste of what was to come. The lesson was taken to heart on both sides. If Japanese pilots were willing to trade their lives for sure hits on Allied ships, they could draw blood. Halsey's detached warships raced south through the night, but arrived too late to catch the retreating Kurita. The admiral and his staff waited with drawn breath for news that the enemy fleet had entered Leyte Gulf, and for a time Kincaid's dispatches gave conflicting indications. A confusing run of radio updates flowed into flag plot on the New Jersey. Tommy Sprague first allowed "situation looks better," but 45 minutes later added "enemy surface forces returning to attack CVEs." When it was clear that Kurita really had broken off the attack, Halsey decided to make flank speed for the mouth of San Bernardino Strait, hoping to head him off at the pass. He subdivided his forces again, sending his fastest ships ahead. The chase group included his own flagship New Jersey and her sister Iowa, with light cruisers and destroyers. They worked up to 30 knots and shaped course for San Bernardino. Kurita got there first, and was safely through to the other side 2 hours before Halsey's force arrived shortly after at 1:00 a.m. A single straggler was in range of the American guns, a crippled destroyer, the Milwaukee. The cripple was too piddling a target for the New Jersey's 16-inchers, so Halsey sent one of his destroyers ahead to finish her. That was the only action directly witnessed by the 3rd Fleet staff in the course of the battle. The mighty New Jersey had chased 300 miles north, turned around, and chased 300 miles south. Her part in the battle was finished, and her guns were cold. And the rat got back to his hole before the cat could get there, Carney ruefully concluded, and all we could do was make a quick scratch at his tail as he went through. Off Cape Engano, meanwhile, the 2 3rd Fleet carrier task groups that had remained, 38-3 and 38-4, continued to fly strikes against the retreating remnants of Ozawa's fleet. 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were sent to the bottom, including the Zuikaku, the 6th and last surviving carrier that had attacked Pearl Harbor in December 1941. With a spirit of friendly competition, the various air units singled her out for special attention. All wanted the honor of delivering the killing blow. As Admiral Frederick C. Sherman recalled, the 3rd strike launched from his Task Group 38-3 flight decks put the finishing touches on the Zuikaku with 9 direct 1,000 and 2,000-pound bomb hits. Previously, she had been hit by an estimated 7 aerial torpedoes. The burning wreck listed heavily to port, then rolled over and sank bow first at 2:14. The target coordinator, watching from altitude, pronounced it a very gratifying sight. That afternoon, a cruiser-destroyer squadron under Rear Admiral Lawrence T. Dubose was sent ahead to sink enemy cripples with naval gunfire. Dubose's ships caught up to the Chiyoda and fired into her until she was gone. A fighter pilot overhead relayed a report back to the task force. Splash 1 CVL at 1701. 4 down and none to go. 3 hours later, the same force sank the destroyer Hatsuzuki. At nightfall, however, Dubose was summoned back, and the two carrier groups turned south to fall in with Halsey the next day. Now all remaining Japanese naval forces were in headlong retreat. Carrier planes chased the fugitives into the Mindanao Sea, the Sulu Sea, and the Sibuyan Sea. The Taffy carriers launched pursuing airstrikes on the last of Nishimura and Shima's retreating ships, finally putting an end to the Mogami on the afternoon of the 25th. The Abukuma, which did not have sufficient propulsion to maneuver effectively, was hit by a tight pattern of 500-pound bombs dropped by Army B-24 Liberators. She went down off Negros Island. Kurita's retiring survivors were attacked repeatedly from the air throughout the day of October 26th. Many suffered serious additional damage, including the Nagato, the Haruna, the Kumano, and the Yamato. The cruiser Noshiro was sunk at 11:37 a.m. in Tablas Strait. Of Nishimura's southern force, only the Shigure survived. She returned alone to Brunei Bay, and her captain was the only surviving commanding officer of that force. The U.S. submarine Jalao knocked off the retreating cruiser Tama, lately of Ozawa's force, northeast of Luzon. By outpacing his own cripples, Admiral Shima managed to get away from Surigao Strait in the Nachi, but she was later set upon by Task Force 38 planes in Manila Bay and sent to the bottom. The carrier planes strafed survivors in the water. 807 of her crew perished. Some of those later mopping-up actions fell outside the time boundary set by historians to mark the end of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Even so curtailed, however, the sprawling contest had been the largest naval battle in history. It had involved nearly 300 ships with combined displacement of about 3 million tons. The contending fleets were manned by about 200,000 men, enough to populate a mid-sized city. Combined losses were 34 ships, more than 500 airplanes, and more than 16,000 casualties. The contest had included every conceivable variety of naval fighting by every kind of vessel: carrier strikes, gunnery and torpedo duels between surface warships, submarine attacks, swarming PT boat attacks, and suicide air attacks. The action included history's last battle line at Surigao Strait, the consummate David versus Goliath fight of the tin can sailors at Samar, and the official opening blow of the Kamikaze campaign. Lasting 4 days, the battle was really a series of widely separated actions fought over a theater covering 100,000 square miles. 4 were large enough to qualify as major battles in their own right, and named accordingly: the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea, the Battle of Surigao Strait, the Battle off Cape Engano, and the Battle off Samar. No fighting except air attacks occurred in Leyte Gulf, so the name given to the whole battle was really a misnomer. At first, the Navy called it the Second Battle of the Philippine Sea, and some early histories actually used that name. MacArthur preferred Leyte Gulf, which emphasized his beachhead as the enemy's intended point of convergence, and the name stuck. Better than either would have been the Naval Battle of the Philippines, but the issue was settled long ago. The battle effectively brought the naval war for the Pacific to an end. Given the much weakened state of the Imperial Navy before the battle, its losses at Leyte Gulf were ruinous. 4 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, and 12 destroyers. Aircraft losses had been heavy in the weeks before the battle, but the Japanese managed to lose some 500 more. It would take many weeks to count up the losses in officers and sailors, but the figure would eventually surpass 12,000. Surviving remnants of the Japanese fleet limped away, but they would never again sortie in force. As both sides had foreseen, an American foothold in the Philippines rendered Japan's north-south sea links untenable, which meant that its remaining heavy warships were starved of fuel and thus largely immobilized. According to Admiral Ozawa, the fleet's survivors became strictly auxiliary. There was no further use assigned to surface vessels, with the exception of some special ships. What little remained of the Carrier Air Corps was deployed to terrestrial airfields, and most remaining airmen and airplanes were merged into kamikaze units. The U.S. and Allied side had suffered as well. The Americans had lost one light carrier, Princeton, two escort carriers, Gambier Bay and St. Lo, two destroyers, and a destroyer escort. Many other ships were seriously damaged and had to be sent back to Manus, Hawaii, or North America for major repairs. The Americans suffered casualties of about 1,500 men killed or missing, and twice that number wounded. Those losses were not inordinate relative to the scale of the victory, but they left a sour aftertaste in the mouths of the victors. A tone of recrimination could be detected in radio messages between the 3rd and 7th Fleets. The near debacle off Samar was exacerbated by a botched air-sea rescue response, which left more than 1,000 Taffy 3 survivors adrift at sea for almost 2 days after the Japanese fleet left the scene. As a result of mistaken position reports, the initial rescue efforts covered an area too far south. Late on October 26th, a squadron of LCI landing craft picked up 700 Gambier Bay survivors, then found the last survivors of the Johnston, Roberts, and Hull the next morning. Many of their shipmates had drowned, died of exposure, or been taken by sharks. Commander Evans of the Johnston was among those who had perished during the long delay. He would receive a posthumous Medal of Honor. In the immediate aftermath of their victory, the victors seemed frustrated, embittered, and exhausted. After arriving off San Bernardino to find that Kurita had already made his escape, Halsey radioed a victory cry to all commands. It can be announced with assurance that the Japanese Navy has been beaten, routed, and broken by the 3rd and 7th Fleets. Although that was true, it was a dollop of bravado to salve a festering wound. In a heated and defensive 480-word message composed in the small hours of October 26th and radioed that morning to King, Nimitz, MacArthur, and Kincaid, the 3rd Fleet commander set out to explain and justify his decision to take his entire fleet north. The harangue included some passages that could only be explained as the product of acute mental and emotional fatigue. To statically guard San Bernardino Straits until enemy surface and carrier air attacks could be coordinated would have been childish, Halsey wrote. Kurita's center force had been crippled by his carrier airstrikes in the Sibuyan Sea on October 24th, and was so badly damaged that it constituted no serious threat to Kincaid. By turning away from the fight off Engano, Halsey complained, he had missed my golden opportunity to wipe out the enemy's northern carrier force. This was the first of Halsey's post hoc rationalizations for his decisions at Leyte Gulf. They would continue, adamant and unyielding, until his death in 1959. Allowances should be made for clumsy phrasing in a message hastily dashed off at the end of a grueling 3-day battle. But the word childish seemed especially ill-chosen, and prompted concern among Halsey's colleagues. Deploying the battleships to guard San Bernardino Strait would not have been static, much less childish, but rather active and manful. The idea that Kurita's force had been crippled in the Sibuyan Sea and thus presented no threat to Kincaid had already been resoundingly debunked by that morning's battle off Samar. My golden opportunity did not sit right either. It cut against the Navy's team-before-player ethos, and hinted at a MacArthur-esque longing on Halsey's part to secure his place in history. As the last, largest, and most closely studied naval battle in history, Leyte Gulf is a subgenre unto itself. Generations of scholars have had their say, but pioneering new contributions appear year after year, and various controversies remain the subject of vigorous debate. This is particularly true of the two controversial decisions by Halsey and Kurita, the former to take his entire force north on the night of October 24th, and the latter to break off his attack on the morning of October 25th. C. Van Woodward, author of the first major history of the battle, judged that the two colossal failures at Leyte Gulf are reasonably attributable to an American Hotspur and a Japanese Hamlet. In the American view, Kurita's decision to turn back providentially neutralized Halsey's failure to cover San Bernardino Strait. Like corresponding terms in an algebra equation, the two blunders canceled each other out. After breaking off pursuit of the escort carriers at 9:25 a.m., Kurita had summoned his ships to regroup in circular battle formation. This was more easily ordered than accomplished. Visibility remained deplorable, radio communications were spotty, and relentless air attacks continued to fall upon the center force. Reassembling into fleet formation took a full 2 hours, during which time a flood of new contact reports and radio intercepts only added to the impression of chaos. Persistent reports of another American task force to the north left the Japanese with the sense that they were surrounded, but no enemy ships materialized in that direction. At 11:20, Kurita set course to the southwest, momentarily intending to break into Leyte Gulf. Half an hour later, lookouts reported seeing the masts of a Pennsylvania-class battleship and 4 other ships hull down to the south at an estimated range of 39 kilometers. This could not have been Oldendorf, who was still south of Leyte Gulf, and no other battleships were in the vicinity. Evidently, it must have been another apparition. Kurita dispatched a Yamato floatplane to investigate, but it was apparently shot down. At 1:13 p.m., Kurita again changed his mind and reversed course to the north, this time intending to run up the coast of Samar in hopes of finding another American carrier group whose presence was surmised by Kincaid's intercepted plain language transmissions. For several hours, the center force headed north, fighting off several more waves of airstrikes while underway. Kurita had expected to make contact with the enemy task force within 2 hours, but as masthead lookouts scanned the horizon in every direction, no enemy ships were to be seen. Fuel considerations began to weigh more heavily on his mind. Soon he would not have enough fuel to make Cologne Bay, or even to maneuver against American airstrikes. If he was going to withdraw, it was now or never. At 6:30 p.m., with dusk looming, he decided to call it a battle and head for San Bernardino Strait. Kurita had been directly ordered in no uncertain terms to charge into Leyte Gulf and attack the American transport fleet and beachhead. He had been expressly instructed to press on even at the risk of complete annihilation. Why had he chosen not to do so? The various explanations and justifications given by the admiral and his acolytes were confusing and incongruous from the start. He said he believed the air attacks upon his ships were growing in intensity and effectiveness, and in the narrow confines of Leyte Gulf, I couldn't use the advantage that ships have of maneuvering, whereas I would be a more useful force under the same attack with the advantage of maneuver in the open sea. His communications team had intercepted American transmissions calling for air support, so he expected the airstrikes to grow fiercer and more numerous. Moreover, he had not budgeted fuel to get home. Therefore, the fuel was a very important consideration, the basic one. Kurita added that he believed most of the American amphibious fleet had probably already pulled out of the Gulf, and I therefore considered it not so important as it would have been before. The Yamato had received a mysterious report placing an American task force 113 miles north of the Saluten Lighthouse. Kurita thought it better to steer toward this contact, which he presumed to be another Third Fleet carrier group, in hopes of bringing it under his guns before it could launch an airstrike against him. Western histories of the battle have leaned heavily on post-war interrogations of Kurita and his senior staff officers. In the months after the surrender, the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, working with the U.S. Navy, rounded up leading Japanese officers and questioned them closely about their major decisions in this and other battles. The result was an invaluable resource for historians. Not surprisingly, however, not all of the Japanese were equally forthcoming under interrogation. Whenever sensitive or potentially embarrassing topics were raised, evasion, misdirection, and outright lies were to be expected. Naturally, these proud men did not wish to air their dirty laundry in the conqueror's presence. After a long interview with Kurita in November 1945, USSBS interrogators described the admiral as somewhat on the defensive, giving only the briefest of replies. In some instances, his memory for details, such as times, cruising dispositions, etc., appeared to be inaccurate. Kurita became somewhat more animated when invited to explain his decision to turn north on October 25th. He gave several reasons, some contradictory. Asked if he had turned north in order to avoid a destructive air attack, he replied, "It wasn't a question of destruction, that was neither here nor there. It was a question of what good I could do in the bay. I concluded that under the heavy attack from ship and shore-based planes, I could not be effective. Therefore, on my own decision, I concluded it was best to go north and join Admiral Ozawa." But joining up with Ozawa was never a realistic proposition, and Kurita soon contradicted himself. "My intention was not primarily to join Admiral Ozawa, but to go north and seek out the enemy. If I failed to find the enemy, having reached here, indicating a position on the chart, about 13 degrees 20 minutes north, my intention was to go north and seek out the enemy, but to be able to retire through San Bernardino Strait at dark." Kurita seemed to mean that he wanted to keep the escape hatch at San Bernardino within reach, but only as a last resort in case he could not find the enemy. But he added a stray remark suggesting that his main intention was always to get away that night, because if I did not get into the straits by night, the next day was hopeless for me, because I could be brought under attack by land planes and by Halsey's force. Taken together with the interrogations of the Center Force Chief of Staff, Tomiji Koyanagi, and Operations Officer Tonosuke Otani, as well as the diary of Admiral Ugaki, an extraordinary concatenation of reasons was offered to justify the decision to turn north. Koyanagi alone enumerated 6 reasons, counting them out one by one. First, they could not catch the Taffy 3 carriers. Second, they were too far behind schedule to coordinate attacks with Nishimura. Third, they expected a heavy air attack based on Kincaid's plain language transmissions. Fourth, they did not want to be caught in confined waters under heavy air attack. Fifth, they hoped to fight a pitched battle with Halsey's force to the north. And sixth, they were running short of fuel. What emerges is a mosaic picture, a decision made under great stress and driven by several interconnected factors. Koyanagi and Otani both affirmed that the decision to turn north was supported unanimously by the staff. In his diary, Ugaki remarked, "I felt irritated on the same bridge seeing that they lacked fighting spirit and promptitude." But Ugaki also believed that the phantom American carrier force to the north was real, and even recorded that he had seen takeoffs and landings of planes far over the horizon on a bearing of 20 degrees. Since no such carrier force was in that location, the apparition recorded by Ugaki only adds to the impression of chaos and bewilderment on the Yamato's flag bridge that morning. Perhaps the whole story will never be known, but this much is clear. Kurita was exhausted. Since leaving Brunei 3 days earlier, he had not slept at all. His flagship Atago had been shot out from under him in Palawan Passage, dumping the 55-year-old vice admiral into the sea and forcing him to swim for his life. His ships had suffered under the most sustained air attack ever encountered by a fleet at sea, with no friendly air protection at all. To Americans, journalists, and other outsiders, Kurita was loath to admit that fatigue had played any role in his decision to break and run. In private conversations with colleagues, he was more candid. He told Tameichi Hara, the veteran destroyer skipper, "I made that blunder out of sheer physical exhaustion." The staff must have been similarly weary, for they had shared in the long ordeal and did not oppose the decision. Kurita had held a smashing victory in his grasp and let it slip through his fingers. That was an egregious command failure, never convincingly justified by the array of rationales offered later. Some have charged him with timidity. Many others have implied it. At the very least, it would seem that his heart was not in the fight. From the start, Plan Shou had encountered resistance in the fleet. Voices had been raised against it during the command conference in Brunei. The plan to attack transports and troop ships in Leyte Gulf had offended the sensibilities of many Japanese officers, who had been trained to believe that warships should fight warships. Others faulted Admiral Toyota for ordering the operation but failing to lead it in person. While advancing through the Sibuyan Sea against relentless air attacks, with no sign of the air support they had been promised, officers on the bridge of the Yamato uttered quasi-mutinous remarks about the stupidity and rigidity of Combined Fleet Headquarters. Kurita turned away from the battle not once but twice, temporarily on the 24th and permanently on the 25th, and in the first instance some of his staff had preferred to keep heading away from the enemy. And while the point is often forgotten, several of Kurita's fellow commanders also turned back prematurely. Ozawa turned north briefly on the afternoon of October 24th, after his northern force was sighted by Halsey's search planes, until instructed to turn south again by radio dispatch from the Combined Fleet Command bunker in Hiyoshi. Admiral Shima hightailed it out of Surigao Strait on the morning of October 25th, after launching a single salvo of torpedoes. He radioed Toyota to report that his retirement was only temporary, but American warplanes chased him all the way back to Manila Bay. The samurai Shoji Nishimura carried out his naval banzai charge more faithfully than any of his fellow fleet commanders. Even so, every ship in his southern force turned back, or at least attempted to do so once it became clear that the cause was lost. Even Nishimura's own flagship Yamashiro turned away at the last moment, after trying in vain to advance alone into the concentrated gunfire of the Allied fleet. In truth, the officers and men who manned the Japanese fleet had never really bought into Plan Shou, because it did not offer a realistic prospect of success. They understood that the staff officers who had written the plan did not really expect them to win, but to fight one last glorious battle to crown the Japanese Navy's career. They were being asked to offer up the still mighty Combined Fleet as a sacrificial lamb. But the Japanese Navy differed from the Army in this respect. Its culture, training, and traditions offered no precedent for a mindless, headlong banzai charge. While the Naval Air Corps was eventually given over to kamikaze tactics, that development was a last resort, long delayed by opposition in the ranks. It involved sacrificing airplanes and novice pilots who lacked the skills to fly and fight using conventional tactics. But the Emperor's ships were major capital assets, state-of-the-art weapons, beloved national icons, built and manned over many decades at monumental expense. It had never been intended that they should immolate themselves for the sake of abstract considerations of honor. Throughout its history, the Japanese Navy had always tried to win. Winning was its prime objective. Dying well was an ancillary virtue. If a ship's fate was to be destroyed in battle, she was expected to go down with guns blazing. If a man's fate was to die in battle, he was expected to die willingly, and afterward his spirit would rest eternally at Yasukuni Shrine. But the overriding purpose had always been victory. Now, in October 1944, the ironically named Plan Victory inverted that order of priorities. The Tokyo admirals had foreseen that if the Americans gained possession of the Philippines, the fuel supply problem would become impossible to solve. In that case, the fleet would be immobilized, left to end the war while riding at anchor or to sink in port under a rain of enemy bombs. Shou's driving purpose was to avoid that ignominious finale, to ensure that the Japanese Navy went out with a bang rather than a whimper. If it was possible to win, so much the better, but the battle must be fought no matter how long the odds. The point had often been obscured in Western histories of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, partly because the between-the-lines meaning of Tokyo's operational orders and subsequent dispatches was lost in English translation, and partly because Japanese officers were cagey on the subject with their post-war USSBS interrogators. But the truth shone through in contemporary sources and post-war accounts. Kurita had rallied his officers in Brunei with the remark, "You must all remember that there are such things as miracles." Koyanagi, writing after the war, pointed out that the fleet had been obliged to travel almost 1,000 miles to the scene of battle, through waters known to be infested with enemy submarines and under skies dominated by enemy airplanes. This was a completely desperate, reckless, and unprecedented plan that ignored the basic concepts of war, he concluded. I still cannot but interpret it as a suicide order for Kurita's fleet. Perhaps it was not cowardice so much as sagging morale that best explains Kurita's equivocation and retreat. He and his fellow officers knew better than their civilian countrymen that the war was already lost, and that the High Command had tried to hide the truth behind a skein of lies. They could not acknowledge it openly, but the incubus of defeatism was spreading through their ranks. And how could it have been otherwise, when the ludicrously named Plan Victory was itself a token of the regime's defeatism? Halsey went to his grave refusing to concede that he had erred in leaving San Bernardino Strait undefended on the night of October 24, 1944. His only error, he told anyone who would listen, was in reversing course when Ozawa's carrier group was nearly under his guns. Kearny and the 3rd Fleet staff upheld this party line, but virtually all carrier group and task force commanders were convinced that their chief had blundered, and their whispers quickly circulated back to Guam, Ulithi, Manus, Pearl Harbor, and Washington. Moreover, keen observers noted discord even among the dirty tricksters. Rear Admiral Arthur Radford, who would soon take command of a task group, reported on board the New Jersey on November 17th, having just arrived in the theater. He wanted to discuss the recent battle with Mick Kearny, his old friend and Naval Academy classmate. To my surprise, said Radford, the usually garrulous Mick was rather non-committal, and the same was true of Admiral Halsey and several other members of the staff. The impression that remained with me was definite. They did not want to talk about those days in October. I felt distinctly that all were displeased with their performance, but had not yet agreed on the reasons for it. For one reason or another, often bad luck, Halsey had missed all of the Pacific War's previous carrier versus carrier battles. In May 1942, his enterprise-centered task force had arrived too late for the Battle of the Coral Sea, because he had been sent north to cover the Doolittle raid against Japan. The following month he was laid low by a skin disorder and ordered to the hospital by Nimitz, thus missing the Battle of Midway. His trusted understudy Raymond Spruance stepped into Halsey's shoes and won the immortal victory. Halsey was not in the South Pacific for the Guadalcanal landing in August 1942, or the clash of carriers later that month at the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. In October 1942, during the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, he was shorebound at his SOPAC headquarters in New Caledonia. Then followed an 18-month hiatus, during which the Japanese carriers did not come out to fight. When they finally reappeared in June 1944 at the Battle of the Philippine Sea, Spruance was commanding the 5th Fleet. In the South Pacific, Halsey had earned a reputation as a rough brush. That is, an artist who painted in big, sweeping strokes, rather than a draftsman who drew fine, precise lines. Tactical subtleties did not much interest him. He simply gathered up his forces and hurled them at the enemy, trusting to the fortunes of war. His more famous nickname, Bull, got at the same trait. Since taking over the 3rd Fleet in August 1944, Halsey's major ambition had been to destroy the enemy's carrier task force. Not simply to meet it in battle, not just to defeat it, but to annihilate it, to wipe it out, to burn and sink every remaining Japanese flat top with all their airplanes and screening vessels. He was proud to declare himself a naval meleeist in the tradition of Horatio Nelson, who won several such wipeout victories against the enemies of England during the Napoleonic Wars. In his memoir, he quoted Nelson's instructions before the Battle of Trafalgar. "No captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy." Halsey added, "If any principle of naval warfare is burned into my brain, it is that the best defense is a strong offense." His friend Spruance had allowed most of the Japanese fleet to escape after the Battle of the Philippine Sea 4 months earlier. Task Force 58 Commander Mark Mitcher had wanted to move west against the enemy on the night of June 18th, to be in position to launch airstrikes the next morning. Spruance had declined, for fear of an end-run attack on the beachhead at Saipan. That conservative decision was decried by many of the Navy's influential brown shoes, aviators, who charged that the black shoe, non-aviator Spruance was fundamentally ignorant of the capabilities of modern carrier air power. During this period, Halsey was encamped at Pearl Harbor, preparing to assume command of the fleet. He and his staff received an earful from the aviators, who begged them to avoid another such letdown. Carl Moore, Mick Carney's counterpart in the Fifth Fleet, believed that Halsey was among those who sat around and panned Spruance during those first few days. And I think that the idea got into his head that he would never get himself into that kind of a position. Now, I have no proof of it. I think Carney would deny it, and Halsey certainly in hindsight describing everything denied it. But there you are. As usual, Nimitz allowed his seagoing commander broad latitude to handle his forces as he chose, depending on tactical circumstances. His operations plan charged Halsey with covering and supporting the Leyte Gulf Surigao operations. But it also specified, if opportunity for destruction of major portion of the enemy fleet is offered or can be created, such destruction becomes the primary task. A critical ambiguity lay in the seam between these two clauses. Ruses, feints, and lures were familiar hallmarks of Japanese strategy. In several previous naval battles, including all 4 carrier duels prior to the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Japanese had divided their forces and approached the scene of action by different routes. What if several major portions of the enemy fleet advanced from different directions, as they did at Leyte Gulf? How to weigh the impulse to chase and destroy one part of the enemy fleet against the competing mandate to cover and support the 7th Fleet and beachhead? Those contingencies were left to Halsey's judgment. The clause concerning destruction of major portion of the enemy fleet was boilerplate. Versions of it had been included in the operational orders for amphibious operations since Galvanic, the invasion of the Gilbert Islands in November 1943. Still, orders were orders, and the designation of such destruction as the primary task would seem to justify Halsey's aggressive mindset. Facing a dilemma comparable to the situation in the Marianas 4 months earlier, Halsey's instinct was to reverse the order of priorities. Spruance had refused to risk an end-run attack on the beachhead, even if it meant letting the enemy carriers get away. Halsey would refuse to let the enemy carriers get away, even at the risk of allowing an end-run attack on the beachhead. When Ozawa's northern force appeared off Cape Engano, Halsey was confronted with a high-stakes decision. Broadly speaking, he had 3 alternatives. He could stay where he was, he could divide his forces, or he could chase north with his entire fleet. He rejected the first option, keeping his entire force off San Bernardino Strait, for sound reasons. He wanted to sink the enemy carriers before they could link up with airfields on Luzon and shuttle bomb him. But his justifications for rejecting the second option, leaving Task Force 34 off San Bernardino in favor of the third, taking everything north and leaving the strait unguarded, persuaded virtually no one beyond the handful of staff loyalists who took part in the decision. The reasons offered in the Third Fleet Action Report were too nebulous to be convincing. Taking the whole fleet north, it argued, maintained the integrity of the blue U.S. striking fleet. It offered best possibility of surprise and destruction of enemy carrier force. To say that the decision maintained the integrity of the fleet was true, inasmuch as the fleet stayed together as an undivided whole, but that only rephrased the decision without explaining or justifying it. It was a tautology, disguised by a semantic sleight of hand. Fleet concentration for its own sake was Mahanian orthodoxy, which had reigned supreme when Halsey's generation had passed through the Naval Academy. By 1944, advances in radio, radar, and aviation had changed the game, and the old rule of concentration was as obsolete as a square rigger. Halsey had no compelling reason to concentrate his entire 65-ship fleet against the 19-ship carrier force to his north, but he had urgent reasons to guard the strait. Moreover, he did not have to pick between alternatives, because he had more than enough strength to deal with Kurita and Ozawa simultaneously. His action report described the Northern force as a fresh and powerful threat, deserving the Third Fleet's full attention. It was fresh in the sense that it had not yet been attacked, while the center force had suffered a terrific thrashing from the air. But the Japanese carrier force had already been emasculated by the loss of its leading aviators, a fact widely known and understood in American aviation and intelligence circles even before the Battle of Leyte Gulf. We all knew at that time the Japanese had very little carrier aviation, said Truman Heading, a former Task Force 58 Chief of Staff, now posted to Nimitz's SINCPAC headquarters. It was practically nothing, and any one of our carrier task groups could have overwhelmed them. Heading's judgment was corroborated by many other authorities at the time and after the war. As for the center force, Halsey considered it so heavily damaged that it could not win a decision, with battle efficiency greatly impaired by torpedo hits, bomb hits, topside damage, fires, and casualties. But that assessment was based solely upon the reports of Task Force 38 pilots returning from the day's strikes in the Sibuyan Sea. 3 years of war had revealed that such claims were generally exaggerated, often to a prodigal extent. The various task group commanders were amazed that Halsey would bet so much upon their accuracy, especially after new air patrols confirmed that the center force was again headed towards San Bernardino Strait, where the navigation lights had been turned on. On this point, Halsey convicted himself with his own pen, or rather his yeoman's typewriter. He thought it so vital to take his whole enormous fleet north that he would risk letting Kurita's battleships have their way with the transports in Leyte Gulf. Jap doggedness was admitted, and Commander 3rd Fleet recognized the possibility that the center force might plod through San Bernardino Straits and on to attack Leyte forces a la Guadalcanal. But Commander 3rd Fleet was convinced that the center force was so heavily damaged that it could not win a decision. Finally, it was calculated that the 3rd Fleet forces could return in time to reverse any advantage that the center force might gain. It was a hard decision to make, and having made it, Commander 3rd Fleet was gravely concerned until he received word that the center force had given up in the face of the valiant efforts of the 7th Fleet CVE groups. Not surprisingly, General MacArthur saw the matter in an entirely different light. It is not known whether he read the lines just quoted from the 3rd Fleet Action Report, but this is how he imagined the same scenario. Should the naval covering forces allow either of the powerful advancing Japanese thrusts to penetrate into Leyte Gulf, the whole Philippine invasion would be placed in the gravest jeopardy. It was a dramatic situation fraught with disaster. Should the enemy gain entrance to Leyte Gulf, his powerful naval guns could pulverize any of the eggshell transports present in the area and destroy vitally needed supplies on the beachhead. The thousands of U.S. troops ashore would be isolated and pinned down helplessly between enemy fire from ground and sea. Then, too, the schedule for supply reinforcement would not only be completely upset, but the success of the invasion itself would be placed in jeopardy. Now I could do nothing but consolidate my troops, tighten my lines, and await the outcome of the impending naval battle. If Kurita had been more steadfast, precisely such a calamity might have occurred. The long-term consequences might not have been quite so dire as MacArthur predicted. It is difficult to see how the invasion could have failed, given the state of Japanese air and ground strength. But the reverberations would have reached all the way back to Washington. Every journalist in the Pacific would have pounced on the story, and MacArthur's censorship apparatus would have let it be told. Regardless of censorship, the facts would have quickly spread to stateside newsrooms, and the story would have broken during the final 2 weeks of a hotly contested presidential campaign, a campaign in which the challenger had already criticized the incumbent for splitting the Pacific into 2 commands. On Capitol Hill, where there had been much caterwauling about command disunity in the Pacific, lawmakers would have scheduled hearings. Halsey and the Navy would have been blamed for the disaster justifiably. The massacre of MacArthur's transport fleet would have been offered as Exhibit A in his case for a unified command in the Pacific. The JCS would have been obliged to revisit the perennially quarrelsome issue under the glare of intense public scrutiny. Privately at the time and publicly after the war, Halsey blamed his misunderstanding with Kinkaid on a faulty command setup. He told Nimitz in a private "My Dear Chester" written a week after the battle that 2 autonomous tactical fleet commands cannot be justified from a naval viewpoint. Cooperation can never be a substitute for command in a naval action, and the further employment of the 7th Fleet in conjunction with, but separate and independent from, the Pacific Fleet has all the elements of confusion, if not disaster. Nimitz made no reply to these remarks, or at any rate none can be found. But one can imagine what he must have been thinking. None of Halsey's errors on October 24th could be directly attributed to the command setup. Having often skirmished with MacArthur during his 18-month stint as SOPAC commander, Halsey was aware of the obstacles to a unified Pacific command. The situation remained precisely as it had been in April 1942, when the 2-theater system had been negotiated by King and Marshall. MacArthur would resign before being subordinated to any admiral, but the admirals were equally unwilling to be subordinated to MacArthur, considering him unqualified to command the Pacific Fleet. The dual command arrangement was inelegant and even wasteful, but it had functioned adequately for 2.5 years, and it still seemed to offer the least worst solution to the impasse. Halsey was officer class, 4-star flag officer class, which meant that he was expected to act as a caretaker of the Navy's institutional interests, to show finesse in managing rivalries with other services and theaters, and to leave no opening for political mischief. The higher dimension of Halsey's failure at Leyte Gulf is revealed in that light. He nearly wrecked the consensus that had secured the Navy's control of its own crown jewels, the Pacific Fleet. In the end, of course, no such crisis occurred, because Kurita's retreat had saved the day. There was some grumbling against Halsey in the 7th Fleet and even in the 3rd Fleet, but those sour notes were muffled by the louder celebrations of a historic Allied victory. MacArthur issued a triumphant communiqué on October 26th. Secretary Forrestal, determined that the Navy should share the next morning's headlines, released Halsey's earlier message of that date, declaring that the Japanese fleet had been beaten, routed, and broken by the 3rd and 7th Fleets. At a White House press conference, FDR read Halsey's message aloud, and it was quoted in hundreds of American newspapers the following day. In the eyes of the American people, Halsey now loomed larger than ever before. No one was interested in letting a public feud ruin the moment. Kinkaid scrubbed his action report of any direct criticism aimed at Halsey. When one of Nimitz's subordinates drafted a report critical of Halsey's decisions, Nimitz brusquely instructed the man, "Tone it down." When a number of SWPA officers disparaged Halsey's performance at a meeting that week, General MacArthur cut them off. "That's enough. Leave the bull alone. He's still a fighting admiral in my book." Many have contended that Halsey kept his job because his fame and popularity were valuable to the Navy. No direct evidence for this claim can be found in communications between Nimitz and King, or in their later interviews and writings. So far as is known, it was never cited by Secretary Forrestal, Admiral Leahy, or any other member of the Joint Chiefs. Nevertheless, it is plausible. The Leyte battle and its aftermath coincided with Forrestal's drive to upgrade the Navy's public relations. For the rest of the war, Halsey's blustering personal style and his "Kill More Japs" sloganeering were featured widely in press accounts and newsreels. At a Washington press conference in February 1945, Halsey boasted that the Third Fleet had wrested command of the sea from the bestial apes. He added, "We have knocked down their planes, we have burned them, we have drowned them. And they're just as pleasant to burn as they are to drown." Halsey retained a fund of goodwill with his colleagues and superiors, for whom the disasters and emergencies of 1942 remained fresh in memory. Often in the past, his fearless and rousing leadership had seemed reckless, but it had succeeded. He had earned the right to a few mistakes. Relieving him of command would only draw unwelcome attention to the near disaster in Leyte Gulf. And who would replace him? 4-star officers who possessed the requisite seniority and were qualified for the job were vanishingly few. Mitscher could have been fleeted up, but he was overdue for a long rest, and his replacement, John McCain, was still learning the ropes. King and Nimitz apparently discussed the possibility of relieving Halsey, at least temporarily, but quickly discarded the idea. The 2-platoon rotation system, alternating every few months between Halsey and Spruance, would remain intact through the end of the war, and Halsey, but not Spruance, would eventually receive a 5th star. The command controversies of Leyte Gulf had a long and tortuous post-war afterlife. Halsey could never quite bring himself to acknowledge that the Japanese had deliberately set out to lure him north, and that the aircraft carriers of Ozawa's northern force had been nothing more than bait. That self-serving conviction somehow persisted even after copies of Plan Show were recovered and translated, and even after Ozawa, Kurita, Toyota, and others told the whole story to U.S. interrogators after the war. The role of the Japanese carriers, Ozawa told the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, was strictly limited. A decoy. That was our first primary mission. The chief concern was to lure your forces further north. We expected complete destruction. More than 6 years after that important disclosure, Halsey still claimed to be perplexed by the failure of Ozawa's carriers to put up a better fight. In an article for the U.S. Naval Institute journal Proceedings, he wrote, "A curious feature of this engagement is that the air duel never came off. Our strikes found scarcely a handful of planes on the enemy carriers' decks and only 15 on the wing." A little humility would have gone a long way at this late stage of Halsey's distinguished career. He was a 5-star fleet admiral, one of only 4 in history, a position that entitled him to active duty status with full salary, an office, lodging allowance, and a car and driver until the end of his life. Through the sale of his memoirs and a lucrative tour on the public speaking circuit, he became rich. Seats on corporate boards added another generous source of income. Bull Halsey was a major celebrity with a devoted public following, often appearing on television in the 1950s. He could have remained aloof from the judgments of historians. It would have cost him little to acknowledge error at Leyte Gulf. Indeed, it probably would have enhanced rather than diminished his legacy. He might have said publicly what he once admitted privately, that he wished Spruance had been in command at Leyte Gulf, and he, Halsey, in command at the Battle of the Philippine Sea. But until his death in 1959, the proud old fleet admiral fought a losing rearguard action against the hardening judgment of history. During the war, he had counted Samuel Eliot Morison a friend. In 1950, however, Morison delivered a lecture to naval officers in which he called Halsey's decision to leave San Bernardino Strait unguarded a blunder. Halsey heard about the remark through the grapevine and confronted Morison in an angry letter. The historian agreed not to use the term blunder again, but he did not back off his thesis. In future lectures, he told Halsey he would substitute the term error of judgment. Considering this reply unsatisfactory, the admiral called Morison a splendid Monday morning quarterback. A frosty silence followed until 1958, when Lady, the 12th volume of Morrison's series on the naval operations of World War II, appeared in print. In it, Morrison bluntly concluded that Halsey had fallen for the Japanese ploy to lure him north, and that he was chiefly responsible for the near debacle at Samar. The admiral, incensed, tried to rally his old Third Fleet officers to launch a counterattack. "My idea is to get the son of a bitch's cojones in a vice and set up on them," he wrote one of the dirty tricksters. "I hope you will join me." Some were willing to join in such a campaign, but Mick Carney, who had subsequently risen to the Navy's top rung, Chief of Naval Operations, threw cold water on the project. Morrison's reputation was unassailable, warned Carney, and no blast of yours, however justifiable, will destroy that structure. It would far more likely boomerang. He suggested that Halsey instead file a statement of refutation with the Naval History Office. The old fleet admiral apparently took his former chief of staff's advice. But a few months later, he added another leading scholar to his blacklist. E.B. Potter, a professor at the Naval Academy, had asked Halsey to read the manuscript of a forthcoming book. Not liking the professor's account of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the admiral sent this peevish and even menacing reply: "I do not intend to allow grossly wrong statements about my thoughts to go into a book which will be used to teach midshipmen without making trouble for you." In Halsey's declining years, the nickname Bull gained wider currency. Halsey had never much liked it, even when it was fixed upon him by an adoring press and public in 1942. It had never caught on in his Noumea headquarters or among his Third Fleet staff. MacArthur must never have received the word, because he had used the nickname almost exclusively when referring to Halsey, and even when addressing Halsey directly. The admiral had let it stand, probably because MacArthur seemed to mean it with sincere respect and affection. But now in his later years, Halsey refused to answer to the fake, flamboyant nickname. He told a friend, "Only those people who don't know me call me Bull." It was no wonder that Halsey rejected the nickname. It was decidedly double-edged, and grew more so on reflection. The Bull is respected for its size, strength, and aggression, but not for its tactical acumen. The Bull is stubborn, unreasoning, bull-headed. It goes about its work heedlessly, like a bull at the gate. Other large beasts are clumsy in tight quarters, but it is the bull that is most dreaded by the world's china shop proprietors. Every mammal leaves its feces on the ground, but it is the bull's that has a revered place in American slang, signifying nonsense, lies, or exaggeration. The bull chases the matador's cape while failing to notice his sword. Seeing red, the bull lowers its horns and charges, confident of striking down this feeble antagonist. But in the end, it is almost always the bull's bloody carcass that is dragged from the bull ring, while the matador leaves on his feet. Chapter 7. In an award-winning essay for the U.S. Naval Institute published after the war, Captain J.C. Wiley, Jr. argued that Japan had been beaten by a synergetic combination of sequential and cumulative operational strategies. The first was represented by the westward naval amphibious offensive, a sequence of battles and invasions carrying Allied forces ever closer to Japan. The sequential campaign could be diagrammed with arrows on a map, indicating the territorial gains of fleets and armies. It lent itself to a conventional chronological narrative. It was intuitively graspable, even to laymen without formal military training or education. To those who had followed the war in the newspapers or read the early campaign histories, the sequential campaign was the story of the Pacific War. By contrast, according to Wiley, a cumulative operational strategy does not involve territorial offensives and pitched battles, but a less perceptible minute accumulation of little items piling one on top of the other until at some unknown point the mass of calculated actions may be large enough to be critical. It weaponizes the logic of death by 1,000 cuts. In the Pacific, cumulative strategies chipped away at the economic and political foundations of Japan's imperial empire. One example was propaganda, sometimes called psychological warfare, aimed at foreign peoples under Japanese occupation, Japanese civilians, the rank and file of Japan's armed forces, and eventually even the senior leadership circle in Tokyo. Another was strategic bombing. Beginning in November 1944, a sustained bombing campaign was launched against Japan's industrial heartland, aimed at crippling major war industries. Eventually, it laid waste to most of the nation's urban areas. Most tellingly, U.S. air and naval power, especially submarines, were deployed against Japan's overseas shipping routes, in a campaign that cumulatively throttled the nation's war-making potential. By 1945, quite apart from the sequential territorial gains of MacArthur's and Nimitz's twin offensives, the Japanese economy was running on fumes and sputtering toward a final breakdown. More than any other industrial nation, and certainly more than any other major combatant of the Second World War, Japan lacked self-sufficiency in raw materials. The home islands were all but destitute of natural resources, offering little or no oil, iron ore, bauxite, or other useful minerals, and only limited reserves of timber and low-grade coal. Since the Meiji period, when Japan had first aspired to become the leading power in Asia, the chief aim of its foreign policy had been to secure access to these basic commodities. Through the 1920s, foreign trade had met the requirements, and Japanese diplomacy was shaped by the need to protect and sustain that trade. But in the 1930s, the era of Japan's Dark Valley, the ascendant militarist imperialist regime was determined to seize and colonize overseas territories that could supply the necessary inputs to its industrial economy and war machine. In 1931, the invasion of resource-rich Manchuria locked down a copious supply of iron ore and coking coal for Japanese steel mills. But Japan had remained helplessly dependent on the United States and certain European colonial territories in Southeast Asia for imports of crude oil, rubber, bauxite, copper, zinc, and other ferroalloys and non-ferrous metals. Japan's most important foreign suppliers, the United States, Britain, and the Netherlands, were aligned against Nazi Germany. Even so, in September 1940, Tokyo joined with Berlin and Rome to form the Axis alliance, a rash decision that triggered an onslaught of trade sanctions. Prior to 1940, the United States had supplied 74% of Japan's scrap metal imports, 93% of its copper imports, and most vitally, about 80% of its oil imports. In 1940, the Roosevelt administration began imposing embargoes on these and other goods, and these measures escalated steadily in scope and severity. In August 1941, the West Texas crude oil spigots were entirely shut off. With no other viable source of oil, Japan was forced to tap into a finite and diminishing domestic stockpile. More than any other single factor, that crisis prompted the Tojo Cabinet's fateful decision to launch the Pacific War. In the opening phase of the conflict, Japan had fixed its resource problem by launching a blitzkrieg offensive against Allied colonial territories to the south. By April 1942, just 4 months after Pearl Harbor, the conqueror was digesting the resource-rich prizes of Malaya, the East Indies, and the Philippines, among others. Above all, Japan had seized control of Borneo and Sumatra, erstwhile Dutch and British colonies that were home to the region's most productive oil fields and refineries. But there was no way around the bothersome fact that the captured oil fields were a long way from home. The lifeblood of the Japanese economy flowed through a long and tenuous sea link, a 3,000-mile-long femoral artery. If this artery was severed, the Japanese war machine would quickly bleed out, and defeat would become inevitable. The threat was clearly foreseen in Tokyo, even before the nation's reckless lurch into an unwinnable war, but the ruling junta had persuaded themselves that the sea lanes could be safeguarded long enough to attain victory. Even so, they knew the margins were narrow. Japan's merchant marine was hard run, at nearly 100% utilization. At the end of 1938, just 0.3% of Japan's merchant fleet was laid up in ordinary, idled, while comparable ratios for the British and American merchant fleets were 3% and 10% respectively. Shipping was needed not only for the importation of raw materials, but to supply overseas armies, fleets, and bases. Moreover, only 3% of Japanese territory was arable land, and food imports were needed to stave off famine. Shipping was imperative even to Japan's domestic transportation system. The nation's rail system was generally too light to haul heavy freight, and most industrial trade was carried from port to port in coasting vessels. After an intensive shipbuilding drive in the late 1930s, the merchant fleet, comprising steel ships of at least 500 gross tons, had grown to an approximate total of 6 million tons. Of this quantity, about 4.1 million tons was claimed by the Army and Navy for their own shipping pools, leaving just 1.9 million tons for civilian and industrial purposes. The Cabinet Planning Board insisted that at least 3 million tons of shipping was needed to keep the Japanese economy turning over, but the military services refused to allocate more ships to civilian uses. The regime expected shipping losses of between 800,000 and 1.1 million tons in the first year of war, declining to 700,000 to 800,000 tons in each of the 2 following years. Wartime construction was expected to offset these losses, at least partially. Japan's wartime shipbuilding effort was heroic in scale, rising from 238,000 tons of new cargo shipping launched in 1941 to 1.6 million tons launched in 1944. But sinkings ran much higher than forecast, and net losses remained critical in every year of the war. The Japanese Army and Navy largely neglected to cooperate with one another, or with the civilian merchant marine. Military cargo vessels carried troops, weapons, and supplies to overseas bases, then returned to Japan in ballast, empty. Shipping efficiency might have been improved by diverting them to nearby ports, to embark cargoes for the return passage. But the Japanese regime possessed no single controlling authority to impose such an arrangement on the rival military services. If Japan's overseas shipping routes were vulnerable to air and submarine attack, its urban and industrial areas were virtually defenseless against strategic aerial bombing. Japan's industrial base was new and emergent, having been conjured up from almost nothing in 30 or 40 years. Bureaucrats and capitalists working in partnership had set out to bootstrap an industrial economy centered on munitions production, with priority given to the steel, shipbuilding, automotive, aircraft, tank, and machine tool industries. The results were astonishing, even unique in history. In 1940, a year before the attack on Pearl Harbor, heavy industrial production had increased by 5-fold in a dozen years. 17% of the Japanese economy was devoted to war production, as compared to 2.6% of the U.S. economy. Munitions production rose sharply as a share of Japanese GDP after 1941, approaching 50% in 1944. At that stage, Japan's civilian population was more or less immiserated, and most of the remaining non-munitions share of the economy involved agriculture and food production. There was simply no room for further growth in the war industries. All slack had been wrung out of the system. Plant utilization ran just short of 100% during the war, except when production lines shut down for lack of requisite materials. Industries relied on an elite cadre of trained machinists and engineers who could not be easily replaced. Production was concentrated in a few large plants served by comparatively retrograde logistics. For example, most Japanese steel production, which undergirded the entire economy, was concentrated in 6 major steelworks whose location was known to the Allies. The supply might be disrupted by a few well-executed bombing raids, targeting either the steelworks themselves or the transport infrastructure that served them. Without spare plant capacity to fall back upon, the effects would quickly ripple through the economy. It was plain, therefore, that Japan's power to make war could be undermined, perhaps fatally, by sea and air attacks on merchant tonnage and war industries. But how to weigh opposing Allied priorities in a vast and intricate war? The struggle between, if you like, sequentialists and cumulativists colored every phase of Pacific strategy. Allied commanders in the field or at sea were instinctively inclined to think first about their immediate tactical problems and cast doubt on the value of long-term, cumulative operations against the enemy's economy. Marus, Japanese merchant cargo vessels, were seen as secondary targets or consolation prizes by Army and Navy aviators. Theater commanders were inclined to direct air power to the latest hotspots and question the value of open-ended strategic bombing missions against the enemy's distant homeland. Submarines were used in sundry roles and missions, often with no overarching strategic rationale. Not until late 1943 were they deployed in a single-minded drive to destroy Japanese merchant tonnage. In August 1944, as Admiral Halsey took command of the Third Fleet, he and his dirty tricksters proposed a basic change in the deployment of Pacific Fleet submarines. They called it the Zoo Plan. Mick Carney and Rollo Wilson worked out the details. About 24 zones in seas bordering the Philippines, Formosa, and the Ryukyu Islands were designated by the names of different animals, thus zoo. Submarine wolf packs would be positioned across the sea lanes in each zone, with orders to intercept and sink Japanese warships in the aftermath of a major fleet engagement. No matter what the outcome of the expected naval battle, Carney later explained, the Japanese fleet would afterward retire to refuel and go back to their bases, and at that time they would be forced to go through a tight line of submarines deployed against the line of retreat. In a private letter to Nimitz on September 28, 1944, less than a month before the Battle of Leyte Gulf, Halsey made the case for zoo. Acknowledging the value of sinking merchant tonnage, he argued that every weapon in the Pacific should be brought to bear if and when the enemy fleet sorties. Halsey proposed that the submarines be placed under his direct tactical command, at least until the impending naval showdown, so that they could be properly coordinated with the Third Fleet. After giving this proposal thorough consideration, Nimitz rejected it. He let his friend down tactfully in a dear bill dated October 8th. Submarines would attack enemy warships whenever the opportunity arose, he said, but their chief mandate would remain commerce-destroying operations. Nimitz and his submarine force commander, Vice Admiral Charles A. Lockwood, would retain direct tactical control of the boats. He urged Halsey to accept my decisions as resulting from full consideration of all the factors involved, usually in light of more information than is available to you, and always with the background of my wider responsibilities. In an ironic twist, Nimitz found himself on the other side of an analogous dispute concerning the new B-29 Superfortress bomber, which was being deployed in large numbers to airfields in the Mariana Islands and would commence bombing missions over Japan the following month. The weight and range of this giant Boeing airplane was unprecedented. It could haul a 10,000-pound payload to a radius of 1,600 miles. The USAAF brass, led by General Arnold, was determined that the entire fleet of Superforts should be deployed in a strategic bombing campaign against Japan. But the theater commanders had designs on the new bombers and were bursting with ideas about how they might be deployed in tactical roles. Nimitz's headquarters was interested in their capabilities for long-range reconnaissance, search and rescue operations, and mine-laying in Japan's inland waters. MacArthur expected all of the B-29s to be sent to his SWPA domain, warning George Marshall that the initial employment from the Marianas of this untried airplane would subject it to the most difficult operating conditions for its first combat employment. But Hap Arnold outmaneuvered both Nimitz and MacArthur. he persuaded his fellow Joint Chiefs to create a new unified air command, the 20th Air Force, dedicated solely to a strategic bombing campaign against Japan's home islands. Unlike any other air force, the 20th would be controlled directly by the JCS from Washington. Orders would be given by Arnold, acting as the agent for his fellow chiefs. It would include two bomber commands, the 20th and the 21st, based in India, China, and the Marianas, respectively. Although the 21st Bomber Command would be based in Nimitz's theater, the SINCPAC would hold no authority over it, except in an emergency. The atypical command setup was necessary, General Arnold maintained, to ensure that the superfortresses stuck to their primary mission of hitting industrial targets in Japan. When Nimitz learned of this development, he was not pleased. Brigadier General Haywood S. Possum Hansel, Jr., the first B-29 Air Commander in the Marianas, visited Pacific Fleet Headquarters on October 5, 1944. Nimitz told him bluntly, "I must say to you that I am in strong disagreement with these arrangements. This is an abrogation of the chain of command." But since the Joint Chiefs had already acted, his hands were tied, and he pledged to do his utmost to support Hansel. "I will give you all the help and cooperation in my capability. You have my very best wishes for success." The record does not show whether Nimitz noted the parallel to his disagreement with Halsey over the zoo plan, which the SINCPAC vetoed 3 days later. Nimitz kept the submarines out of Halsey's hands in order to safeguard their cumulativist mission to cut Japan's overseas shipping links. The Joint Chiefs kept the B-29s out of Nimitz's hands in order to safeguard their cumulativist mission to bomb Japan. With rare exceptions, the submarines were kept out of the public eye. Press reporting was minimal, especially during the early stages of the Pacific War. The nickname given to the submarine force, the Silent Service, was well earned. Submarine warriors were instinctively tight-lipped, even in the presence of their colleagues in other branches of the Navy. Their base at Pearl Harbor seemed enigmatic, even ominous. Low, sleek, coal-black boats, tucked behind finger piers on East Loch, were distinguishable only by stenciled numbers on their bridge towers. In the Navy Yard just behind the piers sat a plain 3-story concrete office building. A discreet street-level sign identified it as ComSubPAC headquarters. One of those rare exceptions was the arrival in Pearl Harbor of the Gato-class submarine Wahoo on the morning of February 7, 1943. Someone in Pacific Fleet Headquarters had decided that the submarine force was due for a dose of public acclaim. The Wahoo came up the channel under escort, wearing a broom fixed bristles up to her periscope shears and a long banner inscribed with the motto, "Shoot the sons of bitches." A crowd of hundreds was waiting on the pier, including war correspondents, photographers, and newsreel film crews. As the Wahoo inched into her berth, a brass band struck up a tune. A delegation of senior officers in gold braid came up the gangplank, followed by a battery of newsmen who had been cleared to take photographs and interview members of the crew. The Wahoo's sailors, habituated to secrecy, were collectively gobsmacked. One marveled in his diary, "I had my picture taken in the aft engine room. It will be in the Time magazine." This burst of publicity was occasioned by the Wahoo's sensational third war patrol, just ended, in which the submarine was credited with sinking 5 ships, totaling 32,000 tons. The broom, aforementioned, symbolized a clean sweep. Under the aggressive and eccentric Captain Dudley W. Mushmouth Morton, the Wahoo had proven that a submarine could take risks previously deemed imprudent, that it could stay on the surface for long hours in daylight, and that it could hunt with impunity on the surface at night, even in the presence of Japanese escort ships. With his trusty understudy, Executive Officer Richard O'Kane, Morton had pioneered new procedures for approaching and attacking targets. O'Kane was designated co-approach officer and made all periscope observations during torpedo attacks, thus freeing Morton to consider all other sources of incoming data while making decisions. The most spectacular feat of the Wahoo's cruise had occurred in Wewak Harbor, New Guinea, where she had fought off a charging Japanese destroyer with an unprecedented down-the-throat torpedo shot. Asked how he had felt during that tense encounter, Morton replied, "Why do you think I made O'Kane look at the destroyer? He's the bravest man I know." Morton was a big, irreverent, swaggering Kentuckian with the accent to prove it, who roamed around the ship in a disgraceful red bathrobe and provoked spontaneous wrestling matches with surprised shipmates. He colored his patrol reports with wry little commentaries that had little or nothing to do with the business of submarining. His attitude toward the enemy was ruthless. Morton seemed to regard it as his personal duty to sink every Japanese ship that floated, and felt no compunction about slaughtering their crews. He was the type of personality whose career might have languished in the peacetime Navy, but under the peculiar pressures of war, his buccaneering attitude and risk-seeking tactics made him a star. The Wahoo's third patrol had been only 24 days long, among the shortest on record, only because she had turned home after expending all of her torpedoes. The customary interval between submarine patrols was 2 weeks, during which time the crews, officers and bluejackets alike, enjoyed a swanky R&R at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, Queen of Waikiki Beach. But since the Wahoo had come home so quickly, Admiral Lockwood decided that a single week's liberty was long enough. The submarine was given a stem-to-stern overhaul. She was dry-docked and her bottom scraped and repainted. She was cleaned, re-provisioned, and armed with new torpedoes. Her 4-inch deck gun was transferred forward, and a third 20mm machine gun was mounted aft. All American submarines were being modified to augment their on-deck firepower, because experience had shown that surface and destroy tactics were delivering results. On February 17th, with the crew aboard and a delegation waiting to see her off, the Wahoo made ready for sea. Her engines rumbled in idle. Sailors uncleated her mooring lines and heaved them back onto the pier. She crept into the fairway at half-knot speed, blue clouds of her own exhaust wafting along with her. With the help of a pilot, she edged out of the congested harbor and passed down Pearl Harbor's long, narrow entrance channel shortly before noon. The Wahoo's fourth patrol would take her into waters not yet penetrated by American submarines. The East China Sea and the Yellow Sea, close inshore to China and Korea. Morton had asked for the mission, and Lockwood had granted it. Morton knew those waters well, having passed through the region as a young officer in the mid-1930s. Some of the busiest shipping routes in the world lay in those waters, including links between Qingdao, Darien, the mouth of the Yellow River, and Shimonoseki Strait, the western entrance to Japan's inland sea, between Kyushu and Honshu. Morton told O'Kane and the crew that the Wahoo was headed for virgin territory, and should make a killing in the forthcoming cruise. The boat forged across the cold gray wastes, bucking through nasty head seas day after day. She ran on the surface, except for a standard daily training dive. Not a single patrol craft or plane was sighted. Wahoo made a quick refueling stop at Midway, where she took aboard a crate of improvised Molotov cocktails, a gift from the island's Marine garrison. It was thought that they might come in handy during close encounters with sampans and other small craft. With seas building in the first week of March, she throttled back to one-engine speed in order to conserve fuel. On the morning of March 10th, a high periscope observation revealed the rugged green mountains of Yakushima, an island south of Kyushu. Many other islands of the Nansei Shoto archipelago came into view, including some that could be readily identified by volcanoes or other landmarks. The Wahoo ran through the Colonet Strait, the main passage through the Nansei Shoto, on the night of the 11th. The next morning before dawn, she battle-surfaced in the East China Sea, her assigned patrolling area. For the next several days, the Wahoo remained submerged throughout the daylight hours, hunting fat targets along the shipping route between Formosa and Kyushu. The area was crowded with small fry, fishing sampans, junks, and trawlers of less than 500 tons, often lit up at night, indicating that they were not military vessels. The skipper and executive officer, XO, took turns at the periscope and debated whether various targets merited a torpedo. On March 13th, they fired the first of the boat's 24 torpedoes at a large trawler. But the weapon ran under the target's stern, and Morton would not risk wasting another torpedo. He preferred to keep his powder dry for the bigger game he expected to find farther north. In the following 4 days, the Wahoo passed near hundreds of sampans, and the crew nicknamed the area Sampan Alley. On March 17th, the patrol report noted, the Wahoo had some difficulty in dodging all of the junks and trawlers to prevent being sighted. She pushed north into the heavily trafficked waters of the Yellow Sea, a shallow inshore lobe of the Pacific, enclosed on 3 sides by China, Manchuria, and Korea. Prevailing northerly winds swept an Arctic cold front into the region, and men standing watch on the bridge at night wore heavy wool coats, hats, and gloves. They could see their breath in the moonlight. They stamped their feet and clapped their hands. The skin on their faces grew red and raw, and they were relieved frequently by their shipmates. Morton had cruised in these waters before the war and had studied the charts and intelligence reports. He expected to find a wealth of targets on the routes linking Qingdao and Darien to Nagasaki and Shimonoseki, and he was not wrong. In a 5-day romp between March 19th and March 25th, the Wahoo sank 5 cargo ships of more than 2,000 tons. The new Torpex warheads packed a terrific wallop. Several of the targets were observed to simply disintegrate when hit. Debris was ejected hundreds of feet into the air, and the remaining intact sections of hull usually sank in 2 minutes or less. Survivors were often seen clinging to wreckage. Since the sea was only a few degrees above freezing, few of the castaways would survive. But Morton was determined not to leave witnesses who could tell on us. On March 21st, after sinking the freighter Nitumaru off the Shandong Peninsula, Morton ordered the Wahoo up to the surface and the deck guns manned. He conned the ship to run over one of the lifeboats, knocking the survivors into the frigid sea. A 20mm gun quickly killed the swimmers. A Wahoo sailor recorded in his diary, "So the Nitumaru and her entire cargo and crew are now where the rest of the Jap Navy will soon be." About 1/3 of all torpedoes fired by the Wahoo in the Yellow Sea failed to function as intended. This was an endemic problem throughout the first 2 years of the Pacific War. American torpedoes ran off course, or ran under their targets, or bounced off an enemy ship's hull without exploding, or exploded prematurely, or sank, or circled back toward the submarine that had fired them. At dawn on March 25th, partly because of Morton's frustration with malfunctioning torpedoes, the Wahoo surfaced and took on a small freighter with the submarine's 4-inch deck guns. Morton enjoyed using his deck guns in this way, and certainly they were much more reliable than the torpedoes. But the weapon was arguably a bit too large to be mounted on a 1,500-ton submarine, and its muzzle blast played havoc with the topside works. One sailor remembered watching as the deck planking was torn away by the concussions. Nonetheless, the gun systematically tore the 2,500-ton freighter to pieces until it sank from sight. Some of the Wahoo's crew taunted the surviving Japanese sailors as they clung to the wreckage of their ship, shouting, "So Sally, please." The Wahoo's patrol report observed of this encounter, "Anyone who has not witnessed a submarine conduct a battle surface with 3 20mm and a 4-inch gun in the morning twilight with a calm sea and in crisp and clear weather just ain't lived. It was truly spectacular." Staying on the surface even as the light came up in the east, the Wahoo ran down and destroyed another freighter and several smaller vessels. Speeding away to the south and submerging, the Wahoo tracked a 7,000-ton naval auxiliary and fired 3 torpedoes at it. One struck near the bow, crippling the ship but not sinking it. Morton did not claim a sinking, but post-war analysis showed that this victim had indeed sunk after fleeing to the north. The Wahoo's rampage set off alarm bells in Tokyo. IGHQ assumed that an American wolf pack must be operating in the Yellow Sea. Patrol craft converged on the site of the recent sinkings, and reconnaissance airplanes crisscrossed the sky overhead. For all his bravado, Morton was not a cowboy. O'Kane was a voice of reason, urging prudence in light of the dangers inherent in this patrol. The Yellow Sea was really just a flooded continental shelf, too shallow to accommodate the deep-diving evasive maneuvers that were a submarine's best defense against depth-charge attacks. Morton referred to the sea as a wading pond, and his patrol report noted, "We have to be careful with our angle on dives to keep from plowing into the bottom." Some of the ubiquitous sampans and junks were probably military patrols. Several were observed to mount large radar arrays and radio transmitters that one would not expect to find on a fishing boat. Surface and destroy was a fine tactic when it worked, and thus far it had worked. But any harmless-looking trawler might have a deck gun concealed under a tarp, and a direct hit by a mid-caliber shell might be enough to destroy a submarine. Firing faulty or dud torpedoes often served only to announce a submarine's presence. On the afternoon of March 25th, after Wahoo's run of sinkings earlier in the day, a Japanese destroyer bore down on the submarine. The angle on the bow was manageable, and the Wahoo might have maneuvered for a good torpedo attack on her adversary. She had 2 torpedoes left. In WWII 2 months earlier, she had destroyed an enemy destroyer with an audacious down-the-throat torpedo shot. In this case, Morton and O'Kane agreed to play it safe. The Wahoo crash-dived to 150 feet, rigging for depth charge. The destroyer passed out of range, apparently unaware of the submarine's presence. According to the patrol report, the Wahoo did not dare tackle this fellow with only 2 torpedoes aboard. From late experience would likely be prematures. It hurt our pride to have to hide in our shell and crawl away. Farther south, the next day, the Wahoo fired a single torpedo at a 4,000-ton freighter laden with coal, probably bound for the steelworks in Kyushu. The fish struck amidships and the ship went up with a mighty thunderclap, launching a mushroom cloud of coal dust that left the air unbreathable for a few minutes. The Wahoo continued working south, stalking the main shipping route to the Southern Territories, and let her last fish loose at a freighter on March 28th. She sank in 2 minutes. With all torpedoes expended, Morton ordered the Wahoo to the surface. She charged back into Sampan Alley, terrorizing small craft with her deck guns. On the morning of March 27th, the Wahoo ran down a trawler with a large radio antenna, which Morton suspected was a Japanese military patrol craft. 3 deck guns blasted away as the trawler began to founder. The 20mm guns overheated, and their barrels were dunked in barrels of seawater. One crew member noted that the guns were so hot that they boiled off the water in the barrels. A commando team of divers went across to the sinking wreck to search it for documents, but found none. They finished her off with a few of the Molotov cocktails contributed by the Marines on Midway. That night, as the Wahoo withdrew toward Colonet Strait, the crew listened to Radio Tokyo, and were amused to hear the announcer declare that no American submarines would dare approach Japanese waters. The Wahoo's 4th patrol had been another triumph. In 19 days in the Yellow Sea, often remaining on the surface, she had sunk 9 ships, a trawler, and 2 fishing sampans. She had penetrated into waters that the Japanese had previously thought safe, taking full advantage of the element of surprise. Morton claimed 8 ships and was credited for 8. The post-war reckoning raised the score to 9, which made it the best single cruise of the war as measured by the number of enemy ships destroyed. His rampage through the Yellow Sea confirmed Morton's status as the most valuable player in the Pacific submarine force. The Wahoo had run up her fearsome tally despite the malfunctioning of at least 6 torpedoes, 1/4 of her total. Her failure to sink a fat oil tanker on March 24th was especially galling. Morton had fired 4 torpedoes at this high-value target, and none had functioned as intended. 2 had detonated prematurely, a 3rd was knocked off course by those 2 untimely neighboring blasts, and the fourth had begun porpoising, diving and surfacing in a sine wave pattern, and gone careening off course. Morton gave Admiral Lockwood an earful about the problem, and Lockwood did not doubt a word of it. By the summer of 1943, he was convinced that the Mark 14 steam torpedo was a lemon, and he was raising a ruckus in Washington about the problem. On June 24th, he received Nimitz's permission to deactivate the magnetic exploder on all torpedoes, pending further investigation. That same week, Lockwood told Admiral King that torpedo failures had probably reduced the effectiveness of his Pacific submarine fleet by at least 50% through the first 18 months of the war. The trouble was aggravated by the scandalously slow response of the Navy's Bureau of Ordnance, which had designed and built the Mark 14. The weapon had not been adequately tested prior to the war, partly owing to a lack of sufficient funds. Certain influential officers and engineers at the Naval Torpedo Station in Newport, Rhode Island, seemed to take all complaints about the weapon personally, and insisted that any failures must be attributed to mishandling and poor maintenance practices at Pearl Harbor and aboard the submarines themselves. Confronted with such a response, the submariners redoubled their commitment, babying the weapons while on patrol and firing them only in ideal conditions. Many boats began keeping the torpedo tube doors closed until moments before firing, so that the weapons would not be prematurely exposed to salt water. But the failures continued. The causes were numerous, and one cause tended to mask others, which tended to make them more difficult to identify and correct. Many were related to the magnetic influence detonator, a device intended to trigger a torpedo's warhead by detecting a target ship's magnetic field. This technology, highly advanced in its time, was a product of one of the most secret U.S. weapons programs of the pre-war period. It was designed as a countermeasure to the hull blisters that were a common feature of most heavy warships. Blisters were double hulls that bulged out at the waterline, shielding the inner hull against conventional torpedoes fired on the surface. The idea was that a torpedo would run under the ship and explode directly beneath the keel. Such a blast, directed upward into the unprotected bottom, would do much greater damage to the target. But the magnetic influence trigger often went haywire in combat, resulting in a high percentage of duds and prematures. Eventually, it was found that the designers had failed to account for magnetic variability in different regions of the world, and that the technology needed fine-tuning for longitude and latitude. It was also found that the Mark 14 tended to run deeper than set, by a margin of about 10 or 11 feet. This problem was relatively easy to correct, but it was not finally identified until June 1942, 6 months into the war, when more than 800 of the weapons had already been fired in combat. Moreover, the problem was not uncovered by the Bureau of Ordnance, despite many complaints. It had fallen to Lockwood himself, then commander of the submarine force in Western Australia, to conduct a series of tests in King George Sound. The tests showed that the weapons were running, on average, 11 feet deeper than their settings. At first, the Bureau of Ordnance held that Lockwood's tests were unauthorized and the results inaccurate. Only 2 months later, after Admiral King had lit a blowtorch under the Bureau, did it concede, based on tests conducted in Newport, that the Mark 14 was indeed running deep and that the mechanism had been inadequately tested prior to the war. Yet a third problem was masked for over a year by the other defects. The Mark 14's contact exploder, a conventional alternative to the magnetic influence exploder, had an excessively fragile firing pin that was often crushed on impact, failing to trigger the warhead. This problem was not identified until 1943, when Lockwood ordered the magnetic detonator deactivated on most boats. Soon came reports of torpedoes running directly into the hull of a target ship, striking at the optimal 90-degree angle, and simply bouncing off without detonating. The most notorious episode of the war came on July 24, 1943, when Captain Dan Daspit of the submarine Tenosa attacked a Japanese cargo ship west of Palau. With Daspit watching through the periscope, Tenosa fired 11 consecutive torpedoes at close range in near-perfect conditions. Torpedo after torpedo struck the ship and then sank out of sight. One bounced off the hull, leapt up out of the sea like a fish with a hook in its mouth, and then dove back into the water and vanished, like a fish that had spit out the hook. With one torpedo remaining, Daspit gave up trying to sink the target. He would carry that last weapon back to Pearl Harbor for a close examination. Lockwood had done the Bureau of Ordnance's job a year earlier with his tests in Australia. Now he repeated the act with a series of tests in Pearl Harbor. The faulty contact exploder was quickly identified, and the problem was easily corrected by re-engineering the firing pin using a sturdy aluminum alloy. This at last broke the back of the torpedo bureaucracy, said Edward Beach, a submarine officer of the era, which was now willing to concede that expending a few extra torpedoes in laboratory tests was better than expending them impotently in combat. In September 1943, the Pacific Submarine Force was informed that the Mark 14 was finally fixed, and aggregate statistics pointed to improving performance in the following months. However, reports of misbehaving torpedoes continued through the end of the war. The most dreaded malfunction was the circular run, when a weapon's rudder jammed and caused it to turn back, fully armed, toward the submarine that had fired it. Several U.S. submarines experienced this horrifying mishap and escaped narrowly by diving or maneuvering evasively on the surface. 2 boats were known to have been destroyed by their own torpedoes, because someone on the crew survived to tell the tale. It stands to reason that others were sunk in the same manner, with the loss of all hands, but posterity can only wonder. The next generation Mark 18 Westinghouse electric torpedo, which left no visible wake of bubbles or exhaust, was being introduced into service just then, in the fall of 1943. The weapon was sent to the NTS in Newport for testing and trials, but the Newport guys, as one submariner observed, were largely uncooperative. Having designed and built the Mark 14, the NTS engineers resented the Westinghouse product as a usurper. Goat Island, the island in Newport Harbor that was home to the NTS, was possessed by a not-invented-here syndrome. Officers of the submarine Lapon, supervising trials in Newport, were dismayed by the attitudes they encountered. Maybe sabotage is too strong a word, said Eli Reich, the Lapon's executive officer, but they weren't helping one bit. Reich told Lockwood's deputy in Pearl Harbor, "I don't think these people are war-minded." Wahoo returned from her 5th patrol, which had taken her up into the icy northern latitudes of Japan's Kuriil Islands, on May 21, 1943. She had sunk 3 ships, a good score given the nature of her mission, but Morton told Lockwood that he could have sunk 6, and would have done so had the torpedoes behaved properly. The Wahoo was overdue for a major overhaul, so she was ordered back to Mare Island, California, the place where she had been born 18 months earlier. Dick O'Kane was promoted to command his own boat, a Balao-class submarine to be called the Tang. She was under construction also at Mare Island, just a short stroll down the riverfront from the Wahoo's berth. The Tang would be launched in August 1943. O'Kane and a skeleton crew would oversee the final stages of her building and fitting out. Meanwhile, the Wahoo was considerably rebuilt, to the extent that her profile was dramatically different when she left for Pearl Harbor in July 1943. Morton had taken on several new officers and a largely new crew aboard the new Wahoo. As she maneuvered into the Napa River on July 21st, the skipper bid his friend and long-standing executive officer goodbye. It was the last time they would meet. Morton wanted to take the Wahoo into the Sea of Japan, the nearly landlocked body of water separating Japan from the Asian mainland. Lockwood granted his star skipper's request. This represented, in a sense, the last mile of the undersea campaign. It was the only major area that had not yet been penetrated by U.S. submarines. It was full of ships plying the waters between Japan and its Asian territories. Because it was so self-contained, the Japanese had not previously taken any special anti-submarine measures in it. If the Yellow Sea had been virgin territory, the Sea of Japan was almost as inviolate as the sacred soil of Japan itself. There were only 3 viable routes into and out of the Sea of Japan: the Straits of Tsushima, between Kyushu and Korea, Tsugaru Strait, between Honshu and Hokkaido, and La Perouse or Soya Strait, between Hokkaido and Sakhalin. All were potentially deadly choke points. All had been mined, all were guarded by coastal artillery, and all were heavily patrolled by anti-submarine patrol boats and airplanes. Getting in would be dangerous, but getting out would be even more so, because once the Japanese were tipped off to the presence of enemy submarines in the Sea of Japan, they would redouble anti-submarine measures at the exits. After studying the problem, Lockwood and Morton agreed that La Perouse Strait was the best option, both for entry and escape. The Wahoo ran the La Perouse Strait on August 14, 1943. She went in on the surface on a dark night at about 18 knots. She was tracked on radar, and a lighthouse flashed recognition signals which she could not answer because she did not know the applicable codes. But she was through before the Japanese could react, and vanished like a ghost into the Sea of Japan. As expected, the sea was swarming with high-value shipping, and Morton looked forward to another rampage. But her torpedoes failed her. In the week between August 15th and August 22nd, the Wahoo stalked and attacked a dozen freighters, but she was plagued by duds, deep runners, prematures, and fish that ran off course and disappeared. Morton decided to hurry back to Pearl Harbor and demand attention to the problem. In his patrol report for this brief abortive cruise, Morton quoted the famous old naval slogan, first coined by Admiral David Farragut during the Civil War, but with an ironic twist: "Damn the torpedoes." On August 28th, having already received clearance from Lockwood to return to base, the Wahoo surfaced and fired shots across the bow of a Japanese sampan. When it did not stop, the Wahoo's guns blasted it to pieces. 6 Japanese fishermen surrendered and were taken aboard as prisoners of war. They were given clean, dry clothes and a shot of brandy, which they seemed to relish. They were confined to the after torpedo room, where they slept on mats on the deck. Relations between the Wahoo's crew and the prisoners were cordial, even friendly. The prisoners did their own mess cooking and willingly pitched in with routine cleaning jobs. At Pearl Harbor, the Wahoo made a quick turnaround. Morton wanted to make a beeline return to the Sea of Japan, and Lockwood agreed. Another submarine, the Sawfish, would sail in company. The Wahoo took on a load of the new Mark 18 torpedoes, and the 2 submarines put to sea on September 10th. In a recorded debriefing session at Subpac headquarters that morning, Morton had given a long, chatty interview. In the transcript, his characteristic cheerfulness and irreverence jump off the page. At 11:50 a.m., he broke off the interview, explaining that his ship was due to shove off at 1:00 p.m. Morton promised to sit down again at the end of his next patrol, and when he returns, the interviewer says at the end of the transcript, we will have more of the story of the adventures of the Wahoo. But Mush Morton never returned to Pearl Harbor, and the rest of the story of the Wahoo will never be told. Her 7th cruise was to be her last. She remains, as submariners say, on eternal patrol. Events of the Wahoo's last patrol can be partly reconstructed from Japanese sources and educated guesswork. She left Pearl that afternoon with the Sawfish in company. 2 days later, she put into Midway Atoll and topped off her fuel. A 7-day run brought her back to La Perouse Strait. The Wahoo ran it again at night, probably on the surface. The Sawfish followed 2 nights later. Morton had said that he intended to prey upon shipping in the southern basin of the Sea of Japan, around the western approaches to Shimonoseki Strait, the main western gateway to Japan's inland sea. On October 5th, Japan's Domei News Service in Tokyo reported that a steamer had been sunk that day by an American submarine, with the loss of 544 lives. The Wahoo was the only submarine in those waters. The Dome report did not identify the ship, or whether the dead were civilians or military personnel. Post-war records revealed that it was the Konron Maru, an 8,000-ton passenger ship that had been taken into the Army as a troop transport. Her loss prompted the Japanese to cancel night ferry service between Japan and Korea. Post-war analysis concluded that the Wahoo destroyed 3 more enemy ships of at least 1,000 tons in the week that followed. They went down in locations that could only have been reached by the Wahoo on the given dates. The Sawfish exited through La Perouse Strait on October 9th, 2 days ahead of the Wahoo's scheduled passage. Her captain noted that Japanese anti-submarine measures had been intensified considerably. The Sawfish was chased and hunted by several patrol boats and an aircraft. Diving to 200 feet, she was kept down for several hours by echo ranging. Several bombs and depth charges were dropped, but none was close. She transited the strait while submerged and was safely through by the following morning. The Wahoo, following 2 nights later, was fired upon by a coastal artillery battery on northern Hokkaido. She may have been damaged by a near miss. She crash-dived, but could not dive quickly enough to evade a circling float plane of the Ominato Air Fleet, which dropped 3 depth charges on her location. Patrol boats, probably the same ones that had gone after the Sawfish, surged into the strait and scattered depth charges through the area. No Japanese craft obtained a sonar fix on the Wahoo, but they remained in the area for 4 hours. That part of La Perouse Strait was too shallow to allow for a deep dive. An enormous oil slick, 3 miles long, marked the Wahoo's final descent to the seafloor, just 213 feet below the surface. Her wreck was located and identified in 2008. The Americans knew nothing of the circumstances of Wahoo's demise until after the war. She might have been depth-charged to oblivion in La Perouse Strait, but she could just as well have been done in by an accident, a mine, or a faulty torpedo. On November 9, 1943, Subpac headquarters declared her overdue, presumed lost. The news sent a ripple of grief through the submarine force. Morton was the most revered submarine captain in the fleet, and his colleagues had been urged to study and adopt his bold methods. Should they now interpret the loss of the Wahoo as a warning sign that he had been reckless? The possibility was unsettling, but it could not be dismissed. Then again, they all knew that submarine warfare was a perilous business, and that any boat might be lost at any time, regardless of tactics. For the moment, Lockwood put a stop to all penetrations into the Sea of Japan, and that line of attack would not be renewed until late in the war. When statistics were compiled and revised by post-war analysis, Morton and the Wahoo stood near the top of the submarine force's league tables. His wartime record was given as 17 enemy ships sunk. Post-war accounting raised the figure to 20, and more recent evaluations have concluded that the figure may have been as high as 24. Despite having been killed at the war's midpoint, and having been handicapped by faulty torpedoes, a problem much alleviated after his death, Morton was tied for second place in the rankings by number of ships sunk, and again tied for second place in the rankings of the best single war patrol. Perhaps it was a further tribute to Morton's leadership that his erstwhile executive officer, Dick O'Kane, eventually surpassed him in both categories. The fall of 1943 saw a shift in American thinking about submarine deployments. Previously, Lockwood and the submarine admirals in Australia had kept many fleet boats patrolling the sea approaches to Truk Atoll in the Caroline Islands, which served as the Japanese Navy's largest overseas fleet anchorage. They provided valuable sighting reports and warnings of major naval movements, and had seized opportunities to attack enemy warships as they entered or exited the atoll. Submarines had also been positioned in the Solomon Islands and the South Pacific in support of Halsey and MacArthur's offensives in the region. As always, subs were also sent yon and hither on various special missions, such as reconnaissance, aviator lifeguarding, and smuggling agents and intelligence into and out of the Philippines. Between October and December 1943, more boats were sent to attack Japan's interior sea routes in the western Pacific, including the waters pioneered by the Wahoo, the East China Sea, and the Yellow Sea. By that time, American submarines were routinely destroying more than 100,000 tons of Japanese shipping each month. Admiral Ralph Christie's Western Australia Command, based in Fremantle, devoted nearly its entire strength to hunting and sinking Japanese oil tankers plying the waters between Borneo and Truk. Many tankers on this route were double-hulled, which made them tough to sink. But they were slower than warships, which made them easier to hit. The new Torpex warheads packed a heavy punch, and the tankers were often filled with relatively volatile, unprocessed crude oil, which made them vulnerable to devastating secondary explosions and fires. In the last quarter of 1943, boats operating out of Fremantle sent a dozen tankers to the bottom, enough to disrupt the supply line and arouse serious fears in Tokyo that the fleet would be immobilized for lack of fuel. In 1944, the submarines achieved peak effectiveness in the tonnage war. Total sinkings of merchant ships, not counting warships, more than doubled, from 1.2 million tons in 1943 to 2.5 million tons in 1944. As new Balao-class units entered service, the size of the Pacific submarine force expanded from 47 boats in February 1943 to more than 100 in June 1944. Lockwood and his team began experimenting with Wolfpack tactics, deploying 3 to 6 boats under one commander. The submarines were equipped with better sonar, radar, optical and communication systems, more powerful deck guns, and torpedoes that finally worked as designed. The Mark 14 torpedo gave way to the Mark 18, which became a lethal weapon as its defects were corrected. A new breed of younger, more daring skippers followed Mush Morton's example by keeping their boats on the surface for most of their patrols. They were sent on long missions into coastal waters off mainland Asia and Japan to prey upon the enemy's busiest shipping lanes. At night, using the much-improved SJ radar, they pinpointed the location, speed, and heading of their quarry, and then charged into attack positions at 4-engine flank speed, often touching 20 knots. Cryptanalysts in Pearl Harbor broke Japanese shipping codes and could accurately predict the locations and routes of Japanese merchant convoys. This valuable ultra data was used in assigning patrol locations and was regularly transmitted by long-range radio to submarines already at sea. Dick O'Kane and his new Balao-class submarine Tang made her maiden passage from Mare Island to Pearl Harbor in January 1944. During the 9-month career of this deadly boat, with O'Kane as skipper, the Tang would rise to the top of the submarine forces league tables for total tonnage destroyed, surpassing even the record of Morton in the Wahoo. According to the post-war conclusions of the Joint Army-Navy Assessment Committee, JNAC, she destroyed 24 ships. Her skipper and others insisted that the total was actually higher, perhaps as many as 33. In any case, there is no doubt that Tang was one of the 3 most productive boats in the silent service during the Second World War. O'Kane seemed to be on a personal mission to avenge the death of Mush Morton and the 80 souls who had gone down with the Wahoo in La Perouse Strait. His 3 patrols as the Wahoo's executive officer had provided the best possible education in this business. Like Morton, O'Kane was a champion of night surface attacks. He considered the crash dive to be a last resort, to be used only in case of emergency. Operating on the surface at night provided exceptional visibility, not only through the SJ radar but also by sending eagle-eyed young sailors to the top of the periscope shears with powerful binoculars. Before each sequence, O'Kane calculated the odds. If he liked them, he initiated daring, slashing attacks. Again and again, the Tang evaded Japanese destroyers and penetrated into the inner ring of an enemy shipping convoy, often sinking multiple ships in a single salvo. On Tang's first patrol, to the waters between the Caroline and Mariana Island groups, she stalked a large convoy through rain squalls for 2 days, sinking 3 big ships. 2 nights later, her radar picked up another northbound convoy, and in a 2-day game of cat and mouse, Tang sank 2 more valuable targets, including a big naval fuel tanker, the Echizen Maru. After this red-letter patrol, Tang served as lifeguard submarine during the 5th Fleet's first carrier air raid on Truk, Operation Hailstone, February 17 to 18, 1944, and distinguished herself by rescuing 7 drowned carrier airmen, more than any other boat participating in the operation. Her 3rd and 4th patrols took her into the East China Sea, waters O'Kane knew well, having patrolled there in the Wahoo a year earlier, where the Tang behaved like a one-boat wolf pack. On the night of June 24, 1944, not far out of Nagasaki, she ambushed a column of 6 large cargo ships with escorts, firing a 6-torpedo spread. O'Kane believed and claimed that 2 torpedoes had found their mark, sinking 2 ships. According to post-war accounting, however, the salvo had knocked down 4 big freighters with a combined weight of 16,000 tons. 4 ships down with a 6-torpedo spread made it the single most lethal submarine salvo of the war. Tang followed that performance with an August 1944 rampage south of the main Japanese island of Honshu, boldly intruding into shallow inshore waters off the most populous coastline in Japan, and destroyed at least 2 more large merchantmen with combined weight of 11,500 tons. Several other standout submarines and captains were making their names that year. The superbly named Slade Cutter, a former Naval Academy 1935 football star, was a bold, risk-taking captain in the mold of Mush Morton. In 4 brilliant patrols, culminating with a June 1944 rampage in Luzon Strait, Cutter's submarine Seahorse sank 19 enemy ships, totaling 72,000 tons. At the end of the war, he was tied for 2nd with Mush Morton in the table of total sinkings. O'Kane was 1st. Sam Dealey, who made 6 war patrols as captain of the Harder, sank 16 Japanese ships totaling 54,002 tons. The Harder's most famous contribution to the war came in June 1944, just before the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Stalking the main Japanese battle fleet at its anchorage at Tawi-Tawi in the southern part of the Sulu Sea, the Harder sank 3 Japanese destroyers in 3 days. Reuben Whitaker was captain of the Flasher with Chester Nimitz Jr. as 3rd officer. In 4 patrols around the Philippines and South China Sea, the Flasher sank 15 ships of 60,846 tons. Gene Fluckey, skipper of the Barb, compiled an exceptional record over 7 war patrols in the Luzon Straits and the East China Sea, sinking 17 ships totaling 96,628 tons. The highlight of Barb's career came in July 1945, when she landed a party of commandos on the coast of Sakhalin Island, then Japanese territory. The attackers blew up a railroad train. This was the only mission of its kind in the Pacific War, and the only Allied ground operation in the Japanese home islands. But the Pacific Tonnage War did not only depend on the champion performers of the U.S. submarine force. In a death by 1,000 cuts, each little cut did its part to kill the subject. Most captains and submarines stood well down the scoring tables, but even the middling players whose names are mostly forgotten were doing their part. To the Japanese, it mattered little whether their precious remaining oil tankers were sent to the bottom by superstars like the Wahoo, Tang, or Seahorse, or by unsung boats, such as, to pick a few at random, the Cod, the Kingfish, or the Barbero. The total number of U.S. submarines on patrol in the Pacific doubled in 1944, from an average of 24 boats in June 1943 to 48 in June 1944. At Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo, it was said that a man could walk from Japan to Singapore on the periscopes of American submarines. What mattered in the end was the cumulative result of their efforts. By late 1944, the submarines were sinking more than 250,000 tons of Japanese merchant shipping each month. Sinkings peaked in October 1944, when the eyes of the world were on MacArthur's return to the Philippines and the great naval battle of Leyte Gulf. That month, undersea predators destroyed 328,843 tons of Japanese merchant shipping, including 103,903 tons of oil tankers. Thereafter, monthly totals declined, but only because there was a relative scarcity of targets. American submarines patrolling the busiest maritime routes found the sea littered with oil slicks and the flotsam and jetsam of previous sinkings. Many skippers increasingly turned their attention to sinking junks and trawlers with deck guns. The Tang's last patrol, which began the last week of September 1944, took her to the Strait of Formosa. The cruise coincided with Halsey's Third Fleet carrier strikes in the area and the opening moves in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. For 2 days, Captain O'Kane stalked Admiral Shima's task force as it headed south, where it would arrive late to the Battle of Surigao Strait. Taking 8-inch fire from one of Shima's cruisers, the Tang crash-dived to safety. O'Kane's sighting report was received at Pearl Harbor and relayed to Halsey and Kincaid. On October 23rd, the Tang intercepted a northbound convoy of 3 tankers flanked by 2 cargo ships, heavily escorted by destroyers. Evading the destroyers, O'Kane maneuvered his submarine in for a point-blank night torpedo attack and sank all 3 tankers in a single close-range salvo. The explosions momentarily illuminated the Tang, and the remaining cargo ships turned directly toward the submarine, apparently intending to ram her. O'Kane ordered all-ahead emergency, and with a sudden lunge the boat bolted ahead of the 2 ships, which were closing in from both sides. The 2 Japanese ships found themselves on a collision course as both turned in the same direction. They collided, and a moment later both were struck by another salvo of torpedoes fired from the Tang's stern tubes. The 2 ships went up in spectacular twin explosions. Tang did not even bother to dive. She had destroyed 5 valuable targets in the space of 10 minutes, one of the most astonishing feats of the war. O'Kane still had 11 torpedoes, and he intended to make them count. On October 24th, as the Battle of Leyte Gulf was raging to the south, the Tang's SJ radar picked up another northbound convoy. It was a big one, perhaps as many as 10 ships with escorts. Another slaughter ensued. O'Kane maneuvered the Tang in close and fired a 6-torpedo salvo. 2 fish connected with 2 different targets, and both went down quickly. A 4-torpedo stern tube shot hit a tanker, which limped away crippled. When a destroyer suddenly loomed off to Tang's port, O'Kane crash-dived and ran away from the scene, silent and deep. Later, he brought the submarine back to the surface and went after the cripple. The Tang had 2 remaining fish for the purpose. O'Kane, standing on the bridge, ordered 2 bow tube torpedoes prepared and trained on the nearly immobilized, still burning tanker. The first ran hot, straight, and normal, and hit the target near the bow, sending another pillar of fire into the sky. It was probably enough to be sure of her, but the Tang had only 1 torpedo remaining, and O'Kane chose to fire it as the coup de grace. It was the coup de grace, but in the wrong sense. As soon as that final torpedo was away, it began porpoising spasmodically and veered left. Its track, a long slick speckled with bubbles and lit by a phosphorescent glow, turned toward the Tang in a wide counterclockwise arc. O'Kane shouted down the hatch, all ahead emergency and right full rudder. But there was not enough time. The torpedo's rudder had jammed, or its steering engine had malfunctioned. Either way, it was on target to hit the Tang dead amidships, right under the bridge where O'Kane was standing with 8 other men. As the submarine's engines flared, she bucked forward and began swinging away from the oncoming track in a fishtail maneuver. But the weapon hit and detonated, tearing the Tang's hull open near the after torpedo room. The aft compartments flooded immediately, the stern sank, and the bow lifted clean out of the sea. O'Kane shouted down to the conning tower to close the hatch, but it all happened too quickly. The sea poured over the bridge and down the hatch. O'Kane and the other men were swept to sea, and the Tang wallowed helplessly, her stern down and her bow pointed to the heavens. Now the best-case scenario for the 80 men left on board was that the Tang would float long enough to give them a chance to escape, in which case they could look forward to spending the rest of the war as prisoners of the Japanese. The men treading water, O'Kane and 9 others, including one who had come up through the conning tower hatch, watched the boat slip beneath the surface. She sank to a depth of about 180 feet, then leveled off. About 30 men in the forward torpedo room had survived, and they managed to seal off the hatches. They burned all confidential papers, but the smoke fouled the air and made their predicament even more desperate. 4 parties, 13 men in all, managed to exit the submarine through the forward escape trunk and ascended to the surface using the crude breathing apparatus known as the Mumsen lung. 8 died in the ascent or after reaching the surface, possibly from decompression trauma, the bends. After a long night adrift on the surface, a total of 10 of the Tang's crew, including O'Kane, were picked up by a Japanese destroyer. They served the rest of the war as prisoners of war, shuttled between various camps in Honshu. Only 4 came home at war's end. O'Kane, one of the survivors, was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. In 1932, the air power visionary Billy Mitchell, a retired Army aviator, had called for the development of a heavy bomber with a flying range of 5,000 miles, a bomb load capacity of 10,000 pounds, and a service ceiling of 35,000 feet. At the time, the idea had seemed futuristic and fantastic, like a machine conjured up in the imagination of Jules Verne or H.G. Wells. But the 1930s was a decade of long strides in aviation. By 1940, as Hitler's armies rampaged across Europe, aeronautical engineers believed that a very heavy, very long-ranged pressurized bomber had become feasible. With FDR's backing, Army Air Corps leaders persuaded Congress to reach deep into the taxpayers' pockets to fund a new Boeing-designed bomber with twice the range and twice the payload capacity of the B-17 Flying Fortress. $3 billion $1940 later, the B-29 Super Fortress was born. The program's advocates, being keen to the political climate of the times, did not advertise the plane as an instrument for strategic bombing. The Very Heavy or Very Long-Ranged Bomber, VHB and VLR were the acronyms used more or less interchangeably, was to be a keystone of the hemisphere defense strategy cherished by pre-war isolationists. With its awesome range, the B-29 would watch over the Atlantic sea lanes, detecting any approach of enemy, presumably German shipping. The aircraft would win uncontested mastery in the skies over those mid-ocean zones, intercepting and repelling enemy invasion forces before they could gain a foothold on the North or South American continents. If the Nazis did manage to secure a beachhead in South America, the B-29 could hit the enemy from bases in Florida or the Caribbean. In this way, the giant airplane would serve as watchdog and guard dog for Fortress America. So it was said. As the specter of global war loomed in 1941, the War Department pressured Boeing to accelerate the development timeline and put the new bomber into production before it had been properly tested and modified. Boeing received an initial order for 250 units in May 1941, 6 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. A year later, the company was under contract to deliver 1,644 of the planes, even though none had yet taken flight. Boeing dedicated 2 large plants to the B-29 in Renton, Washington, and Wichita, Kansas. Many other leading aviation firms were enlisted to produce components or engines, including Bell, Fisher, Martin, and Wright. The Army Air Forces set up a major new command and administrative organization based on future deliveries of this aircraft, at a time when just a handful of experimental models existed. Pilots and air crews were recruited and trained in B-17s and B-26s. Most did not fly or even see the Super Fortress until they were already proficient in the smaller bombers. An early prototype B-29 crashed during a test flight in February 1943, demolishing a meatpacking plant in downtown Seattle and killing the program's most seasoned test crew and engineers, as well as 21 civilians on the ground. But the pace of the program did not slacken. When the first B-29 was delivered in July 1943, it had many flaws, and thousands of alterations were incorporated into the design even as assembly lines around the country were ramping up. It was by far the largest aircraft that had ever been put into general production. 99 feet long, it had a wingspan of 140 feet. It weighed 74,500 pounds unloaded, but its combat-loaded takeoff weight was generally at least 120,000 pounds, and routinely exceeded 140,000 pounds. The immense thrust required to lift the superfortress from the Earth was supplied by 4 Wright R-3350 radial engines of 2,200 horsepower. When first introduced to the new plane, pilots and aircrewmen gawked. They marveled at the long, sleek fuselage, the enormous plexiglass greenhouse nose, the immense wings and flaps, and the towering tail section, which rose to the height of a 3-story building. With its tricycle landing gear, the airplane stood proud and level on the asphalt. The airframe was flush riveted with an aluminum alloy that shone brilliantly in the sun, like polished silver. Most recruits had trained in the B-17 and regarded that aircraft as a big, heavy bomber. The superfortress was far bigger in every dimension and about twice as heavy. The airmen knew their lives would depend on those 4 mighty 18-cylinder engines, with their canoe-sized propellers stretching 16 feet from tip to tip. Climbing inside, they found much to like about their new airplane. 2 spacious compartments connected by a crawl tube over the bomb bay offered plenty of elbow room for the 11-man crew. The cabin was heated and pressurized. Even at 30,000 feet, where the temperature outside might be 100 degrees below zero, they could sit comfortably in their shirt sleeves. While cruising, they would wear no oxygen masks and could smoke freely. The waist and tail gunners sat in plexiglass bubbles providing good visibility, from which they controlled multiple 50-caliber turrets simultaneously through electrical remote systems. Engine noise was pleasingly muffled, and the machine guns did not roar in the ears as they did in the unpressurized B-17. The cockpit, perched forward in the conical plexiglass nose, provided magnificent visibility in every direction, especially above and below. Pilots and co-pilots had the odd sensation of being thrust out into space, almost ahead of the long fuselage. One remarked that piloting the superfortress was like flying a house while sitting out on the front porch. Straining against gravity to lift a 70-ton airplane, the Wright R-3350 engines were prone to overheat, leak oil, blow cylinder heads, swallow their own valves, and spread molten debris into their highly combustible magnesium crankcases. The original air cooling system had to be rebuilt after hundreds of B-29s had come off the assembly lines. A burning engine trailed fire and smoke behind it, like an asteroid entering the atmosphere. But this asteroid was bolted into the wing of the aircraft and threatened to burn into the aluminum skin and spars of the wing itself. A misbehaving engine had to be shut down quickly, preferably before it burst into flames. That was accomplished by feathering the propeller. A hydraulic system controlled from the cockpit turned or feathered the 4 rotor blades until they stopped and spun in the reverse direction, stopping the engine's rotation. If the crew reacted too slowly or the feathering mechanism failed, the propeller would begin to windmill, creating terrible drag. Within a few minutes it would burn free of its shaft and fly right off the engine, sometimes taking a bite out of the wing. If an engine failed and was properly shut down, the surviving 3 would bring the B-29 home, even over a long distance. But the 3 working engines would consume much more fuel than before, so it was vital to redistribute fuel from tanks and lines serving the dead engine. That might require an intricate rebalancing of the entire fuel reserve. The margin of error was narrow. Any setback in the flight was likely to end in calamity. Even the most experienced B-17 pilots needed weeks of classroom instruction before taking the B-29 up for a checkout flight. Every stage of a mission required meticulous attention to a long checklist. Takeoffs involved a long run, more than a mile, and the engines strained audibly to lift the giant machine from the ground. Once airborne, however, the B-29 was surprisingly nimble. It was the biggest, heaviest, and most powerful airplane I had ever flown, recalled one USAAF pilot of his first flight in the B-29. Yet it responded beautifully, with a gentle and precise handling of the controls. And it was fast, with a ground speed easily surpassing 300 miles per hour. Its combination of speed, altitude, and well-placed 50-caliber turrets vindicated the airplane's name. The Super Fortress would be a tough nut to crack for both enemy fighters and anti-aircraft batteries. Pressure to rush the B-29 into service forced the government to take unprecedented measures. The War Department signed contracts to purchase more than 1,000 airplanes before they had been properly tested, intending to modify them as necessary once they were on the flight line. The design, testing, manufacturing cycle was accelerated to about double the peacetime pace. This practice was risky and grossly wasteful, but it was the only way to get the B-29 into action by the spring of 1944, as no less a figure than President Roosevelt had insisted it must be. In a sense, the B-29's introduction into service was a microcosm of the whole saga of American mobilization for the Second World War. At every turn, leaders chose velocity of production over efficiency, thrift, safety, or even prudence. Before the first echelon of B-29s departed for the long flight to Asia, they were flown by their aircrews into Wichita, to an airfield adjacent to the Boeing plant, to undergo several hundred modifications. U.S. AAF leaders nicknamed this operation the Battle of Kansas or the Kansas Blitz. Several other modification centers or mod shops were set up at air bases in every region of the United States. Rookie pilots and aircrews flew their newly issued B-29s into the centers for modifications. These flights were incorporated into their training regimens and provided opportunity to build up their flight hours before overseas deployments. But that was not the end of it. Many hundreds of new modifications were ordered even after many planes had left the United States. In such cases, modification and repair kits were flown out to distant foreign airfields in Egypt or India, with necessary parts and engineers. Modifications were made to the propeller feathering system, the fire control system, the electrical system, and most importantly, the troublesome right engines. Two of the largest overseas B-29 modification centers were established in Cairo and Karachi. Even after major operations commenced in China and later the Marianas, ground mechanics were constantly engaged not only with routine maintenance, but with correcting the original deficiencies of the Super Fortress. U.S. AAF General Curtis E. LeMay observed that his airmen were forced to conduct a test program while flying live combat missions. It was a difficult and dangerous job, because the B-29 had as many bugs as the entomological department of the Smithsonian Institution. Fast as they got the bugs licked, new ones crawled out from under the cowling. At the Allied Command Conference in Cairo, Egypt, Sextant, November 1943, FDR had pledged to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek that hundreds of B-29s would be based in China and would launch a sustained bombing campaign against the Japanese home islands. Chiang had complained stridently about a perceived lack of support from the Allies and had threatened, in only slightly veiled terms, to seek a truce with the Japanese. FDR often told his military chiefs that bombing Japan from Chinese airfields would catalyze and reinvigorate Chinese morale. Neither the B-17 nor the B-24 possessed the range to do the job. From the beginning, therefore, B-29 deployments to the China-Burma-India CBI theater were a political gambit, intended to placate the nationalist regime and keep it in the war. The operation was given the code name Matterhorn. From the start, however, Operation Matterhorn was hobbled by wretched logistics. The new superforts with their balky engines were flown into the theater by recently trained aircrews. Their round-the-world odyssey began at Morrison Field, Florida, and continued across a daisy chain of refueling stops in the Caribbean, Brazil, Ascension Island in the mid-Atlantic, Liberia, Cairo, Baghdad, Karachi, and Kharagpur, India, near Calcutta. Along the way, the right engines often overheated, leading to crashes and groundings. With dozens of planes stranded in Cairo and Karachi, it was found that ambient ground temperatures surpassing 110 degrees were causing the engines to fail on takeoff, and the Wright engine's air cooling mechanisms had to be rebuilt by engineers flown in from the United States. In April 1944, B-29s began arriving at their permanent rear bases at Kharagpur. From there, they would stage into advanced Chinese airfields at Chengdu, in Sichuan province. This involved a grueling and treacherous flight over the hump of the Himalayas, the world's loftiest mountains. The superfortresses soared over a forbidding landscape of saw-toothed peaks and plunging gorges, tossed by vicious turbulence and sudden downdrafts, with winds surpassing 100 miles per hour and visibility often falling to zero. Every so often, through a clear patch of sky, the air crews might glimpse the summit of Mount Everest, just 150 miles north of their flight path. Their destination at the end of the 1,200-mile flight was one of 4 new airfields south of Chengdu, where construction work was ongoing. More than 250,000 Chinese peasants had been enlisted to build the 8,000-foot runways almost entirely by hand. Newsreel footage depicts an immense throng of laborers, many barefoot and wearing conical hats, hauling dirt and gravel in baskets and wheelbarrows. Boys aged 8 or 9 smashed rocks with hammers to make gravel. Stones from a nearby river were carried to the site in sacks, hanging from carrying poles slung over the workers' shoulders. These were laid in tight patterns on the runway beds and then paved over with gravel and dirt and compacted by a great stone roller hauled by 50 men. When an approaching B-29 entered the landing pattern, a loud horn sounded and the workers dashed to the edge of the runway. After the plane landed, the mass of humanity swarmed back onto the field to resume their labors. Early plans for Matterhorn had contemplated basing 2 B-29 combat wings, 150 bombers each, at Chengdu. But the aircraft's teething problems and the uneconomical supply line through India required scaling back to a single bomb wing. The 20th Bomber Command was supposed to have been self-sufficient, logistically speaking, which meant shuttling in its own parts, supplies, bombs, and aviation fuel from India. For this purpose, the command was assigned a fleet of C-109 fuel tankers and C-87 transports. The superfortresses also performed double duty as their own transports, with guns and extraneous equipment stripped out of the aircraft and fuel tanks fitted into the bomb bays. But the sheer tonnage of fuel and materiel that had to be hauled over the Himalayan hump was daunting. An average of 12 round-trip cargo flights to India was required for each bombing mission flown during Matterhorn. For every 8 barrels of aviation fuel airlifted from Kharagpur to Chengdu, 7 were burned in the round-trip flight. It was soon evident that the 20th Bomber Command could not possibly feed itself its own needed fuel and supplies, and the existing Air Transport Command would have to pick up the slack. That meant reallocating scarce fuel and other resources from Chinese and American ground forces in China and from General Claire Lee Chennault's 14th Air Force. The B-29's combat debut came on June 5, 1944, when 98 planes departed Kharagpur to hit Japanese-controlled railheads in Bangkok, 1,000 miles away. The raid dropped 368 tons of bombs on the target, an encouraging result. 10 days later, the superforts paid their inaugural visit to the Japanese homeland. As U.S. amphibious forces stormed the beaches of Saipan in Operation Forager, 50 B-29s lifted off from Chengdu to bomb the Imperial Iron and Steel Works at Yawata, Kyushu. This raid, the first on Japan since the Doolittle raid in April 1942, received headline coverage in the United States, China, and Japan. General Marshall released a war communique announcing that the mission had introduced a new type of offensive against the Japanese home islands. Chiang Kai-shek and his allies were exultant. Publicly, the IGHQ in Tokyo brushed off the raid on Yawata, falsely claiming that dozens of the bombers had been downed by Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft fire. As always, however, the appearance of enemy warplanes over Japanese soil stirred panic among the public. It seemed to matter little that the raid had done negligible damage. In the weeks that followed, the Matterhorn B-29s hit enemy targets all around the periphery of the China theater. Coke ovens in Manchuria and Korea, oil fields in the Dutch East Indies, steelworks and port facilities in northeast China, piers and depots in Shanghai, air bases on Formosa, shipping at Hong Kong, railroads and depots in Burma. Eventually, the 20th Bomber Command launched 8 more raids against military and industrial targets on Kyushu. But long intervals were needed between missions to replenish fuel, bombs, and other materiel. Bombing results were often disappointing, and operational losses heavy. From Chengdu, the B-29s could just reach Kyushu 1,500 miles away, but they could not reach Tokyo or other high-priority targets on Honshu. To launch a full-scale strategic bombing campaign against Japan, more air bases were needed in eastern China. But the Allies did not control any seaports on the Chinese coast, which meant that the cargo airlift from India would have to be extended even farther. Moreover, no one had any confidence that airfields in eastern China could be defended against the Japanese army, which was expanding its footprint on the mainland with a brutally successful ground offensive called Ichigo, Plan 1. Indeed, Ichigo even threatened the Allied air bases around Chengdu and Kunming. General Joseph Vinegar Joe Stilwell, the U.S. Army commander in China, gave his opinion that 50 trained Chinese infantry divisions were needed to guarantee the safety of the airfields. But no one, including Stilwell, believed that Jiang could supply forces on that scale. For all of those reasons, Operation Matterhorn never fulfilled its promise. From the beginning, it had been driven by FDR's concern to keep the Allied coalition together in the CBI theater, and to preserve the possibility of drawing upon China's bottomless manpower reserves in the final invasion of Japan. By mid-1944, it was becoming clear that the logistical and security challenges confronting Matterhorn were too great to overcome. Meanwhile, a better alternative had presented itself. The Marianas, which U.S. forces seized between June and August of that year. Saipan, Guam, and Tinian offered terrain suitable for large B-29 air bases, security against enemy ground assault, and, most importantly, a seaborne rather than an airborne supply line. They lay within a 1,500-mile flight radius of Tokyo. In July 1944, the Joint Chiefs confirmed that the new 21st Bomber Command in the Marianas would receive priority allocation of new superfortresses and supporting materiel. And after November of that year, no new B-29s flew into India or China. Matterhorn closed up shop in January 1945. Looking back on the China misadventure, LeMay concluded, it didn't work. No one could have made it work. It was founded on an utterly absurd logistic basis. The scheme of operations had been dreamed up like something out of The Wizard of Oz. Still, the difficulties presented by the Marianas were daunting. Fuel and supplies would be brought in by sea, but the maritime umbilical cord was long, 5,800 miles from San Francisco Bay, and the B-29s would have to compete with hundreds of other Allied military units for scarce shipping and other resources. The heavily loaded bombers would operate from bases that had not yet been built, on islands where enemy holdouts were still fighting in the hills. From Saipan, Tinian, or especially Guam, targets in Japan lay near the outer limit of the B-29's operating radius. Relatively inexperienced aircrews would have to navigate over 3,000 miles of trackless ocean, partly at night, in round-trip missions lasting 15 hours or longer. There was not a fighter plane in the world with the range for such missions, and the Allies possessed no airfields nearer to Japan. Consequently, all B-29 missions would be unescorted. In spite of its name, the superfortress was rather lightly constructed, due to weight-saving requirements, and it made a very large flying target. Some USAAF planners warned of prohibitively high losses over Japan. Possum Hansel was tapped by Arnold as the first chief of the 21st Bomber Command. Hansel had distinguished himself as a section chief on Arnold's Washington-based planning staff, and had most recently served as Chief of Staff to the 20th Air Force. Asked why her husband was nicknamed Possum, Mrs. Hansel said that it was because he looked like one. Based on the photographic evidence, she had a point. Like most other USAAF line commanders, Hansel was a comparatively young man, 41, and a skilled flyer in his own right. He piloted the first B-29 into Saipan while handling the controls from the left side seat. The Joltin' Josie, as the aircraft was called, flew from Matherfield, California near Sacramento in 3 hops to Honolulu, Kwajalein, and Saipan, landing at Isley Field on October 12, 1944. Crowds of servicemen, most of whom had never laid eyes on a superfortress, were gathered along the runway. As the Joltin' Josie approached, one witness recalled, a great cheer went up, and all work stopped as men shaded their eyes to watch the plane pass over. The thrill that went through all was almost electric in effect. Hansel was dismayed by the conditions he found on Saipan. Plans had called for 2 parallel runways, both 8,500 feet long, and 80 hardstands, paved parking areas abutting the taxiways. He found one runway, 7,000 feet long and only partly paved, and a parallel strip of land that had been cleared and graded but not yet paved at all. Only 40 hardstands had been completed, and when B-29s of the 73rd Bomb Wing flew in later that month, they had to be double parked. Aviation gasoline was stored in tank trailers lined up in a nearby parking lot. The base was scheduled to receive 180 aircraft and 12,000 men by the end of the year, but there were no barracks, no administrative offices, and no warehouses. As advance echelons of the 21st Bomber Command arrived, they moved into tent cities around the edges of the airfields. Even General Hansel was quartered in a canvas tent perched on a cliff overlooking the sea to the east. The mess hall was a Quonset hut, and even the brass stood in the chow line. I had no shops and no facilities except tents, Hansel later remembered. I had a bomb dump, a vehicle park, and gasoline storage, but the rest of it was the most miserable shambles I have ever seen. The delays were not for a lack of effort. Bulldozers had started working over Isley Field on June 24th, when combat was still raging and the Japanese lines were only a mile north. Aviation engineering battalions had worked in shifts around the clock under floodlights at night, sometimes harassed by artillery or sniper fire. Bucketing rains had turned the unpaved segments of runways and hardstands into mud baths. The islands offered functionally limitless reserves of coral rock, which was crushed and converted into high-quality concrete for asphalt. But the roads linking coral pits to airfields were generally too narrow and unpaved in many places. Frequently, they were jammed by traffic or swamped by tropical downpours. Thousands of tons of crushed coral were needed to pave the runways and service areas. But first, the roads had to be widened, graded, and paved, which likewise required thousands of tons of crushed coral. Desperately short of necessary equipment and spare parts, Hansel sounded an urgent call to the mainland for logistical support. When a ship laden with vital cargo put into a dysfunctionally congested harbor in Guam, the Navy harbor master declared, "I'll give you 24 hours to get that goddamn ship out of here." In the rush to unload, the cargo was dumped in a field at the edge of the jungle, where it was exposed to rain, humidity, and plunder. Most of it was lost or judged unsalvageable. With shortages threatening to delay bombing missions, an air cargo route was opened all the way back to California. Once again, B-29s were hauling their own stores into a combat zone. It was the hump again, but this hump was the curvature of the Earth over 94 degrees of longitude. In the weeks following Hansel's arrival, an average of 3 to 5 new superfortresses flew into Saipan each day. Most were staged out of the training and modification centers of Kansas and Nebraska by their own recently trained air crews. They followed the route taken by Hansel and Joltin' Josie. Over the mountains to Matherfield, California, over the eastern Pacific to John Rogers Field in Honolulu, formerly a civilian airport, thence across the international dateline to Kwajalein Atoll in the central Pacific, losing a day on the calendar, and the final 1,500-mile leg to Isley Field, Saipan, The long transoceanic flight was unfamiliar to most young airmen. It was a trial by fire of their overwater navigation skills and a worthwhile training exercise in itself. When flying above a cloud ceiling, the navigator peered down through gaps in the overcast and caught glimpses of the wrinkled blue seascape. Now and again he might see a coral reef or a tendril of sand, and he tried to match those features to the chart on his desk. At night, the navigator tracked his aircraft's position by taking star sightings with a sextant, like an ancient mariner. Mostly he relied on dead reckoning, keeping meticulous track of airspeed and compass heading, adding corrections for the wind, until he could pick up a Loran signal or a radio homing beacon. A typical B-29 aircrew comprised 11 men ranging in age from 19 to 30. On many planes, the captain and oldest member of the crew was a 25-year-old lieutenant who had learned to fly in a single-engine trainer about 18 months earlier. Not even youth or peak physical condition spared them the fatigue of long flights at high altitude. After a 15-hour mission, one pilot wrote in a letter home, "My legs and back were stiff and I can still feel it. We took off at dawn and landed several hours after dark. That's a point lots of folks miss. Bombing the target takes only a short time. It's that workout going to the target and returning home to your destination that gets you." As new planes and airmen crowded into Saipan, Hansel judged that more indoctrination and training was needed in formation flying, rendezvous, communications, navigation, and precision bombing. There was no better training, he reasoned, than live combat missions against relatively weak enemy positions. On October 27th, Hansel personally led a tactical bombing strike against the once formidable Truk Atoll, targeting Japanese submarine pens on Dublin Island. The USAAF brass was normally barred from flying combat missions. To his chagrin, this was the last such flight that Hansel was cleared to lead. 3 more break-in missions against Truk followed, and 2 against Iwo Jima. Hundreds of tons of bombs were dropped during these raids. Those on the receiving end might have been surprised and disheartened to learn that they were only training runs. A superfort specially configured for long-distance photo reconnaissance flights, designated the F-13, arrived on October 30th. By a stroke of luck, the following day dawned with unusually clear skies over Tokyo and its environs. Captain Ralph D. Steakley proposed to fly a photographic mission right away, hoping to capitalize on the rare favorable weather, and Hansel agreed. The lone F-13, sardonically named the Tokyo Rose, soared over the Japanese capital at 32,000 feet, its 4 cameras snapping continuously. Steakley circled in lazy figure-8 patterns around Tokyo, Tokyo Bay, Yokohama, then west over Mount Fuji to the Tokai region and the industrial heartland of Greater Nagoya. This was the first Allied airplane to penetrate Tokyo airspace since the Doolittle raid, 2.5 years earlier. Japanese Army fighters scrambled to intercept, but to the Air Defense Command's toe-curling mortification, they were unable to catch the fast, high-flying intruder. Above 30,000 feet, the Nakajima Ki-44 fighters, Allied codename Tojo, could climb only with a significant loss of ground speed, allowing the Tokyo Rose to sail away, serene and untouchable. Anti-aircraft batteries put on a dazzling fireworks show, but the bursts were low and wild. After a 14-hour flight in freakishly clear weather, the F-13 touched down on Saipan with thousands of aerial negatives covering major industrial and aviation plants in the Tokyo and Nagoya regions. A photo lab unit housed in a Quonset hut worked around the clock for several days to turn out 7,000 high-resolution prints. These served as the basis for future mission planning. Steakley's pathfinding flight was of incalculable value to the entire strategic bombing enterprise. At the time, target selection decisions were shaped by the USAAF's recent experiences in the air war over Germany. The first step in the bombing campaign against Japan, planners believed, should be to win supremacy in Japanese skies. That meant breaking down enemy air strength at its source by targeting the aviation industry, including the major Japanese engine plants and airframe assembly centers. For years before the war, little by little, Allied military attachés and intelligence analysts had accumulated data about this secretive industry. A handful of big firms dominated: Mitsubishi, Nakajima, Kawasaki, Aichi, and Tachikawa. Most of their major plants were located in or around Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe. It was known, for example, that an important Nakajima plant was in Musashino, a suburb of Tokyo. The Mitsubishi complex in Nagoya was said to be the second largest aircraft manufacturing plant in the world. The approximate whereabouts of many other such factories were known to the Allies. The photos taken by the Tokyo Rose filled in the gaps, allowing analysts to pinpoint the sites and dimensions of high-priority targets. Current doctrine in November 1944 favored massed high-altitude precision bombing raids. Missions were to be conducted in daylight, preferably in clear conditions, so that the bombardiers could aim at the targets through their bomb sights. Radar-based targeting was a less desirable contingency, to be employed only in overcast conditions. Low-altitude night bombing was not yet deemed a viable alternative. Hansel wanted at least 100 superforts to participate in the first mission against Japan. He was reluctant to launch them until the weather was clear enough to allow for visual bombing. A massed attack in favorable weather would take full advantage of the element of surprise. On the other hand, he had committed to launch his inaugural mission against Tokyo by the end of November, so time was short. By November 18th, there were enough B-29s, ordnance, and aviators on Saipan to make the flight, but the weather over Japan was overcast that day, and it remained so for a week. Night after night, the aircrews attended pre-mission briefings, only to be told to stand down. It was hard on the nerves. "Talk about tension builders," one young airman exclaimed in his diary. "You can put this down. Whoever said he wasn't afraid wasn't exactly telling it like it was." The weather broke on November 24th, Thanksgiving Day. The airmen were out of their cots at 0300. As dawn broke, long columns of superforts warmed their engines on the taxiways. Aiming for a publicity splash, the 21st Bomber Command had brought in 24 war correspondents representing every major newspaper and wire service in the United States. Film crews rolled and flashbulbs popped as Brigadier General Emmett Rosie O'Donnell, commander of the 73rd Bombardment Wing and mission leader, climbed into his cockpit. O'Donnell's plane, the Dauntless Dottie, was first to lift off, followed at 30-second intervals by 110 more superforts. They climbed into the east over Magicienne Bay and banked left for the long run north. Each plane was loaded to the absolute limit, 140,000 pounds. Wright engineers had recommended that the limit be set at 120,000 pounds. They were overruled. Straining to lift themselves to altitude while performing a running formation rendezvous, the airmen watched their engines carefully. Fires and other mechanical mishaps forced 17 planes to turn back. The remaining 94 pushed on toward the primary target, the Musashino works of the Nakajima Airplane Company at Kichijoji, west of Tokyo. The Japanese knew of the buildup of superfortresses on Saipan. They were expecting this raid and had taken measures to prepare for it. China-based B-29s had hit Kyushu in 8 missions since June, so they were not unfamiliar with the big bomber and its capabilities. After their failure to intercept the Tokyo Rose weeks earlier, Japanese fighters were modified to improve their climbing speed and raise their service ceiling. Engine tweaks helped, as did fitting the planes with fatter propellers that provided more thrust in thin air. The most radical measure, and the most characteristically Japanese, was the creation of an air-to-air ramming squadron. Fighters in this unit were stripped of all guns, ammunition, and armor plating. That enabled them to perform well at higher altitudes, but it obviously left them with no way to shoot at the enemy. The pilots, kamikazes by a different name, had practiced high-side ramming maneuvers aimed at a superfortress's vulnerable tail section. When coastal radar stations detected the incoming flight, about 125 Japanese fighters scrambled to intercept. Among them were 10 Nakajima Ki-44 Shoki aircraft of the Japanese Army's 47th Sentai Air Group, all dedicated to attempting ramming attacks on the enemy bombers. Catching the high-flying superfortresses would have been difficult in any conditions. The intruders entered Japanese airspace at altitudes between 27,000 and 32,000 feet, and most of the defending fighters needed a full hour to climb to that lofty height. The jet stream was fierce that day, with 150-mile-per-hour tailwinds pushing the B-29's ground speed to above 400 miles per hour. Formations came apart in those buffeting conditions, spoiling any pretense of precision bombing. The Nakajima factory was obscured under a fleecy blanket of clouds. Only 24 planes dropped bombs on Musashino, and nearly all fell outside Nakajima's perimeter fence. 64 planes hit the Tokyo dockyards, the designated secondary target. Corporal Yoshio Mita of the 47th Sentai scored the only kill of the day with a spectacular ramming attack. Approaching a formation of B-29s from above and behind, this indomitable samurai snapped into a hard diving roll and flew his Nakajima into the tail section of the A-26, piloted by First Lieutenant Sam Wagner. Mita's plane exploded in a ball of fire and fell to earth trailing a long tail of smoke. A-26 flew on, but the collision had torn away its vertical stabilizer and left elevator. Wagner tried to turn for home, but could not keep the crippled bomber airborne. It crashed about 20 miles from Tokyo Bay. None of the crew survived. For the other superforts, the return to Saipan was a long ordeal. A low cloud ceiling blanketed the sea south of Japan, obscuring landmarks, and darkness descended when the returning planes were still several hours north of Isley Field. The runway was marked only by smudge pots. If an accident should foul up the strip, many B-29s would probably be forced to crash land. But 91 landed safely, bringing the mission to a successful conclusion. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting upon it afterwards, Hansel admitted that the November 24th mission to Tokyo was risky to the point of rashness. The bombing had achieved little of value, inflicting scant damage at Musashino and no direct hits on the Tokyo docks. He considered it fortunate that only 3 planes were lost. 2 went down in the ocean south of Honshu. Submarine lifeguards searched for them but found nothing. Hansel had dreaded failure, he later wrote, but I was so afraid that the command situation would erode and rob us of our independent operations against the Japanese islands that I offered to go ahead. In other words, Hansel had felt pressure to demonstrate the feasibility of hitting Tokyo from the Marianas, to silence the doubters, and to firm up the autonomy of the 20th Air Force. It was felt that so long as the superforts fulfilled their promise to bombard the industrial heart of Japan, Hap Arnold could resist pressure to disperse them for other purposes. A dozen U.S. submarines had been positioned south of Honshu on lifeguard duty. One was the Archer Fish, a Below-class boat skippered by Lieutenant Commander Joseph F. Enright. She was patrolling in waters informally called the Hit Parade, where other submarines, including the Tang, had found a wealth of shipping inbound to or outbound from Tokyo Bay. When a B-29 was forced to ditch at sea on the evening of November 24th, Archerfish searched for 3 days. Finding no plane, no rafts, and no wreckage, Enright finally radioed Pearl Harbor to report that the state of the seas was unfavorable for a water landing, and it is presumed that the bomber crashed and sank quickly. On November 27th, a radio dispatch from Subpac headquarters reported that there would be no more B-29s over Japan for 48 hours. That meant that the Archerfish and the other lifeguard submarines were free to resume the hunt for enemy shipping. Enright took his boat in close to the coast of Honshu, running submerged during daylight hours and making frequent high periscope observations. The great cone of Mount Fuji often passed through the crosshairs of the scope's circular field, but Enright saw no vessels except trawlers and other assorted small craft, which he considered too small for torpedoes. Enright, born and raised in Minot, South Dakota, had graduated the Naval Academy with the class of 1933. Earlier in the war, he had captained the Dace. But after a disappointing 49-day patrol in the fall of 1943, Enright had concluded that he was not cut out for submarine command and had asked Lockwood to relieve him. 5 weeks earlier, it will be recalled, the Dace, under a different skipper, had ambushed Admiral Kurita's center force in Palawan Passage, striking the opening blow in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. For 8 months, he had performed shore duty at the Midway submarine base. In August 1944, he had felt the urge to try again, and Lockwood had granted Enright the rarest of gifts, a second chance as a submarine captain. Even more than the average Pacific submarine skipper, therefore, Enright was under pressure to score. Thus far in the patrol, he was empty-handed. The Archerfish had not yet fired any of her 24 Mark 18 electric torpedoes. At 8:48 p.m. on the 27th, the Archerfish's SJ radar revealed a contact at 24,700 yards, bearing 28 degrees true. A lookout climbed to the periscope support platform and trained his binoculars toward the northeast horizon. Conditions favored a visual search. The weather was clear and mild, and the moon nearly full. Enright first assumed that the contact was an island, but radar sweeps soon indicated that it was moving closer, and the lookout reported a dark shape on the horizon 2 points off the starboard bow. Through binoculars, Enright soon made out a slight bump on the sea horizon. Comparing the visual fix to the range given by radar, he could deduce that it was a big ship, perhaps an oil tanker, which would make it a top priority target. Archerfish remained on the surface and took a westerly course, hoping to circle around to the down-moon side of the target. About an hour after first contact, a lookout called down from the shears to say that the distant shape had the rectangular profile of an aircraft carrier. At first, Enright was skeptical, but after taking a long look, he was persuaded. The shape grew more distinct as it approached, and the carrier's huge island and funnel stood out on the horizon. She was on a base course of 210 degrees with a speed of 20 knots. The mysterious flat top was the Shinano, the world's largest aircraft carrier. A 65,000-ton behemoth built on a hull originally intended as the third Yamato-class battleship. She had been built in the shipyard at Yokosuka Naval Base in Tokyo Bay, launched on October 8th, and commissioned just 8 days earlier. Since the previous June, when Japan had lost 3 carriers in the battle for the Marianas, her crew and 3,000 yard workers had been working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. Upon this huge new ship rested Japan's last and only hope of resurrecting her once formidable carrier striking force. The Shinano was bound for Kure, where she would complete her fitting out and embark her air group. Her skipper, Captain Toshio Abe, was concerned about her readiness for sea. Under the strain of impossible deadlines, many shortcuts had been taken. Much of her vital inboard works had not yet been installed and tested, including watertight hatches, pumps, fire mains, and ventilation ducts. Abe had warned his superiors that the ship and crew were not yet ready for sea, even for an overnight run down the coast. But headquarters was unyielding, all the more so after that week's B-29 raids. They had to assume that the big aircraft carrier had been sighted and photographed, and the high-flying enemy bombers might return at any time to hit the shipyard. The Tokyo admirals overruled Abe's request for a postponement and ordered the Shinano to sea no later than November 28th. As in the case of her half-sisters Yamato and Musashi, the ship's existence during construction had been wrapped in a shroud of fanatical secrecy. On the waterfront at Yokosuka, ambitious measures were taken to hide the project from prying eyes. Towering fences made of corrugated tin panels stood around the perimeter of Dock No. 6, where the Shinano was built. Thousands of shipyard workers were sequestered on base and never permitted to leave for the duration of the project. Military police would arrest, imprison, interrogate, and torture any worker who so much as uttered the ship's name. She was a titan, 872 feet long, 119 feet on the beam, with a full load displacement of 71,890 tons. Like the two super battleships, the Shinano was powered by 4 gigantic steam turbines that drove 150,000 horsepower to her propellers, giving her a peak speed of 27 knots. Her flight and hangar decks were armored, designed to withstand hits by 1,000-pound bombs. Her island, starboard amidships, was the size of an office building. It was integrated into an immense smoke funnel that was canted sharply outboard, giving the ship an idiosyncratic profile. The Shinano was fitted with hundreds of anti-aircraft guns, more than had been mounted on any other aircraft carrier. When I stood at the stern on the paved flight deck, the people standing at the bow looked as small as peas, recalled Oshima Morinari, a yard worker at Yokosuka. I remember crying out in admiration. The Shinano was the greatest aircraft carrier in the world. If by greatest he meant largest, Morinari was not wrong. None larger would exist until 1954, a decade later, when the first Forrestal-class aircraft carrier was launched by the United States. True to her orders, the Shinano departed Tokyo Bay shortly after sunset on November 28th, accompanied by 3 destroyers. She had about 2,475 men on board, including her crew of 2,175 officers and men and about 300 shipyard workers. She carried no airplanes. In her hangar were 50 Oka guided suicide missiles, of the type designed to be dropped from planes, and 6 Shinyo suicide speedboats. It was intended that she would put the suicide crafts ashore in Kure, or perhaps deliver them to Okinawa at some point in the future. After conferring with his superiors, Captain Abe had plotted a roundabout offshore course. This would simplify navigation somewhat, and also, it was hoped, evade waters known to be infested with American submarines. The first stage of the passage would take the carrier and destroyers well south, out to sea. Before dawn the next morning, they would turn west and make a dash for the inland sea. The final stretch would occur in daylight, without air cover, but there was nothing Abe could do about it. Tokyo had given him no choice. He believed he had chosen the safest possible route in the circumstances. The Shinano and her escorts surged through the calm, moonlit sea, making 20 knots and zigzagging erratically to foil enemy submarines. The U.S. Navy's recognition manual did not have any silhouette matching the profile of the Shinano. Enright and his officers concluded that the stranger must be a Hio or Taiho class carrier. They did not suspect that their quarry was twice the tonnage of an Essex-class fleet carrier. No one in the Allied camp had a clue that such a ship existed. 3 escorting destroyers emerged on the radar scopes, and as the range closed, they became faintly visible from the Archerfish's periscope platform. Enright assumed mistakenly that there was probably a 4th on the far side of the target. Attempting a surface approach against an enemy carrier escorted by 4 or even 3 destroyers would not do, especially under that bright moon. Such a thing had never been done. To attempt it, Enright believed, would be practically suicidal. But diving would deprive the Archerfish of most of her speed, rendering it impossible to maneuver into an attack position. The situation was not promising. Enright turned south, about 9 miles ahead of the Shinano on a nearly parallel course, and raised speed to 19 knots. He would need a stroke of luck. The enemy ships were traveling at 20 knots, slightly faster than the Archerfish. The sub would have to dive once the range had closed to 3 or 4 miles or risk detection. The firing window would be narrow, and it would not open at all unless the Shinano and her escorts happened to zig toward the Archerfish. Enright radioed a contact report. Perhaps another submarine could be guided into position to intercept the unknown carrier, or Halsey's 3rd Fleet could take care of her. He had not given up hope for the Archerfish, but he was not sanguine. Our only chance was to maintain our best surface speed, keep running on a parallel track, and pray for the carrier to make a course change in our direction. Aboard the Shinano, radar-finding instruments had detected the Archerfish's probing surface search radar. Its frequency and pulse rate indicated that it was American, but the Shinano's radar technicians were unable to establish a bearing. The radio signature of Archerfish's contact report was also picked up aboard the Shinano, but again no bearing was obtained. Captain Abe inferred that at least one enemy submarine was in the vicinity, but he had no idea of its location. An intelligence bulletin that week had reported that a group of U.S. submarines, perhaps as many as 7, had departed Guam together 5 days earlier. Putting 1 and 1 together, Abe concluded that an American wolf pack was stalking his ship. He passed the word to his lookouts. 25 had been posted around the flight deck and superstructure, and urged them to look for submarines running on the surface. At 10:45 p.m., a sharp-eyed lookout reported an unidentified object off the starboard bow. The visual contact was barely perceptible, even with the aid of the Shinano's most advanced optical devices. A low-profile, black-painted submarine 5 miles distant would have been hard to see even in daylight. The curvature of the Earth concealed all but the top of her bridge structure. Moreover, she was running well ahead of the Shinano on a parallel course, which shrank her profile. Dozens of pairs of Japanese eyes scrutinized the distant dark lump on the southwest horizon. The Shinano's navigator thought it might be a small ship. One of the destroyers, the Isokaze, left the formation without orders. She raced toward the Archerfish at more than 30 knots, leaving a long, foaming, phosphorescent wake behind her. On the bridge of the Archerfish, Enright watched the enemy destroyer as she bore down from astern. He correctly identified her as a Kagero-class destroyer, one of the fastest warships in the world, capable of doing better than 35 knots. He ordered the lookouts down from the platform and the bridge cleared. He checked his watch. It was 10:50 p.m. He trained his binoculars on the oncoming destroyer, noting that she was looming larger and larger as she closed on Archerfish. Boy, was she coming fast. Enright was about to drop down the hatch and order a crash dive, when to his surprise the Isokaze turned away and returned to her station off the Shinano's starboard beam. The Archerfish held course and stayed on the surface. Abe had summoned the Isokaze back to her place in formation. Still assuming that the Shinano was being shadowed by an enemy wolf pack, he feared that the unknown contact to the south was deliberately attempting to lure away one of his escorts. "She's a decoy, I'm certain of it," he told the other officers on his bridge. He ordered a turn to the east, away from the Archerfish. Running at more than 20 knots, Abe knew he would have no trouble outrunning the stranger. Enright assumed he had missed his chance, but he kept the Archerfish knifing through the sea at flank speed, on a course roughly parallel to the base course of the Shinano group. The Japanese ships were traveling at least 1 knot faster than the Archerfish, so there was little chance of getting into attack position unless they turned back to the west. Captain Enright fingered his rosary beads while silently praying for such a turn. At 11:40 p.m., it happened. "Looks like a big zig in our direction," noted the log. The Shinano's sharp starboard turn put her on a westerly course, crossing the Archerfish's stern. If her zig was followed by a timely zag, the giant carrier might blunder directly into the submarine's firing window. For the next 3 hours, all concerned held their relative courses. The Shinano and her 3 escorts gradually passed astern of the Archerfish, from the submarine's port quarter to her starboard quarter. It was an odd sort of chase, with the hunter leading miles ahead of her prey. The Archerfish was charging headlong toward a speculative location several miles south, a spot where, if Enright had guessed right, the paths of the Shinano and Archerfish would converge. On the submarine's bridge, lookouts pointed their night binoculars at the distant behemoth, whose towering island and canted funnel rose above the sea horizon astern. The Archerfish's bow rose and fell as she sprinted south across the moonlit sea. Her long hull throbbed with the guttural power of 4 engines running at full bore. Flumes of spray leapt back from the bow and pelted the lookouts' faces. Another stroke of luck was needed now, and Enright kept busy with his rosary beads. At 2:56 a.m., his prayers were answered. The Shinano and her escorts turned again, this time to port, and steadied on a southwesterly course that would bring them directly into the Archerfish's wheelhouse. The newest and largest aircraft carrier in the world was offering herself to the Archerfish as if gift-wrapped. The log noted, "Range closing rapidly and we are ahead." 8 minutes after the Shinano's zag, with the range closing to 12,000 yards, Enright ordered the Archerfish down. The lookouts dropped into the conning tower, the captain followed. The diving alarm sounded, "Auga!" A sailor yanked the lanyard to close the hatch and secured it with a half-dozen turns of the hand wheel. The Archerfish dived and leveled off at 60 feet. Enright raised the number 2 periscope, the night scope, and trained it on the target. He fixed the crosshairs on the Shinano and murmured softly to himself, "Just keep coming, sweetheart. Don't turn away." The submarine crept west, maneuvering for an ideal firing position. 1,000 to 2,000 yards directly abeam of the carrier, where the Shinano would present the longest possible target for the Archerfish's torpedoes. Several times Enright raised the nightscope for a quick peek, confirming the target's course and speed. The tracking party fed his estimates into the torpedo data computer, TDC, and planned possible angles of attack. Passive sound bearings confirmed the skipper's periscope observations. He told the forward torpedo room crew to prepare 6 bow tubes. The weapons were set to a depth of 10 feet, providing a margin in case they ran deeper. Again, Enright raised the nightscope and grasped the periscope handles. The Shinano was growing large in the circular field, and Enright took in details of her moonlit superstructure and distinctive canted funnel. She did not match anything in the recognition manual. Perhaps she was an older carrier that had been completely rebuilt. He made pencil sketches on a piece of scrap paper. Then Enright made out a blinker light on her bridge, apparently signaling one of the escorting destroyers. He swung the nightscope until the destroyer came into the field, and noted with some alarm that she was bearing directly down on the Archerfish at high speed. Enright now confronted the single most important decision of his career. If the Archerfish had been detected, he needed to crash dive and rig for a depth charge attack. But that would take her out of attack position, ensuring that the Shinano would pass out of range. It seemed unlikely that the periscope could have been sighted. Enright asked his sonar man, was the destroyer sound ranging? No, came the reply. No pinging. Since everything was riding on the question, however, Enright demanded confirmation. "Scanlon," he told the man, "look me in the eye and tell me whether that destroyer is pinging." Scanlon checked all possible frequencies, turned to Enright, and repeated his answer. No pinging. The captain took the sub down a few feet lower to a keel depth of 62 feet. If the destroyer passed directly overhead, as seemed likely, her keel would pass over the Archerfish's upper periscope support with about 10 feet of clearance. Not daring to raise the scope again, Enright and a very tense conning tower crew listened to the approaching ship. Passive sound bearings confirmed she was headed directly toward the submarine. The thrum of her engines became audible, and then the swish of her propellers. The rhythmic noise grew louder. She thundered overhead like a locomotive, wrote Enright. The whole submarine vibrated and rolled from the shock waves. Then she passed over and the noise began diminishing. The Japanese had dropped no depth charges. Evidently, they had had no inkling of the submarine's silent presence just beneath their keel. Enright raised the nightscope and centered the crosshairs on the Shinano's great island, pale in the moonlight. "Mark, bearing," he called. "Stand by. Fire 1. A rumble, shudder, hiss sounded from the bow, and the submarine recoiled as the first torpedo rocketed out of its tube. In the periscope field, Enright saw the track stretch away toward the target. Hot, straight, and normal. 8 seconds passed. Then, fire 2. Another blast of compressed air, and the Archer fish jerked as if she had been smacked by a whale. Then the third and fourth at 8-second intervals. The tracking party hurriedly entered a setup, and the Archer fish jumped again as the 5th and 6th torpedoes rushed out of their tubes. The 6 torpedoes had been fired with 150% spread, meaning that 4 had been aimed to strike the Shinano, 1 to pass ahead, and 1 to pass astern. That was consistent with doctrine for big, high-value targets. The idea was to provide a margin of error in case the TDC solution was wrong, ensuring that at least one fish struck home. In this case, however, the Archer fish could scarcely have missed. She laid directly abeam of the 872-foot-long carrier, at what amounted to point-blank range for a torpedo attack. 1,400 yards. It was like firing at the broadside of a barn. Seconds ticked away as the torpedoes ran toward the target. Tension in the conning tower rose. Enright kept the circular periscope field trained on the Shinano. As the first torpedo's estimated runtime ticked down to 0, he feared it must have missed or was a dud. But then, in the glass, I saw a huge fireball erupt near the stern of the target. Then we heard the noise of the first hit, carried to us through the water. Then Archer fish felt the shock waves created by the 680 pounds of Torpex explosive. Shouting in exultation, Enright kept the scope up for 8 more seconds and was rewarded with the sight of a second fireball, 50 yards forward of the first. Swinging the scope, Enright saw one of the destroyers turning toward the Archer fish. He slapped the handles against the shaft, ordered downscope, flood negative, and rig for depth charge. As the ballast tanks flooded, the bow grew heavy and the deck tilted forward as gravity pulled the boat down. The hydroplanes bit into the water as her forward momentum increased, forcing her down at an even steeper angle. The Archer fish passed through 400 feet depth before leveling off. The depth charges began. Sharp blasts, loud and unnerving, but not especially close. Enright estimated that the nearest detonation was 300 yards away. The Japanese seemed to be guessing. After 15 minutes of scattering ash cans at random, they gave up the counterattack. The submarine sonar tracked the destroyers as they headed away to the southwest. For 3 hours, the Archer fish crept through the depths, running slowly and silently. Dead reckoning back to the location where he believed he had sunk his target, Enright brought her up to periscope depth. It was 6:10 a.m. Raising the scope and sweeping all the way around the horizon, he saw nothing but sea. It was a bright, sunny morning with moderate breezes. The Archer fish submerged again and remained down all day, surfacing again at 5:22 p.m. to radio the heady news to Pearl Harbor. She had torpedoed an enemy aircraft carrier. Since 11 o'clock the previous night, it had been clear in Captain Abe's mind that the Shinano was being shadowed by an enemy submarine wolf pack. Submerged predators might be anywhere, in any direction or in every direction. There was nothing to do, he concluded, but maintain brisk speed and keep zigzagging erratically. He had been on the verge of ordering another zig, just as the Archer fish's torpedoes tore into the starboard side of his ship. The first hit just forward of the stern, about 10 feet beneath the waterline, tossing up a pillar of orange-red fire. 3 more struck in quick succession, raising 3 more spikes of fire, each one forward of the last. The blasts flooded compartments on 3 decks, including 3 boiler rooms, and killed dozens of sailors asleep in their bunks. Fuel lines ignited, and an oil tank ruptured. Damage control parties rushed to put hoses on the flames, but the blaze obstinately traveled into nearby regions of the ship. Hundreds of stretchers were rushed to the sickbay, quickly overwhelming the medical staff. Within minutes of the impact, the Shinano was listing 10 degrees to starboard. Like her half-sisters, the Yamato and Musashi, the supercarrier had been built to withstand torpedo hits. A month earlier in the Sibuyan Sea, the Musashi had absorbed almost 20 before sinking. Abe was a bit surprised at how quickly the Shinano had listed to starboard, but he assumed that the list could be corrected by counterflooding, and was confident of keeping her afloat so long as she suffered no fresh blows. Wary of the imagined wolf pack, the skipper rang up the engine room and told his engineers that he needed every possible knot of speed to clear the submarine-infested area. The Shinano and her destroyers did not pause. They forged ahead with speed undiminished. Below, along corridors adjoining the stricken area of the ship, a fearsome keening sound rang out from watertight doors, pipes, and ventilation ducts. It was the song of compressed air being forced through watertight seals, caused by the unstoppable pressure of tons of seawater entering the ship through the 4 gaping breaches in the hull. As we worked, we could hear squeaks and shudders from the tortured metal under at least 100 tons of pressure, recalled a member of the crew. The rivets were shaking and appeared almost ready to burst free from their holes. Jets of water shot through cracks in the seals of watertight hatches. Piping and ventilation ducts burst open. The Shinano's mighty engines, driving her forward at better than 20 knots, were working indirectly to force thousands of tons of the Pacific Ocean into the starboard side of the ship. Even after pumping 3,000 tons of seawater into portside bilges, the Shinano leaned farther to starboard. When the list reached 15 degrees, sailors were forced to brace themselves against starboard bulkheads. Captain Abe's reassuring voice came on the loudspeakers. He informed the crew that there was no danger of capsize, but exhorted the pumping teams to do everything they could to correct the list. Speed fell gradually until the Shinano was making only 10 knots. Flooding and fires spread wantonly, threatening to overwhelm hydraulic pumping stations. Hundreds of men standing by their posts as ordered were trapped behind jammed hatches and crushed bulkheads. As the sea broke into their compartments, they drowned. Belatedly realizing that the Shinano was in a desperate fight for her life, Captain Abe sent an SOS signal to Yokosuka. Then he turned the crippled ship north, hoping to run her aground on the nearest island. The first faint glow of dawn rose above the eastern horizon. The moon set in the west. The wounded carrier limped north, her 3 escorts hugging her close. Her great superstructure and funnel leaned drunkenly to starboard, and a pall of smoke trailed to leeward. At 7:00 a.m., her engines shut down for lack of steam. The Shinano lay dead in the water, in the trough of the ocean. Each time she rolled, her list increased. Abe ordered 2 destroyers, Hamakaze and Isokaze, to take the 65,000-ton carrier under tow, but the physics of such an arrangement were out of the question. When a steel cable snapped, the effort was halted. Abe was slow to order a general abandonment, and hundreds of the crew paid with their lives. Refugees from the flooded regions of the ship milled about on the hangar and flight decks. Discipline threatened to break down, at least in parts of the ship. Sailors panicked and leapt into the sea without orders. At 9:30, the Shinano rolled over to starboard, slowly but inexorably. The sea flooded into the main elevator wells on her flight deck, sweeping sailors off their feet and hurling them down into the hangar. As the funnel submerged, many scores of swimmers were sucked back into its black maw. When at last Abe passed the word to abandon ship, many of his crew had already done so, but for others it was too late. Around the capsized Leviathan, to a radius of about half a mile, castaways clung to debris and awaited rescue by the escorting destroyers. Captain Abe did not intend to survive, and a retinue of his officers insisted on remaining with him. He and his followers hiked up the steeply canted flight deck to the bow, which they knew would be the last part of the ship to go under. As the stern dipped, the ship rolled back onto an even keel. Her bow lifted clear of the sea and reared up until the flight deck was nearly vertical. The Shinano hung in that position for a time, seemingly immobile as the sea invaded from astern. From the interior came the roar of explosions, the hiss of jetting gases, and the crashing of heavy equipment and debris as it tore loose and fell along the longitudinal axis of the ship. She slid under gradually until the ocean swallowed her 16-petal gold chrysanthemum crest. Captain Abe rowed her into the abyss, accompanied by 1,400 other souls. That concluded the maiden voyage of the Shinano. Upon Archer Fish's return to Guam on December 15th, Joe Enright ran into a wall of skepticism concerning his claimed sinking. Naval intelligence had no idea that such a ship even existed, and his description of the target's superstructure and canted funnel did not correspond to any known aircraft carrier in the Japanese fleet. On November 28th, Pacific listening posts had intercepted a Japanese message, which the cryptanalysts quickly broke. Shinano sunk. There was no record of a Japanese ship of that name, but Shinano was the name of a major river in northeastern Honshu. Based upon the Japanese Navy's rigid naming conventions, such a name suggested that the target was probably a cruiser. On that basis, Admiral Lockwood leaned toward crediting the Archerfish with sinking a heavy cruiser of unidentified class, probably an older ship that had been thoroughly rebuilt. But Enright was certain that he had sunk a carrier, and he backed up his contention with the pencil sketches he had made while studying the Shinano through his periscope. The analysts in Pearl Harbor were forced to agree. The detailed sketches depicted a carrier. Meanwhile, someone in Subpac headquarters pointed out that Shinano was also the ancient name of a province in the Nagano region, which meant that it was a plausible name for an aircraft carrier. On those grounds, Lockwood credited the Archerfish with sinking a 28,000-ton Hio-class carrier. Not until after the war was the entire truth known. U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey interrogators confirmed that the Archerfish had sunk a 65,000-ton aircraft carrier, which meant that she had earned the distinction of the single most productive submarine patrol of the war as measured by tonnage sunk. The self-effacing Enright always emphasized that he had been lucky, that blind chance had delivered the zigzagging Shinano into a narrow firing window. That was undoubtedly true. Fate had dealt the Archerfish a winning hand. But Enright had played the cards flawlessly, and for that he was awarded the Navy Cross. Chapter 8. The seas around Leyte were littered with debris, the remnants of U.S. and Japanese ships sunk in the great naval battle. Oil slicks polluted the beaches along Surigao Strait. Bodies, mostly Japanese, drifted with the tides and washed ashore. A 7th Fleet officer noted that the entire area was choked with the odor of decaying flesh. According to an American intelligence officer embedded with anti-Japanese guerrillas on Samar, much treasure was found on the beaches in the days after the battle between Kurita's fleet and the Taffies. Crates of rations floated ashore, containing crackers, cheese, jam, dehydrated potatoes, Spam, cigarettes, and coffee. Clothing and mattresses were salvaged by civilian Filipinos. A waterlogged paperback copy of Gone with the Wind was laid out in the sun to dry. Drums of gasoline were carried away and stored in hidden caches. A headless body washed ashore, probably Japanese. It was cremated atop a pile of driftwood. In the enclosed waters of Leyte Gulf, some 650 ships of Kincaid's transport and amphibious fleet settled in for a long stay. The work of unloading cargo onto the landing beaches would require many weeks. The sea grew fetid, an open sewer for a floating city with a population exceeding 100,000. The water in the bay is a sickly green, filthy with the toilet wash of many, many ships, a sailor reported in a letter home. To protect itself against Japanese air raids, the fleet produced screens of chemical gray, brown, and yellow smoke. Smoke pots were mounted in the stern racks of landing craft. Smoking floats were anchored to windward of transports. Bessler fog oil generators mounted on larger ships spewed out vast clouds of the stuff for hours at a time. Every dusk and dawn, when the threat of air attack was greatest, a gossamer veil descended over the Gulf. The east coast of Leyte was well suited to amphibious logistics. Long white sand beaches shelved abruptly to navigable water, and no coral reefs blocked the approaches. Larger vessels, LCTs and LSTs, could nose up onto the beaches and unload supplies directly over ramps and pontoon causeways. Jeeps, trucks, and tanks drove ashore directly from the landing ships. Aerial photos of the coast near Tacloban depicted dozens of these big amphibians, bows wedged securely on the beach, ramps extended like tongues from gaping clamshell doors. The white wakes of hundreds of small craft were seen plying the waters between the beaches and the transports anchored offshore. In the 2 months after A-Day, Kincaid's amphibious forces unloaded a daily average of 11,000 deadweight tons of weaponry, ammunition, provisions, vehicles, and miscellaneous supplies onto those beaches. But the heroic pace of unloading left a disorderly pileup of cargo in the landing zone. By October 1944, this was an old and familiar headache. As usual, amphibious commanders blamed a shortage of labor on the landing beaches, while ground commanders replied, not unreasonably, that their troops were preoccupied with fighting an actual battle ashore. The flat country just inland of the beaches was soon a teeming supply dump, covering many square miles of terrain. It was roughly laid out in a grid pattern, with dirt tracks running between stacks of crates, fuel drums, and parked vehicles. This great concentration of war materiel was exposed to attack from the air, and much of it was destroyed in the first week of the campaign. On the evening of October 25th, for example, a Japanese bomb struck a 4,500-drum gasoline dump. The fire was still burning 24 hours later. But an even greater aggravation was the relentless, hammering monsoonal rains, which turned roads and footpaths into hog wallows and drainage ditches into swollen brown rivers. General Eichelberger described the coastal region south of Tacloban as a swamp and a mud hole and nothing more. A ground echelon of the 308th Bomb Wing of the Army Air Forces worked over the Tacloban airstrip, racing to turn it into a major airbase. But circumstances conspired against them. The ground was soft and soggy, and no amount of bulldozing and grading could tame its muddy expanses. Trucks dumped dirt and gravel along its length, but there were no coral deposits within easy reach, and thus no suitable materials for making concrete or asphalt. Frequent emergency landings of carrier planes forced the construction teams to clear the field. Brave men stood out on the strip with flags and flares, marking the locations of treacherous spots to be avoided by the planes. Crashes were a near daily ordeal. Bulldozers shoved the wreckage to the edges of the field. Rain and enemy air raids interrupted the work, as they did everywhere else on Leyte. Marston steel mats were brought ashore and laid over the surface, but that did not entirely solve the problem, as the soft soil underlying the mats caused them to become misaligned. Similar problems dogged the airfields to the south, in Dulag, Bayug, Buri, and San Pablo. General Kenny's 5th Air Force did not operate in force from Leyte until December 1944, when the Philippine campaign was already moving on to Mindoro and Luzon. In the early days of the Leyte campaign, U.S. forces took more territory than they had expected, with fewer casualties than they had feared. The U.S. 6th Army, commanded by the German-born Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, had 4 fully equipped divisions lodged on the island's eastern coastal plain, and the great naval battle offshore had secured their seaborne supply lines. Dirt tracks through the lowlands climbed into a long spine of high, rugged country, roughly arrayed on a north-south axis, with heavily forested mountains ascending to peaks of 4,000 feet. Tanks and heavy equipment could run up those roads, though the weather was always a joker in the deck, and Japanese troops occupied strong positions on the commanding heights. Near the northern end of the island, the eastern Leyte Valley connected to the western Ormoc Valley by Highway 2, a steep and winding mountain road. This road continued south down the island's west coast to the port of Ormoc, and farther south to the town of Bye-Bye. There the road turned inland and climbed into the mountains, crossing the Central Range and terminating at Abu Yog on the east coast. Sixth Army made steady early progress inland, while Japanese forces generally moved back in fighting retreats. Advance patrols crossed the mountainous waste of the island, taking possession of Bai Bai without running into any serious enemy resistance. 10th Corps, commanded by Major General Franklin C. Seibert, cleared the northern Leyte Valley and began pushing north along the coast of the San Juanico Strait. On the 24th, units of the 8th Cavalry Regiment crossed the strait in landing craft to land at La Paz on Samar, and held that position in order to guard against Japanese small craft incursions into the strait. With firm control of the waterway, the Americans could now lift troops and supplies up the coast by sea. On November 7th, elements of the U.S. 24th Division stormed ashore on the western side of Karigara Bay, on the northern coast of the island. The roads leading south from Karigara were steep, winding, and frequently washed out by heavy rains. Pushing south into high country, the Americans ran into a stout line of defense in a horseshoe-shaped circle of heavily forested hills, which they called Breakneck Ridge. The elite Japanese 1st Division was well entrenched in a network of log-line trenches and firing positions. Here the fighting grew hard and heavy, stalling the American advance for nearly 2 weeks. Japanese Army commanders had debated their strategy to meet the U.S. invasion right up until the eve of MacArthur's landing. Field Marshal Count Saishi Terauchi, Commander-in-Chief of the South Asia Army, had dominion over all Army forces in the South Pacific and much of Southeast Asia. 6 months earlier, in April 1944, he had transferred his headquarters from Singapore to Manila. To oversee the defense of the Philippines, he tapped Lieutenant General Tomoyuki Yamashita, who had earned his name by conquering Malaya and Singapore in early 1942. Yamashita arrived in Manila in early October, only 2 weeks before the American invasion of Leyte, to find that no firm strategy was in place to meet the coming threat. Japanese commanders in the Philippines had expected an American landing around October 1st, but no one knew where it would come. The southern island of Mindanao presented one obvious possibility and Leyte another, but a bolder thrust directly at Luzon could not be discounted. Their dilemma was identical to that faced by MacArthur in December 1941. The vast archipelago offered hundreds of possible entry points to an invader with local naval and air superiority. Fundamental disagreements over strategy had riven the Manila headquarters. Some argued that air supremacy was the only sure defense, and wanted to pour the Army's collective manpower and resources into building and improving airfields. Through the end of August 1944, the Japanese Army had devoted most of its major effort to building and improving airstrips throughout the theater, particularly in Luzon. Wide dispersal was the keystone of this strategy, with airplanes distributed to a network of many small dirt strips in remote and heavily forested regions. But other commanders wanted to pour their efforts into preparing fixed fortifications facing the most likely invasion beaches, or constructing strongholds on high ground where the terrain would favor the defenders. Here again there were two rival schools of thought, summed up by one senior officer as annihilation at the beachhead versus the battling withdrawal. But the more pressing question in mid-October 1944 was whether the Japanese Army would maintain its principal strength on the main northern island of Luzon, or whether it would attempt large-scale troop transfers to meet the invaders on Leyte. On October 18th, when U.S. warships first began shelling Leyte's beaches, and special forces seized the small islands at the entrance of Leyte Gulf, the question remained unresolved. General Yamashita wanted to fight a limited delaying battle on Leyte. He was opposed to transferring large numbers of troops from Luzon, presuming that many would be lost at sea. U.S. air and submarine attacks on troop transports had extracted an exorbitant cost in the South Pacific, but others were swayed by the Japanese Navy's accounts of the punishment inflicted on the U.S. Third Fleet off Taiwan between October 12th and October 15th. That was compounded by the Navy's subsequent report that it had scored another major victory in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Field Marshal Terauchi insisted upon pouring reinforcements into Leyte, overruling Yamashita. The latter, vexed by what he regarded as a disastrous policy, nonetheless ordered the mass transportation of Japanese troops from Mindanao, Luzon, and other islands in the Visayas into Leyte by the back door at Ormoc Bay. Approximately 43,000 Japanese troops were on the island as the invaders came ashore, about double the number estimated by U.S. intelligence. But the Japanese managed to bring an additional 34,000 reinforcements ashore during the campaign. 9 major reinforcement convoys sailed from Manila, and countless smaller troop movements from Mindanao and the Visayas arrived by boat or barge. About 10,000 Japanese troops were lost while in transit to Leyte when their transports were attacked. Many who landed safely on Leyte did so without their equipment and heavy weaponry, limiting their effectiveness once ashore. Nevertheless, the arrival of the crack 1st Division in the first week of the campaign did much to fortify the confidence and morale of the Japanese. "We had hopeful discussions of entering Tacloban by the 16th of November, said General Tomochika, the division's chief of staff. Moreover, there was serious talk of taking MacArthur alive and ransoming him at the price of the surrender of the entire American army. Early plans had envisioned deploying the 1st Japanese Division in the vicinity of Karigara and the 26th Division a few miles south at Haro. A supply line would be run up the coast in sea lifts from Ormoc. But on November 1st, Island headquarters at Ormoc learned that American forces were already crossing the Karigara Range, which was separated by much difficult terrain from their landing beaches. The power and speed of the American armored ground attack, so far from their initial landing point on the island's east coast, came as a nasty surprise. Many battalion-sized units were decimated, and Island headquarters found it difficult even to maintain communications with their forward lines. The Japanese army was forced back into the mountains southwest of Karigara, where the terrain was more favorable for defense. But that move cut them off from the coast, which complicated the logistical picture, because it was difficult to maintain overland supply lines from Ormoc. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the victorious Third Fleet was worn out. Pilots had flown near-daily combat operations since early October. Air Group leaders warned that symptoms of acute fatigue were spreading through the ranks. A flight surgeon on the Wasp judged that only 30 of the carrier's 131 airmen were fit for continued daily flight assignments. Most of the ship's crews had not felt solid ground under their feet for 2 or 3 months. Halsey wanted to pull his fleet back to Ulithi Atoll for a brief rest before Operation Hotfoot, a carrier raid on the Japanese homeland, tentatively planned for the 3rd week of November. Just 4 minutes after his dispatch to all commands boasting that the Japanese Navy had been beaten, routed, and broken, Halsey radioed Kinkaid, "For future planning it must be understood that fast carriers require rearming and air groups are exhausted after 16 days unprecedented fighting." That suggestion did not go down well with Kinkaid or with MacArthur, who expected Task Force 38 to remain in the area until the 5th Air Force was ready to take over air defense of the Leyte beachhead. Kinkaid reported details of the mauling suffered by his escort carriers in the Battle off Samar. They were in no condition to maintain air cover over the transport fleet and beachhead. CVEs have been doing splendidly in keeping planes in air, but may shortly become inoperative. The Army planes could not yet assume responsibility for air cover because the Tacloban and Dulag airfields were in no condition to receive them. For the time being, at least one of Halsey's carrier groups must stay behind for support and protection of Leyte Gulf area and possibly CVEs. Kinkaid did not have to spell out what was clearly implied, that Halsey must do penance for his recent sins. Since the 3rd Fleet boss was at fault for having allowed the Taffies to be ambushed by Kurita, it was only right that he make up the deficiency in air power. In the days that followed, Halsey renewed his urgent entreaties to be released, and Kinkaid insisted upon continued air protection. It was not just the airmen. Halsey and his staff were feeling the strain of prolonged combat operations at sea. Later he admitted, "I was tired in mind, body, and nerves. So were we all." Late on October 26th, Halsey put his case directly to MacArthur. After 17 days of fighting, the fast carrier force is virtually out of bombs, torpedoes, and provisions, and pilots are exhausted. I am unable to provide any extended direct air support. When will your shore-based air take over air defense at the objective? Halsey. From his headquarters in Pearl Harbor, Nimitz monitored the situation with mounting concern. He knew that the Third Fleet had been pushed to the limit, but the Navy had agreed to provide carrier air cover to support the Lady operation. The near calamity off Samar had raised the stakes. Issues of inter-service and inter-theater coordination, if not resolved in the Pacific, would be kicked up to the Joint Chiefs. Worse, influential voices in Congress and the press had taken aim at the two-theater command setup in the Pacific. Governor Dewey had raised the issue on the presidential campaign trail, and the election was just 2 weeks away. If a major setback occurred in the Pacific, MacArthur's powerful backers would insist upon consolidating the entire campaign under his singular authority. The Naval High Command had remained aloof from politics, as its professional code required. But Nimitz, King, and Leahy had each served many years in Washington, and they were wise to the city's ways. Command unity in the Pacific was a cause célèbre of the political opposition. The threat was real. The dual theater command model must be made to work. When Nimitz intercepted Halsey's importunate query to MacArthur, 261235, he moved quickly to intervene. Halsey had reported a shortage of provisions as one factor dictating his retirement to Ulithi. Nimitz did not believe it, and challenged his fleet commander's accounting in a message copied to King and Vice Admiral William L. Calhoun, the Pacific Fleet Logistics Chief. Your 261235 reference to provisions not understood. Report approximate average number days supply of dry provisions in each type of combatant ship in company with you, and list controlling items which are sufficiently short to affect combat operations. As for the question of air protection over Leyte Gulf, the SINCPAC put Halsey in his place with this peremptory order, adding Kincaid and MacArthur as co-addressees. My Op Plan 8-44 remains in effect. Cover and support forces of the Southwest Pacific until otherwise directed by me. Thus chastened, Halsey arranged to rotate his carrier groups back to Ulithi Atoll in a round robin. 2 carrier groups, 38-1 McCain and 38-3 Sherman, retired to Ulithi for rest and replenishment, while the remaining 2, 38-2 Bogan and 38-4 Davison, remained off Samar to provide air cover for Leyte Gulf. But Sherman's task group anchoring in Ulithi on October 30th was urgently recalled by Halsey 2 days later. The Japanese were putting up an unexpectedly spirited fight in the air. Luzon's airfields were being reinforced by replacement planes from Formosa, China, and the Japanese homeland. Furthermore, massed aerial suicide attacks presented a new, perpetual, and blood-curdling threat. The era of the kamikaze had arrived. Bogan's flagship Intrepid caught it on October 29th. An outgoing afternoon strike had bombed and strafed Japanese airfields north of Manila. Several kamikazes apparently tracked the American planes as they returned to their carriers. One dove out of the overcast, striking the Intrepid's starboard 40mm gun gallery. The carrier's battle efficiency was not impaired, but the attack killed 6 men and injured 10. The following afternoon, Davison's group was targeted by a swarm of kamikazes, and this time the butcher's bill was higher. Jim Russell, Chief of Staff to Admiral Davison, watched the attack from the Franklin's flag bridge. 5 enemy planes eluded the combat air patrol and dove into the heart of the task group. The first thing we knew, they were coming down in these long, slanting suicide dives. Every anti-aircraft battery on every ship opened fire. Gunners on the Enterprise sawed the wing off one attacker, which splashed into the sea about 30 feet from the ship. San Jacinto's gunners shot down another, sparing their carrier. The Belleau Woods gunners knocked down one kamikaze but could not hit the second, and that one hit aft, penetrating the flight deck and setting off a destructive fire in the hangar. The fifth hit the Franklin, dead center on her flight deck. It gouged a 40-foot hole just forward of the number 3 elevator and exploded in the elevator pit. More than an hour was needed to bring the fires under control. Personnel losses were heavy. 92 killed on the WWII, 54 on the Franklin. A dozen planes on the WWII and 33 on the Franklin were incinerated or damaged beyond repair. They were jettisoned. On the Franklin, according to Russell, the Japanese pilot's body was recovered intact. "You know," he said, "despite the explosion, that fellow's body was recognizable. His silk flying suit held him together enough so you knew he was a human at least. Of course, he was well smashed." Japan's state-run news media had reported yet another spectacular victory in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The Imperial Japanese Navy had deliberately bided its time, said the reports, in order to pile training upon training. It had waited patiently for the Americans to cross the wide Pacific, where they would be disadvantaged by lengthening supply lines. Finally, the U.S. fleet had blundered heedlessly into the flight radii of powerful Japanese air bases in Formosa and the Philippines, and had suffered 2 back-to-back thrashings in the space of just 2 weeks. A commentator on NHK radio assured listeners that the end must be near. "One thing is now clear. America has lost the war. Japanese forces have now complete air and sea superiority on and around Leyte, and powerful additional Japanese forces are moving up for the attack. All the Japanese have to do in future operations is to project their indomitable spirits at the enemy, and they will suffer internal fear that will defeat them before they get into the fight. The Occidental mind, of course, will not understand the great Oriental power." Reports dwelled especially on the kamikaze attacks off Samar on the afternoon of October 25th. Oblique references to special attack forces and body crashing had been heard before, but from that date to the end of the war, the kamikazes were the single biggest story in Japanese newspapers and radio broadcasts. By one estimate, stories about suicide pilots occupied about 1/2 of all column inches in the Tokyo papers during the period. Although references to discord between the Army and Navy were forbidden to appear in print, it was clear to anyone who could read between the lines that the two services were competing to lay claim to the Toko special attack phenomenon. The Navy had been the first mover, with the sacrifice of Admiral Arima on October 15th. But the Army responded just 5 days later, trumpeting the creation of its Banda unit at the Hokota Flight Training Center in Ibaragi Prefecture. IGHQ directed the new suicide units to disrupt the reinforcement and replenishment at sea of the enemy landing forces, including the destruction of transports near anchorages, and destroy the enemy carrier striking task force, including naval vessels supporting the landing operations. Kamikazes were both a tactical and a propaganda expedient. The militarist junta was alarmed by the public's waning spirits and its rising doubts about the veracity of domestic war reporting. Faith in ultimate victory must somehow be restored. The Suicide Air Corps and other novelties, such as the Oka, Kaiten, and intercontinental balloon bombs, were analogous to the miracle weapons Wunderwaffe advertised by the Nazis during the same period. To a certain extent, all were propaganda gambits aimed at shoring up the Axis regime's deteriorating credibility and consolidating their grip on power. In Japan, where shame always offered a practical lever for social control, the kamikazes were held up as exemplars for ordinary civilians. In reporting the suicide attacks on Task Force 38 in late October, the editors of the Mainichi Shimbun reflected, "All of us should learn from the serene spirit of these youths." Prime Minister Koiso urged munitions workers to follow the example of the valiant men of the Special Attack Corps and demonstrate even more spirit of shore victory in the field of production. With remarkable speed, the Kamikaze Corps was expanded and institutionalized in both the Navy and the Army. Entire air groups were redesignated as special attack units with new highfalutin literary or mythological names. Hundreds of planes and airmen designated for TOCO missions flew into the Philippines in November 1944, so that the Kamikaze Corps expanded rapidly even while many suicide planes were immolated in combat. 200 Army planes flew into Negros Island west of Leyte to join Lieutenant General Kyoji Tominaga's 4th Air Army. At training centers in Japan, entire classes of pilot cadets, some with only rudimentary flying skills, were merged into the nascent Kamikaze Corps. Many were sent to fly directly to the Philippines for attacks that might occur within weeks or even days. Recent inductees who had not yet started primary flight training were informed that they would train from the outset as kamikazes. That established a training pipeline, ensuring that a freshet of suicide pilots would become available in the spring of 1945. Vice Admiral Fukudome had at first resisted Onishi's suggestion that the Navy's 2 air fleets in the Philippines adopt massed suicide tactics, and his 2nd Air Fleet continued to fly conventional missions during the Battle of Leyte Gulf. But Fukudome was impressed by the apparent success of Lieutenant Seiki's October 25th mission, and swayed by mounting evidence that conventional aerial tactics were no longer effective. The next day, October 26th, the 2 air fleets were combined into one, with Fukudome in charge and Onishi as his chief of staff. From that date, Fukudome said, "The kamikaze or special attack planes constituted the nucleus of my Air Force." He had personal misgivings about sending young men to their certain deaths, as did other senior commanders, especially when word arrived from Tokyo that the Showa Emperor had been briefed on Seiki's attack. Hirohito had asked the Navy Chief of Staff, "Was it necessary to go to this extreme? They certainly did a magnificent job." Admiral Onishi interpreted the man-god's query as implied criticism and was deeply troubled by it. But he and Fukudome agreed that no realistic alternative existed. Some defiance persisted down the ranks. Lieutenant Commander Iozo Fujita, a veteran squadron leader, was asked to select 12 pilots for suicide missions. "I refuse to do this," he told his superiors. "If you want to do it, I have nothing to do with this decision. You select the pilots." Then he returned to his quarters and lay down in his bed. Fujita added after the war, "At this time in the war, I believe that the High Command was going crazy. In the end, the group of fighters still went on their mission, and nothing was ever heard from them again." Some pilots were privately horrified but did not feel free to voice their objections. One aviator in training, a university student, recalled that he was bowled over by the news that his training class had been designated for kamikaze operations. But he dared not speak up, even to his fellow cadets. "We couldn't share our doubts with each other. We were all drawn from different universities. If I had expressed my disquiet, my university could have been disgraced. I had to keep my own counsel." Yet anecdotal evidence suggests that a majority of Japanese airmen were not only willing, but eager to give their lives as kamikazes. When volunteers were solicited, unanimous acquiescence was typical. One squadron leader recalled that his men crowded around him and clutched at his arms, crying, "Send me, please send me, send me." He snapped at them, "Everyone wants to go, don't be so selfish." According to Air Commander Rikihei Inoguchi, pilots designated for future kamikaze flights lobbied fervently to be assigned to each upcoming mission. "Why don't you let me go soon?" they implored, and "How long must I wait?" Kamikazes were a privileged caste. Exalted as gods without earthly desires, they were treated with respect and deference even by colleagues whose rank, experience, and skill surpassed their own. While standing by for assignment to a TOCO mission, they lodged in separate quarters, typically the best and cleanest on the base, and ate meals fit for high-ranking officers. They received expensive gifts from conventional aviators and other military units. Civilian groups at home, including primary school students, wrote fan mail and sent care packages. War correspondents and photographers sought them out for interviews and photo shoots. They were feted at lavish banquets where geishas sang and danced for their entertainment, and rare delicacies were washed down with high-shelf sake. Distinctions of rank faded. Commander Inoguchi recalled an exchange with kamikaze airmen at the airfield on Cebu, an island in the central Philippines. One pointed out that the order of precedence for dead spirits at Yasukuni Shrine, the Shinto Valhalla, was fixed by date of arrival rather than by military rank. "I will outrank you then, Commander," he said, "because you will have to send out many more pilots before you can go yourself." "Say," said another, "what shall we do with the commander when he reports in at Yasukuni?" "Let's make him the mess sergeant." The remark elicited a lusty roar of laughter. Inoguchi, playing along, beseeched his subordinates, "Can't you do better by me than that?" "Well then," one replied, "perhaps mess officer." More laughter. New kamikaze flyers arriving in the Philippines underwent a 7-day indoctrination program, including classroom instruction and basic flying drills. A typical outgoing flight consisted of a small formation, generally 4 to 6 planes, including 1 or 2 escort observer planes. The escorts, piloted by experienced aviators of superior skill, were not to attack. Their role was to lead the kamikazes to the target, observe the results, and return safely to base. 2 approach and attack methods were employed, one at high altitude and one at sea level. In the former, the planes approached the enemy fleet at 25,000 feet or higher. Closing to 40 miles, they dropped copious amounts of window, aluminum strips, to confuse the U.S. radar systems. When the ubiquitous F-6F Hellcats swarmed up to intercept, the escorts tried to lure them away with showy defensive maneuvers, while the kamikazes dove for speed and sought cloud cover, hoping to get to within attack range of the U.S. fleet. The low-altitude approach involved skimming 20 or 30 feet above the wave tops. U.S. radar systems generally did not detect low-altitude attackers beyond a range of about 10 miles, owing to the curvature of the Earth and interference caused by ocean swell. Drawing to within 5 or 6 miles of the enemy fleet, the low-altitude kamikazes suddenly pulled up and climbed to about 2,000 feet. If there was a cloud ceiling, they attempted to hide in it while selecting a target. For the final attack, this applied to both high and low-altitude approaches. The kamikazes were told to bear down on the target at a steep angle, like a dive bomber. They were to aim for the enemy's topside deck. The steeper their angle of attack, the greater their penetrating power. When attacking an aircraft carrier, they were to aim at one of the elevator pits on the flight deck. That was believed to offer the best hope of smashing through into the hangar, where the potential for secondary fires and explosions was greatest. At the very least, putting an elevator out of action would impair a carrier's flight operations. If a steep diving impact on the flight deck was not possible, the kamikazes were told to aim for the carrier's island superstructure, with hopes of killing the senior officers and destroying the ship's brain center. On the first day of November, waves of suicide planes descended on Admiral Kinkaid's 7th Fleet in Leyte Gulf. Attacks started up in late morning and continued through the early evening. Many ships narrowly avoided direct hits with aggressive maneuvering. Anti-aircraft guns destroyed perhaps 20 planes. One attacker struck a glancing blow on the main stack of the destroyer Ammon. At about 1:30, radar scopes revealed a small formation of inbound attackers, gliding down from altitude at high speed. No American fighters were in the air to intercept them. The destroyer Abner Reed maneuvered violently as an Aichi dive bomber broke through the cloud ceiling. The Abner's 40mm and 20mm anti-aircraft guns blazed fiercely, actually tearing the attacker's port wing cleanly away. But the wrecked plane's momentum carried it down to strike the destroyer's starboard amidships. Fires raged throughout the forward part of the Abner Reed, threatening to engulf the depth charge racks and torpedo mounts. Sailors raced to jettison the depth charges and launch the torpedoes before they cooked off. A witness on the destroyer Claxton, patrolling near the stricken ship, watched in astonishment as a nameless torpedoman charged directly into the flames to reach the torpedo tubes. The power apparently was knocked out. So with his whole body engulfed in flames, he manually cranked the tube mount out to starboard and with a hammer manually fired all 5 of the torpedoes. That saved the ship from its own torpedoes, but the fires soon spread to the ammunition lockers and magazines, setting off a chain of devastating explosions. As the Abner Reed's crew began to abandon ship, the Claxton moved in to pick up survivors. At that moment, another kamikaze descended in a steep trajectory. It missed the Claxton narrowly, but its bomb detonated as it struck the sea close aboard, killing 5 men and flooding the lower regions of the ship. The Claxton nonetheless managed to pick up 187 survivors of the Abner Reed. Fresh waves of kamikazes arrived over Leyte Gulf throughout the afternoon, often diving and missing by frightfully small margins. That evening, a third destroyer, the Anderson, took another direct hit. Kinkaid was forced to send 6 warships back to Manus for dry dock repairs. Multiple threats seemed to be converging on the Leyte beachhead that day. A 5th Air Force patrol plane reported a powerful Japanese naval task force in the Mindanao Sea headed east. This might herald a second Battle of Leyte Gulf, only now the Allied naval presence in the area was much weaker. Halsey doubted the accuracy of the report, but he could not afford to ignore it. He detached a force of battleships and cruisers to guard Surigao Strait. By the next morning, it was clear that the sighting report had been in error. Meanwhile, relentless Japanese airstrikes fell upon the landing beaches. The attackers came in at low altitude, their approach concealed by the surrounding hills. They bombed and strafed the supply dumps, the beached LSTs, the airfield at Tacloban, and the various embryonic military headquarters established in tents and huts along the beach. P-38 Lightning fighter planes of the 308th Bombardment Wing of the 5th Air Force had begun operating from Tacloban on October 27th, but not yet in great numbers because of difficult field conditions. Many USAAF fighters were destroyed on the ground, including 27 in a single raid. During the first week of November, conventional, non-kamikaze air attacks on the Leyte beachhead destroyed 2,000 deadweight tons of gasoline and 1,700 tons of ammunition. Kinkaid was at his wit's end. He sent a dispatch to MacArthur that evening, November 1st, warning that the situation in Leyte Gulf was critical. The enemy's air strength had rebounded alarmingly. Air attacks on the beachhead were virtually unchecked and threatened to throttle the Army's supply lifeline, and the kamikaze attacks on the fleet offshore were an intensifying nightmare. He warned that the delay in establishing a strong USAAF presence at Tacloban and Dulag threw the entire campaign into jeopardy. At the same time, the 7th Fleet Chief renewed his entreaties for more carrier air support over Leyte Gulf. Halsey replied that he preferred to meet the air threat at its source, by hitting Japanese airfields on Luzon. On November 5th and 6th, Task Force 38 airplanes pummeled the enemy's big air bases north of Manila. They also attacked shipping in Manila Bay, where their victims included the heavy cruiser Nachi, Admiral Shima's flagship that had survived the Battle of Surigao Strait. On the 5th, however, several small formations of kamikazes and their escorts tracked the returning American planes back to the task force east of Samar. They broke away as they encountered the patrolling American fighters, then sought cloud cover and skulked around the fringes of the task force. At 1:39 p.m., 7 or 8 planes penetrated into the heart of Task Group 38-3. Most were shot down by short-range anti-aircraft fire while diving on carriers at the hub of the circular formation. One missed the Ticonderoga by about 30 feet to starboard, exploding on the sea in a ball of fire. Another dove determinedly through a wall of anti-aircraft bursts and crashed the Lexington signal bridge. Fires raced through the island's superstructure, gutting the bridge and destroying much of its communications and radar technology. Flight operations were not interrupted, but casualties were heavy. 42 killed and 126 wounded. Among the wounded was a large proportion of the carrier's gunnery department and signal force, many of whom suffered grievous burns. The Lexington was sent back to Ulithi for repairs, where she would be 17 days at anchor. She buried her dead at sea on the 6th, during which time her colors and those of Task Group 38-3 stood at half-mast. Among officers and crewmen of the American fleet, the kamikazes inspired dread, horror, loathing, and not least, fascination. They seemed to confirm a prior suspicion that the Japanese were fundamentally different from other races, that they were weirdly fanatical and not quite human in their zeal for guaranteed death. This impression of exotic dehumanizing otherness inspired fanciful rumors about the kamikazes, that they wore green and white religious robes or black hoods or were manacled into their cockpits. Some called them Green Hornets. They inspired a new kind of terror. A destroyer sailor wrote his wife, "I have never in my life seen such a vicious scene as a wicked monster driving a plane straight at me at 200 miles an hour with 6 wing guns going full blast. It looked as if he was after me personally." Bob Sherrod, a Time magazine correspondent, noted that American sailors in the Pacific were obsessed with kamikazes and spoke of almost nothing else. "Nothing could have been more awesome than to see a human being diving himself and his machine into the enemy," wrote Sherrod. "Nobody except the Japanese could have combined such medieval religious fervor with a machine as modern as the airplane." Others offered more cold-blooded evaluations. Raymond Spruance, still on leave in the United States, immediately grasped that suicide attacks were a very sound and economical use of Japan's diminishing air power, and that the Allied fleets would be dealing with them until the end of the war. Jimmy Thatch, a legendary fighter pilot now serving as Task Force 38 operations officer, regarded the kamikaze as a weapon far ahead of its time. A pilot in a terminal suicide dive could make last-minute adjustments to hit the target, like a man-guided missile. The kamikaze was especially deadly against aircraft carriers, because he could aim right at a carrier's exposed bridge and strike it, or he could aim for penetration into the hangar, where explosions and fires would feed upon fuel, explosives, and other combustible material. "It was actually a guided missile before we had any such things as guided missiles," said Thatch. "It was guided by a human brain, human eyes, and hands. And even better than a guided missile, it could look, digest the information, change course, avoid damage, and get to the target." Throughout Task Force 38, a cry arose for more fighters. The argument had been brewing for months. Now it rose to a new pitch. With most of the Japanese Navy sunk, the U.S. fleet had limited use for traditional carrier bombers. The Brown Shoes wanted a radical rebalancing of the standard air group complement in favor of Hellcats and F-4U Corsairs. "In this kind of war," argued Jerry Bogan in a strongly worded dispatch addressed directly to Nimitz and King, "the SB-2C Helldiver complicates plane handling and occupies vital space which should go to invaluable VF fighters." The training pipeline was not an obstacle, he added, because current dive bomber pilots and those in training could simply be transferred into fighters. Bogan said he knew that the planes were available and that they could be shifted to the Western Pacific immediately. "Our preparations have had in mind hitting the enemy at his source of power. The time is not in the future." This dispatch flouted established communications protocols, and its tone was borderline mutinous. As Bogan certainly knew, a task group commander had no business addressing himself directly to the SINCPAC, let alone the Chief of Naval Operations. Nimitz reproved Bogan for submitting a message improperly addressed direct to higher authority and told him to resubmit his views in a letter to Halsey. But the tense exchange underscored the sense of urgency in the fleet. For months, the carrier bosses had been begging for more fighters. The sudden threat posed by kamikazes only exacerbated the shortfall. Naval leaders were doing all they could to send more Hellcats and Hellcat pilots out to the Pacific, but they were also wary of disrupting future plans. If they accelerated the deployment of fresh F-6F squadrons in late 1944, they risked a shortage in 1945, when the fleet was needed at full strength for the planned assaults on Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and Japan itself. The brown shoes countered that bomber pilots could be placed directly into fighter cockpits. They would not become fighter aces overnight, but under current conditions in the Pacific, even middling F-6F pilots were more valuable than SB-2C pilots. Bogan maintained that a 2-hour checkout flight was sufficient, given the emergency. Furthermore, the F-6F Hellcat made a fine bomber in its own right, even if it had not been designed for that purpose. It had the horsepower to carry a 1,000-pound bomb, and it remained stable in a steep dive. Equipped with rockets, as it often was, it could hit ground targets with better accuracy than a dive bomber. "This is one of those rare miracles where you get something for nothing," said Thatch. "You drop your bomb, then you've got the world's best fighter." Thatch also wanted to bring in Marine Corps aviators and their F-4U Corsairs, which had recently begun operating from escort carriers in support of amphibious operations. If they had learned to recover aboard a small jeep carrier, they should have no trouble landing on the much larger flight deck of an Essex carrier. Nimitz and King gradually gave way to these persistent entreaties from the frontline aviators. They had already revised the standard carrier complement from 18 torpedo bombers, VT, 36 dive bombers, VB, and 36 fighters, VF, to 18 VT and 24 VB, with VF2 capacity. On November 29th, King approved a new standard Essex-class complement of 73 Hellcats, 15 Helldivers, and 15 Avengers. Executing the change was another question, however. Carrier fighters were in high demand, but the supply was tight. Nimitz told Halsey that he intended to retain a replenishment pool of F-6Fs in Guam, but the sink pack was moved by Halsey's beseeching reply. "Urgently request that you reconsider. Time is short and things are already moving. The suicide attack is a grave menace to our carriers and to your future operations if not countered. More fighters are needed to counter it, and they cannot be found except by reducing number over target or adding to complement." The next day, Nimitz reversed his decision, releasing the entire existing pool of replacements for immediate deployment to Task Force 38. But he remained gravely concerned that a shortfall in carrier fighters loomed in early 1945. In the fleet, air staffs cooked up creative new tactics to deal with the kamikaze threat. Task Force 38's 4 task groups were consolidated into 3, so that each could operate at full strength. More carriers at the center of a formation meant more defending fighters overhead. It also meant a bigger screening force and a greater concentration of anti-aircraft fire. A defensive measure called the Moose Trap was devised to counter the Japanese tactic of sending kamikaze formations to track U.S. planes returning to their carriers. 2 picket destroyers, Watchdogs, were stationed about 60 miles from the carrier task force, on the direct flight line to the strike objective. As the U.S. airstrikes returned, they were to head directly for these Watchdogs and take a full 360-degree turn over them before returning to the carriers. Fighters, Tomcats, patrolled overhead and examined the returning planes closely as they made their turns. They shot down any Japanese planes they discovered. This process was called delousing. American pilots were instructed to steer clear of the zone between the picket destroyers, which was designated fair game. Any radar contacts appearing in that area were presumed enemy and attacked right away. The picket destroyers also provided early radar detection of low-flying kamikazes, and a low-altitude cap, called JAX, was vectored out to intercept them. "We told the pilots that they were just likely to get shot if they didn't come back and delouse themselves over the picket," said Thatch. "Just leave the area clear, and if any attack was coming straight out, like they usually did, we picked him up very much quicker." So that worked. To these defensive tactics, they added an offensive air striking system called the Big Blue Blanket. On strike days, the carriers sent big formations of F-6F Hellcats to patrol over enemy airfields on Luzon, and rotated replacements into the area all day long, thereby maintaining a continuous daylight presence directly over the enemy's bases. Enemy planes taking off or attempting to land were shot down. Thatch arranged a 3-strike rotation, with launch and recovery times carefully staggered to keep the blanket in place, and we rolled up quite an impressive total of aircraft destroyed, some in the air, but mostly on the ground. At first, the new tactics seemed to pay off. On November 19th, a round of airstrikes on Luzon encountered little opposition. As the final strike returned to the task force, about 20 bogies were intercepted and shot down outside the strike pickets, about 70 miles from the task force. None got through the screen. After withdrawing to the east to refuel, Task Groups 2 and 3 made another high-speed pre-dawn approach to Luzon 5 days later and launched a strike shortly after sunrise. A few minutes after noon, bogies appeared on the Task Group 2 radar screens. A layer of broken cumulus clouds at about 6,000 feet gave cover to the attackers. At 12:52 p.m., a swarm of Zeros dropped through the cloud ceiling and dove on the Intrepid, the Cabot, and the Hancock. One crashed the ill-fated Intrepid's port gun tubs, killing 10 and wounding 6 of her crew. The damage was severe but containable, and the Intrepid surged on with undiminished speed. 6 minutes later, however, another Zero bore in from astern, machine guns blazing, and crashed the port side of her flight deck. Wreckage skidded all the way to the bow, but the bomb smashed through the flight deck and exploded in the hangar. Admiral Halsey, who witnessed the attack from the nearby New Jersey, wrote that the Intrepid went through hell. An instant after she was hit, she was wrapped in flames. Blazing gasoline cascaded down her sides. Explosions rocked her. Oily black smoke rising thousands of feet hid everything but her bow. The Intrepid lost 69 men killed and 17 planes destroyed. Once again, this proud but unlucky ship was obliged to pull out of the war zone and head back to Pearl Harbor for repairs. While this vicious attack was unfolding, Group 3 radar screens detected another wave of bogies approaching from the southeast at range 55 miles. Many were intercepted by the cap, but others escaped into cloud cover. The intruders orbited the task group for about 20 minutes, playing cat and mouse with the American fighters, then commenced fast gliding approaches. A 40mm anti-aircraft gun on Admiral Sherman's flagship Essex opened fire on one attacker, a D-4Y Suisse Judy bomber, hitting its port wing root. The War Diary noted, "While this did not stop him, it at least turned him to the left, causing him to miss the after flight deck, which was crowded with planes gassed and armed. He crashed about 15 feet inboard on the port side of flight deck amidships, just forward of number 2 elevator, bursting into intense flames with great heat and heavy smoke, which appeared worse than it actually was. The explosion tore a hole in the flight deck approximately 16 feet across, and started fires which gutted, among other things, the Admiral's cabin. But damage and casualties were slight in comparison to those suffered by the Intrepid, and the Essex soldiered on without pause, even taking aboard 11 Intrepid fighters that were unable to recover on their own carrier. The next day, Halsey shot off a dispatch to Nimitz, warning that the air situation in the Philippines was perilous. The Japanese had managed to disperse their airplanes widely across many small dirt fields on Luzon, and had camouflaged them effectively under foliage and netting. Often, individual planes were hidden miles away from the airstrips, and pushed or hauled to the runways under cover of darkness. A steady flow of replacement aircraft and pilots were flying in from Japan and Formosa. The Third Fleet was destroying hundreds of planes, but it was also suffering. Many carriers had been badly damaged, including the Cabot, Intrepid, Lexington, Franklin, and Belleau Wood. Many others had taken hits that did not inflict serious damage, but the threat was omnipresent. The delay in establishing land-based airfields on Leyte, combined with the introduction of deadly suicide tactics, must inevitably lead to delays in the planned invasions of Mindoro and Luzon. Meanwhile, the Seventh Fleet was catching it in Leyte Gulf. At midday on November 27th, a battleship cruiser-destroyer task force under Rear Admiral T.D. Ruddock was attempting to refuel from a 14,000-ton tanker. At 10:50 a.m., radar scopes detected about 30 unidentified planes approaching from the north and east. They were stacked at various altitudes, some well above a loosely fragmented cloud ceiling and some skimming the wave tops. A handful of Army P-38 fighters patrolled overhead, but not enough to intercept all of the intruders. The West Virginia, alongside the tanker, disconnected her fueling hoses in a hurry and got underway. The deep repeating thuds of the 5-inch anti-aircraft guns started up, and brown-black flak bursts mottled the sky. At 11:25, 3 kamikazes plunged on the battleships at the hub of the circular formation. 1 narrowly missed the West Virginia. 2 dove simultaneously on the Colorado and 1 scored, striking the battleship's portside secondary 5-inch battery. 19 of her crew were killed and 72 wounded, but the damage was negligible. Another targeted the cruiser St. Louis and buried itself in her hangar astern. The gasoline in the plane's tanks started a fire, and the ship trailed a plume of black smoke that appeared to attract more kamikazes as the action developed. 4 more suicide planes were shot down while lunging at the St. Louis. 1 crashed her port side just above the waterline. According to the diarist James J. Fahey, seaman first class aboard the cruiser Montpelier, the enemy planes seemed to attack from every direction at once. At 11:25 a.m., the height of the action, Jap planes were falling all around us. The air was full of Jap machine gun bullets. Jap planes and bombs were hitting all around us. Some of our ships were being hit by suicide planes, bombs, and machine gun fire. For more than an hour, the 40mm and 20mm anti-aircraft guns blazed away with barely a pause. The sea around the task force was roiled by flak and spent casings, as if a heavy rainstorm was pouring down. Shrapnel and fragments of destroyed Japanese planes fell along the length of the Montpelier, injuring many of Fahey's shipmates. 3 kamikazes were blown away at point-blank range. Wreckage from one attacker rebounded off the sea and crashed into a 40mm mount on the ship's port side. Several crewmen were injured by flying debris or burning gasoline. Fahey noticed that one of the gun captains was shouting into his headphones, not realizing that shrapnel had cut through the wires. It looked like it was raining plane parts. They were falling all over the ship. Quite a few of the men were hit by big pieces of Jap planes. Peace returned with jarring suddenness. At 2:10 p.m., the last of the enemy planes was gone or shot down. The sea around the task force was littered with aircraft wreckage and floating gasoline fires. None of Montpelier's crew had been killed, but 11 were wounded, some seriously. Wreckage and the bloody remains of Japanese pilots were scattered across the ship. Lifeboats were smashed, cables down, and steel stanchions bent over, and empty shell casings were still hot to the touch. The deck near Fahey's battle station was strewn with blood, guts, brains, tongues, scalps, hearts, arms, etc. from the Jap pilots. As hoses were brought out to wash the mess off the deck, souvenir hunters stooped to sift through the grisly melange. A Marine cut a ring off the finger of a dead enemy airman. A sailor picked up a scalp. One of the men on our mount got a Jap rib and cleaned it up, Fahey wrote. He said his sister wants part of a Jap body. One fellow from Texas had a knee bone, and he was going to preserve it in alcohol from the sick bay. The following day brought a respite, but the 29th was another long day of intermittent air attacks. The klaxon kept ringing, calling men back to their battle stations. Just after sunset, the radar screens grew busy with many blips. A kamikaze darted through the cloud ceiling and dove on the Denver, but was deterred by a storm of anti-aircraft fire. It banked sharply away and climbed back into the clouds. Several other planes were seen weaving in and out of cloud cover, dodging flak bursts and looking for a target. One plane performed a number of acrobatic maneuvers, almost as if taunting the Americans. Then it pushed over into a throttle stop dive, aiming for the battleship Maryland. There was no time for the ship to change course, and the gunners could not take the rocketing plane down. It hit the Maryland's forecastle, dead center between the forward 16-inch turrets. "You will never see a stunt like that again," wrote Fahey, who watched the attack from the nearby Montpelier. "Something like that happens only once in a lifetime." One thing about these suicide pilots, there is never a dull moment. They go all out to kill themselves. The diving kamikaze was probably traveling at more than 500 miles per hour, a velocity that gave it fearsome penetrating force. Its bomb pierced two of the Maryland's heavily armored decks and laid waste to much of the third deck between frames 26 and 52. Smoke filled the stricken area, forcing damage control parties to retreat. 31 men were killed. 30 more were wounded. The sickbay was gutted by the blast, so emergency medical stations were set up in the junior and warrant officers' wardrooms. The dead were identified and placed in bunks in a screened-off compartment to be buried at sea later. Crew morale, according to the Maryland Cruise Book, fell to a low ebb. The terrific heat, the persistent air raids, the tense living, and the recent disaster put many men almost at their breaking point. The crew was overjoyed to learn that the Maryland would return to Pearl Harbor for extensive repairs. Taking stock of the air, naval, and ground campaign at the end of November, Admiral Kinkaid concluded that the planned invasion dates for Mindoro, December 5th, and Luzon, December 20th, were out of the question. In a long memorandum to MacArthur on November 30th, Kinkaid urged that the invasions of Mindoro and Luzon be canceled. He did not say postponed. To attempt landings on these islands before General Kenny's 5th Air Force had taken control of the air, he wrote, could result in a disaster seldom equaled in the annals of warfare. Kinkaid tapped his staff liaison to the SWPA headquarters, Lieutenant Commander Arthur McCollum, to act as his emissary to MacArthur. He told McCollum to deliver the message that the campaign must be delayed indefinitely, given the current state of U.S. naval and air power in the Philippines. McCollum was thought to have a good personal rapport with MacArthur. The two had joked about their common nickname, Mac. Perhaps thinking of the fate of the messenger who had brought bad news to an ancient Armenian king, McCollum replied, "Well, I think that's a hell of a thing, Admiral, for you to do to me. I mean, to send me in there." Kinkaid told him, "You're the only guy that I know who can go up there and maybe talk to him face to face without getting into a big hassle over something, Army-Navy relations, or what have you. God damn it, get on in there and go see the general and then tell me." McCollum thought the assignment was a dirty trick to play on a junior guy, but he went ashore and made his way to SWPA headquarters near Tacloban. In the weeks since the invasion of Leyte, fierce monsoonal storms had battered the island's eastern coastal plain. 25 inches of rain had fallen since A-Day. 70-mile-per-hour winds had uprooted trees and swept tents and shacks up into the ether. Engineers had excavated deep drainage ditches in an attempt to control the relentless flooding, and laid wooden boards across muddy footpaths. Plans had called for temporary field hospitals providing 9,000 beds, but due to the deplorable state of access roads, construction lagged. The deficit was met by 7th Fleet hospital ships anchored off Tacloban. DDT was sprayed throughout the area, but mosquitoes bred abundantly in the soggy, fecund soil. And in the evening, recorded General Eichelberger, we went to bed amid a cloud of insects. Japanese air attacks often targeted the complex of relatively well-appointed buildings that served as SWPA and 6th Army headquarters. On November 3rd, MacArthur had been in his headquarters office when a Japanese plane flew low overhead and strafed the building. A .50 caliber round blasted a hole in the wall behind his head. As others rushed into the room, MacArthur was grinning. Gesturing to the hole, he exclaimed, "Not yet." The incident was described in an SWPA press release and made headline news in the United States the following day. When McCollum arrived and delivered Admiral Kinkaid's message, MacArthur reacted as expected. "Let me tell you something, Mac," he said. "I came in here on the assurances of your damned Navy admirals that they would support me all the way, and now you come in and tell me this." He charged that the admirals were welshing on their commitments. General McCollum replied, "That's not the way it is. I mean, heavens, General Kenny has welshed on you. He was going to have all those damned airfields built around here." To which MacArthur replied, "Yes, I reckon that's true." The general summoned Dick Sutherland into the office. "McCollum has come here to tell me that the goddamned admirals aren't going to carry me any farther." The SWPA Chief of Staff, McCollum observed, was always ready to light a fire under MacArthur's wrath. The conversation continued with MacArthur booming his disapproval. McCollum held his ground, recounting the hard realities. The ground campaign on Leyte had taken longer than expected. The Japanese were still landing reinforcements on the west coast, and the kamikazes were raising havoc with the Sixth Army's seaborne supply line. Admiral Halsey shared many of these concerns and had said so. At last, MacArthur gave way. "I don't give a damn what you tell Kincaid, but go on up there and tell him it's okay," he said. "I don't like it, but I understand, and there we are." Providing logistical support to U.S. ground forces grew more difficult as they advanced into the onerous terrain of Leyte's Cordillera, or mountainous interior. Roads running inland were often washed out or petered out into the jungle. Fighting bogged down in high country the Americans called Breakneck Ridge. The entrenched positions on the ridge were manned by elite, hand-picked units of the 1st Japanese Infantry Division, recently shipped in from the Kwantung Army in Manchuria. For days, the lines did not move at all. Units trudged up steep paths, sometimes losing their boots in the muck. In flooded rice fields, the water came up to their waists. Other American forces seized Limon at the head of the valley leading down to Ormoc Bay on November 5th. However, further progress in that direction was stymied by the deplorable supply situation. Anxious to break the bloody stalemate, and conscious that Japanese reinforcements were arriving on the west coast by sea, General Kruger convinced MacArthur to release the infantry reserves. With more than 120,000 troops on the island, he intended to overwhelm the Japanese with a huge pincer attack in the Ormoc Valley. Japanese positions on Breakneck Ridge were finally broken down by a double envelopment, as one battalion bushwhacked to the east around Hill 1525, and another was sea-lifted up the coast in 18 LVTs to land near the southward turn of Highway 2. The maneuver left local Japanese forces in untenable positions in remote jungle terrain, cut off from their sources of resupply on the west coast. Belatedly, the Americans grasped that the enemy was determined to pour reinforcements into the island at any cost. MacArthur and his commanders had started with the assumption that Leyte was an interim fight, a stepping stone to Luzon. At first, they had guessed that columns of transports putting into the port of Ormoc were there to evacuate Japanese troops, rather than to deliver fresh ones. But the Japanese headquarters in Manila was committed to win the battle for Leyte, and continued to push reinforcements into the island through the first week of December 1944. By the end of November, wrote MacArthur, despite large convoy losses and severe combat attrition, there were many thousand more enemy troops on Leyte than there had been at the end of October. Japanese supply runs into Ormoc touched off a series of ferocious air and sea battles in the Camotes Sea. In many respects, it was a reenactment of the Guadalcanal campaign, when the combatants had fought to isolate an island and to dominate the sea lanes around it. Several long convoys of troop transports and cargo ships escorted by destroyers left Manila Bay between November 3rd and 9th. They traveled 600 miles through the inland seas of the Philippines and debarked more than 2 full divisions at Ormoc Bay. American carrier warplanes attacked those convoys, sinking more than a dozen Japanese ships. 5th Air Force B-24s and B-25s flying from airfields on Morotai hit and sank 2 large transports on November 8th. Still, the convoys continued. Since Manila Bay was under constant air attack, the Japanese judged that there was no point in trying to save the ships for some future purpose. If they were not sent out immediately, they were likely to be destroyed at anchor. On November 11th, a major reinforcement landed at Ormoc Bay and debarked most of the 26th Japanese Infantry Division. But while the division's heavy weapons and supplies were still unloading, a wave of American carrier planes descended on the scene, sinking 4 large transports and 4 destroyers. The Task Group 38-3 War Diary noted, The Nips spent a hapless day as TF-38 methodically set about eliminating the convoy. According to Japanese sources, the division got ashore with minimal casualties, but carrying only their rifles and about 10 units of ammunition. In the first week of December, 7th Fleet destroyers ventured through Surigao Strait and up through the Kanigao Channel to sweep the west coast of Leyte. These naval attacks took the Japanese by surprise. They had mined Kanigao Channel heavily and did not believe the mines could be swept while aerial patrols were overhead. On December 2nd, a 3-destroyer task force led by Commander John C. Zom left Leyte Gulf at dusk, charged around southern Leyte, and arrived at Ormoc Bay shortly before midnight. A Japanese convoy was unloading troops and supplies onto the piers. With complete surprise, Zom's 3 tin cans poured out 5-inch fire and launched torpedoes at the Japanese ships and dock areas. An American destroyerman recalled, "Shortly into the battle, the night began to light up like a huge fireworks display from the red and green tracers going in all directions, from ships and shore installations burning and exploding in multicolored fireballs, and from winks of fire coming from the many guns firing at us. It was just hell." The destroyers demolished 2 enemy ships and laid waste to valuable war materiel in supply dumps ashore. At 12:22 a.m., the destroyer Cooper was hit by a torpedo that tore the ship in two. She sank immediately with the loss of 191 lives. Under heavy enemy fire, the other 2 destroyers cleared the area without stopping to pick up survivors. 3 PBY Black Cat floatplanes landed in Ormoc Bay and picked up dozens of survivors of the Cooper. One managed to take off with no fewer than 56 survivors aboard, in addition to the 9 crew members, a PBY record never surpassed or equaled. Having finally cleared the breakneck Quilay Ridge area, 10th Corps launched an unstoppable drive down the Ormoc corridor. The 32nd Division joined forces with the 1st Cavalry Division to overrun well-prepared Japanese positions. Remaining elements of the elite 1st Japanese Division fought desperately and well, but they could not resist the sustained energy and violence of the American ground attack. Infantry and tank attacks were preceded by long, heavy, and accurate mortar and artillery barrages. The Americans attacked Japanese pillboxes and bunkers with tanks, flamethrowers, and hand grenades. A westward advance across the rugged middle of the island was spearheaded by the 11th Airborne Division, assisted by elements of the 32nd Infantry. At the same time, the southern pincer pressed north from Bai Bai. On that front, the Japanese were surprised. Scouts had assured General Suzuki that the one road leading into that area from Dulag on the east coast was impassable. Nor had the Japanese anticipated the ease with which enemy forces in that area were resupplied by sea. At the Japanese headquarters near Ormoc, basic command and control was disintegrating. Contact with frontline units was intermittent, and then lost. Orders continually went out urging that Japanese forces attack, when they were barely able to maintain their defensive positions. On December 6th, a staff officer of the 1st Division reported that it had reached the stage of collapse. The headquarters staff was vexed to hear Japanese radio broadcasts predicting an imminent triumph on Leyte. Press offices in Manila and Tokyo rewrote the frontline dispatches to conform to the sanctioned version of events. "The enemy is now on the defense," one such bulletin declared. "Our reinforcements coordinating with the main strength advanced toward the western part of Karigara. They opened hostilities with the American 24th Division. On 7th November, a portion of our units using enveloping tactics advanced rapidly over rough terrain and cut off the avenues of retreat and dealt a severe blow. Under our pressure, the enemy vainly struggled to escape." At dusk on December 6th, American troops and engineers stationed near San Pablo Airstrip near the main beachhead at Leyte Gulf were surprised to see a formation of transport airplanes pass overhead at medium altitude. White parachutes began to blossom in the sky behind them. The alarm was raised, and anti-aircraft guns, artillery, machine gun, and small arms fire was directed upward. It was an audacious paratrooper attack, involving about 400 Takachiho paratroopers of an airborne raiding brigade based on Luzon. The Japanese troopers returned rifle fire from aloft and threw hand grenades as they approached the ground. Several CB engineers were in the shower as the enemy paratroopers hit the ground and bolted buck naked for their guns. Fierce firefights continued late into the night. Squads of attackers set demolition charges in parked airplanes and fuel storage dumps, and fires blazed through the area. Fighting continued for 3 days. The 11th Airborne Division, supported by Seabees and miscellaneous other units, took back the airfield on December 9th. The attack had accomplished some material damage but otherwise failed. The fight for Leyte had entered its endgame. But victory could not be secured until the island was completely cut off from its sources of reinforcement and resupply. That meant shutting the enemy's back door to Leyte, the port of Ormoc. On December 7th, the 77th Division under Major General Andrew D. Bruce stormed ashore at Desposito, 4 miles south of Ormoc. The surprise amphibious assault included the same basic features of previous landings, such as those on Saipan, Guam, or Leyte's east coast, but on a miniature scale. The landing caught the enemy by surprise, and 2 regiments of Bruce's division got safely ashore and dug into entrenched positions before the Japanese could muster a counterattack. Japanese air forces arrived too late to interfere with the landing, but they dealt a severe beating to Admiral Arthur D. Struble's amphibious convoy. Kamikazes hit the destroyer Mahan and the high-speed transport Ward. On both ships, the damage was so grave that the ships were abandoned and scuttled. During the long withdrawal to Leyte Gulf by way of Kanigao Channel and Surigao Strait, the force suffered under a relentless series of air attacks. The transport Little took a bad hit on her bridge, which killed most of her senior officers, but she managed to continue under her own power. The newly landed troops attacked north, taking heavy casualties, and fought their way into Ormoc City on December 10th. The 7th Division pushed north from Bye-Bye, overcoming scattered but fanatical resistance. With American forces in possession of Ormoc's bay and port facilities, the last big Japanese convoy from Manila was forced to divert to San Isidro, 30 miles up the coast. American airstrikes sank 5 large transports. About 2 Japanese battalions managed to get ashore, but they were quickly surrounded and overpowered by U.S. forces already in the area. On December 15th, MacArthur declared that organized resistance on Leyte had come to an end. Small unit fighting would continue in the rugged highlands, but the battle for the Philippines was already moving west. The amphibious landing on Mindoro occurred that same day. The enemy fought valiantly, the SWPA chief wrote, but found it impossible to cope with our 3-way offensive. His forces were chopped into isolated segments, either struggling in small pockets or being scattered into the mountains. Halsey and his carrier admirals had been asking for at least 10 consecutive days at Ulithi for an extended period of 3 Rs: rest, repairs, and replenishment. On December 1st, 3 Task Force 38 task groups dropped their anchors into the sandy holding ground at the bottom of Ulithi Lagoon. The service and logistics fleet had completed its move from Eniwetok, so the roadstead was more congested than ever before. Boats and barges plied the waters to and fro between the fleet and the main islets of Asor, Falalop, Potongaras, Sorlan, and Mogmog. Occasionally, through binoculars, one might catch a glimpse of native fishermen clad only in loincloths, gliding over the sapphire lagoon in their hand-carved outriggers. That week, an aerial photographer snapped a photo of Murderer's Row, a long row of Task Force 38 aircraft carriers riding at anchor. All were painted in blue-gray camouflage dazzle patterns. They were surrounded by flotillas of cruisers, battleships, and destroyers, and beyond, to the north, the innumerable service ships of the logistics fleet. It was an unprecedented concentration of naval power, more ships than had ever squeezed into Pearl Harbor at one time. Measures were taken to conceal the fleet's presence. For the duration of the war, the word Ulithi was never permitted to appear in the press. The fleet observed strict radio silence. All outgoing dispatches were flown to Guam, 400 miles northeast, for transmission from that island. The Japanese were not fooled, however. They knew that the U.S. fleet had adopted Ulithi as its new home port. On November 20th, several Kai-10s, one-man suicide submarines, were released by a large mother submarine north of the atoll. At least 2 of the stealthy little boats penetrated into the lagoon by secondary entrance channels. At dawn on November 20th, one struck the tanker Mississinawa. Laden with tens of thousands of tons of avgas, diesel, and bunker oil, the ship erupted in flames. Tugs put hoses onto the burning wreck, but nothing could be done. At 10 o'clock a.m., she turned over and sank, taking 60 of her crew to the bottom. Destroyers scattered depth charges through the area, and at least one other Kai-10 was sunk. From that day to the end of the war, the Americans never felt entirely secure at Ulithi. Admiral Sherman recalled, "We felt that we were sitting on a powder keg which might go off at any time. Far from enjoying a rest, we felt we might be safer in the open sea." Even so, fleet recreation at Ulithi was serious business. A new movie was screened on every ship in the fleet every night. A destroyer designated as the movie exchange ship kept a library of hundreds of films and thousands of reels, which rotated around the fleet according to a published calendar. USO musical reviews traveled from ship to ship, as the entertainers often performed 4 or 5 identical shows per day. Admiral Halsey especially liked Eddie Peabody, King of the Banjo, and his all-Navy band. On Mogmog, a picturesque island at the north end of the lagoon, Seabees had been hard at work building a fleet recreation area. Footpaths led inland from the piers to a network of picnic grounds, tennis courts, volleyball courts, boxing rings, baseball diamonds, bandstands, barbecue pits, and beer gardens. For thousands of war-weary and sea-weary men, it was the first opportunity in months to feel solid ground under their feet. Sailors were rationed beer at 2 cans per man, but some finagled harder stuff by backhanded means. Officers arranged to have cases of liquor put ashore at the Officers' Club on Mogmog, located in a native-built canoe shed in a quiet corner of the island. One recalled, "It was just a hog killing." In that first week of December 1944, noted the 3rd Fleet War Diary, Mogmog was crowded daily with from 10,000 to 15,000 enlisted men and 500 to 1,000 officers. In the evenings, as the western sky blazed with majestic tropical colors, boats loaded to capacity pulled away from the piers and motored slowly back to the fleet anchorage. On December 11th, the fleet staged another grand sortie through Mugai Channel, bound for another round of airstrikes on Luzon to support MacArthur's invasion of Mindoro. Beginning on the 14th, Halsey recalled, "We struck with all our strength for 3 days running." The big blue blanket was thrown over Luzon once again, as large formations of F-6Fs kept watch over 90 known or suspected enemy airfields. Returning pilots claimed 62 kills in the air and another 208 enemy planes destroyed on the ground. The moose trap and other defensive measures seemed to pay off, as no enemy planes got within 20 miles of the task force. On December 14th, the day's first outgoing strike ran into a flight of 11 Japanese aircraft on a reciprocal heading and splashed 100% near the east coast of Luzon. The Mindoro landing, delayed 10 days at Kincaid's insistence, involved a deep foray into waters easily reached from Luzon's airfields. Japanese ground forces on Mindoro were not expected to give the invaders much trouble, but the approach would be dangerous, and the amphibious transport fleet would have to pull out quickly. The invasion convoy was commanded by Rear Admiral Struble, whose force had been roughed up just a week earlier in the Ormoc Bay operation. At 2:57 p.m. on December 13th, in the channel between Negros and Mindanao, Struble's flagship Nashville took a bad kamikaze hit. The Admiral was unharmed, but the Nashville was forced to turn back. Struble transferred his flag to the destroyer Dashiell. On December 15th, U.S. ground